A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane believes she has a boy wonder in an orphan she heard sing at the orphanage last week. Caruso, they call the 17-year-old boy. Jane wants to become his manager and help him to a career. She hasn't broached the subject yet to Mr. Race, and she seems a little nervous about it as we look in on the Aces this evening and find her alone in the living room. Marge enters dressed.
Marge, where are you going?
I told you I'm going up to the corner movie.
Oh, Marge, I told you I wanted you here tonight to help me.
But this is the last night of that picture I've been wanting to see for months.
Well, I've seen it. I'll tell you all about it. Stay home, Marge.
Oh, you'll tell me about it, huh?
Yes, every bit of it, Marge. It'll be just like going there to see it, except for the bingo and the dishes. Oh, please, Marge, I need you here.
Well, what for? You'll keep saying you need me, but you won't tell me what it's about.
Well, I just want you to be here when I tell him something tonight.
Eh?
Yes, it's very important.
Well, what is it? Jane, is something wrong?
Wrong? No, stop jumping at convulsions. It's something very right, if you ask me.
Well, I am asking you. What is it? And what have I to do with it?
Well, you haven't anything to do with it, but it's just that when you're here, it'll be easier to explain. You always know the right thing to say and things like that. You know how you can be, Marge.
Oh, sure.
I always say that about you, Marge. You know I do.
Yes.
Well, I do. I always say Marge is the cleverest person.
Oh, yes.
She always knows the right thing.
All right. You can cut out the blarney.
No, Marge, this isn't baloney. I mean it. Oh, you'll have to do it for me, Marge. You'll be very interested, too.
Interested in what?
You'll have to wait till I tell him.
Well, if that's the best you can do, I'm going to the movie.
No way. Come back here.
Well, if you can hold my interest. Otherwise, nothing doing. Now, Jane, what have you been up to?
Well, I've been up to the orphanage.
To the orphanage?
Yes, this morning, and I had a long talk with Mrs. Duffy about...
What did you say?
I had a long talk with Mrs. Duffy about...
Well, about what?
That's as far as I'll tell you. Now, if that doesn't hold your interest, then I don't know what will.
Oh, Jane, you're not going to leave me high and dry like this, are you?
That's as far as I'll tell you. To be continued later on. Oh, here he is now.
Where are you going, Marge?
Well, I was going to a movie, but not now.
Why? What's the matter?
Well, I don't know yet. Jane just told me she was out to the orphanage this morning to see Mrs. Duffy about.
See Mrs. Duffy about?
Oh, Marge, you're not telling it right. Will you let me?
Well, I wish you would.
What is it, Jane? What's happened?
Well, sit down, dear. It's a long story. Sit down. That's right.
Yes?
Well, here's the whole thing in the household. You remember last Toby gave a party and I went out to rehearse the children in the songs I wanted them to sing?
Yes.
Do you remember, dear?
Yes. Go on.
Well, there was one boy there they called Caruso. He's the leader of the singing. And I heard him sing. Well, he had the most beautiful voice I ever heard. I couldn't get it out of my mind. So this morning, I got a marvelous idea.
To get his love.
Yes.
Yes.
And I went out to the orphanage and had a long talk with Mrs. Duffy about, now here's where I left off, Marge, about Caruso.
Well, here's where I came in, so I guess I can leave now for that movie I wanted to see.
Oh, Marge, no. Dear, make her wait.
Stick around, Marge. Let's find out what's going on here.
Oh, but I want to see this picture.
This is much more important than a picture. This is a chance to give this boy a chance to become a great singer.
This is whose chance?
Our chance. I'm going to become his manager.
What?
What? Yes. I talked to Mrs. Duffy about it. I've got a protege.
A protege?
That's what she calls it.
Well,
Dang, you're not going to adopt this boy.
Oh, no, not adopt. Just see to it that he gets a chance to sing for somebody that can help him. Because I know when a boy has a voice like that, he shouldn't be wasting it singing at an orphanage.
oh, what do you know about a beautiful voice? Have you an ear for music?
I certainly have. 2 of them.
Oh, 2 of them, huh?
And I've got 2 eyes, too, haven't I? And didn't I see him sing?
Well, what's singing him got to do with it?
Well, anytime I hear somebody sing as high as he does, and they don't get red in the face, well, that's what I call a singer.
Now, there's a great music critic for you.
Oh, he doesn't get red in the face.
Oh, I see. You two don't believe it. Well, how would you like to see it yourself?
Well, I don't think I'd care to make the trip way out there just to see a boy sing that doesn't get red in the face.
Well, that's just it. You won't have to. I'm bringing him here.
Well, you what?
You're bringing him here when?
Tomorrow night.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
No, you wait a minute. All my life, I've done everything you wanted me to do. And if you say no, I don't do it. Everything you want. Now, this is one time I'm putting my foot in it.
Oh, I'll say you are. You're putting your foot in it.
Now, I don't see anything to laugh about, Marge.
Well, I do, Jane. After all, I didn't want to stay here and hear this. You asked me to.
Well, yes, but don't laugh until you're spoken to.
All right, Jane. Stop that bickering.
I didn't beg. She laughed at everything a
Oh,
person
she
said.
does, huh?
Sorry, Jane. I won't laugh. Go on with your story. What's going to happen with this boy prodigy?
Protege.
No, Jane, he's your protege, but he himself is a prodigy.
Now, don't start mixing me up. He's my protege.
Oh, he's your protege already? You told him so?
Well, I hope so. But first, I want you and Mark to see him sing.
See him, huh?
Yes. I want you to see how high he sings.
Without getting red in the face, I know.
Yes.
Is he coming tomorrow night?
Well, that's what I planned. Now, is it all right, dear?
Well, are you asking me or telling me?
Well, if you say yes, I'm asking you. If you say no, I'm telling you.
Oh, I see. Well, that leaves me quite a margin of choice, doesn't it?
And you've got to be here too, Mark.
Oh, you can count on me. I wouldn't miss that for the world.
Yeah, I see, Marge. Aren't you glad you stayed there?
Wait just a minute, though, Jane. Suppose this boy comes here and we hear him sing.
And see him.
Yes, and see him. And he is a wonder, as you say, Jane. What then?
What then? Well, I'm going to be his manager. And I'm going to see to it that he gets to sing somewhere besides just an orphanage.
Oh, in opera maybe, huh?
Opera? Why, he might even be good enough for the radio.
Yes, I never thought of that.
The main thing is I'm going to be his manager. And I'm going to get so many people to hear him sing that the name of Caruso will be known to everybody.
Oh, just a minute, Jane. I think there was a singer once named Caruso.
What?
I say there was a singer once, a great singer. His name was Caruso.
What program was he on?
What program was he? He wasn't on any program. He was the greatest singer of his day. Didn't you ever hear Pagliacci? Oh, Pagliacci. You know, Edie Pagliacci. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
That's good, dear.
Oh, well, maybe you'd like to manage me instead of that boy, huh?
Well, one at a time, dear. Maybe next.
Oh, thanks, Jane.
Oh, stop it, Jane.
So, there was a singer named Caruso. Well, what's in the name, I always say.
Oh, you do, huh?
Rose or any other name would smell as sweet.
What are you talking about?
About Caruso. I guess he doesn't know about it. He's only 17. Mrs. Duffy said if he had the right training and everything, he could be
The right training?
Yes, he might have to take some lessons, I guess. None of us are perfect, you know, dear.
Yeah, well, who pays for these lessons?
Now, that's the part I want to talk
Now,
about.
that's the part I don't want to hear about.
I knew it. I knew the minute something would cost a few paltry dollars, you'd start saying no.
I have enough expenses as it is.
I knew it. Everybody gets some pleasure out of our money but me.
Oh, Jane, I wouldn't say that.
How about your oldest sister's youngest boy and your youngest sister's oldest girl? When they had their tonsils taken out, who paid for that?
Well, if your singer has to have his tonsils out, I don't see why I should have.
Who said he had to have his tonsils out?
Well, you brought up the subject, Jane.
I'm not talking about his tonsils. I'm talking about their tonsils.
Oh, his tonsils are all right, huh?
Yes, you just wait till you hear them.
Oh, wait till I hear.
No, I think that's the sensible solution. Why go into a long-winded family argument about what's going to happen before we hear the boy?
Yeah, that's right. You're right, Marge.
Well, thanks, Jane.
See, Marge, isn't that much nicer than just laughing? You see, dear, first we'll hear him sing. Then we can talk about what we'll do after that. That's what you mean.
I know what you mean.
Then he'll be here tomorrow night. Now, the next thing we have to do is to get this piano in tune.
Oh, more money now.
Oh, stop worrying about money. We can't have him singing if the piano isn't in tune, can we?
Well, how do you know it's not in tune? You haven't played it lately, have you?
Well, that's just it. Nobody has played it. It needs tuning. And look at all these pieces of music scattered around.
Does your boy wonder read music?
I wonder.
Well, maybe you can sing one of the things you have there.
No, he's going to sing what he sang for me at the orphanage this morning. It's called Trees. It's beautiful.
Oh, is that all we're going to hear? One song?
Well, maybe more. You can't sing these things. These are mostly piano music. Look. Prelude by Serge Rachmaninoff.
Serge Rachmaninoff, huh?
Well, that's what it says here.
Oh, it's pronounced Sergei.
Sergei, S-E-R-G-E?
Yes, it's Sergei, and you got to pronounce it correctly now that you're becoming an impresario.
I have not. I'm just going to be his manager.
Well, that's what I mean, Jane. You have to get back to all these musical terms so you can speak intelligently on the subject when you try to promote a career for your protege.
Oh, I guess I can talk as intelligent as anybody else if I have to.
I dare you.
All right, I will. I never took it there, and I won't now.
Well, be intelligent enough to see that this is going to get you into a lot of trouble.
Well, what of it? What's a little trouble if we can make this boy a success? It's a big chance, dear.
Yes, I know. That's what you say.
And you'll say it, too, when you hear him sing. And so will everybody else when they hear him.
Well, who are you going to have hear him sing?
Different people. I'm going to take him to everybody until he gets to be a success. Oh, yes, and that's another thing. I want him to look his best, dear.
You do?
Yes, so don't you think we ought to do something about that first?
What, he asked, hearing to hear her next answer, should we do about that?
Well, I think we should buy him a suit.
I thought so.
Well, he needs it, dear. Something neat. You know, a blue Sergei.
A blue Sergei suit,
Well, that's what he told me.
Well, Jane has hurdled the first jump in her career as manager to the boy singer. We hear him give his private audition for Mr. Ace and Marge when next we meet the Ace.
Arch Oboler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night.
Let the democratic powers have no illusions. We cannot be intimidated. We are ready. Our manpower is ready. Our youth stands ready. A vital youth that has been tried and tested in the proving grounds, even as our armaments have been tested. A youth that understands the meaning of discipline, order, dynamic obedience to the leader and to the state. A youth that laughs with all of us at the weak decadence of democratic liberalism. A youth that lives, dares, does. The skies sing with their wings, the wings of courage and daring, bringing the truer civilization and liberty to people who wait for it eagerly and with hope. Yes, I repeat, even now, the skies sing with their wings, the wings of daring and ambition and glory.
Hello.
Yes, Captain?
Isn't that the village?
No, I don't think so.
It is, I tell you.
But, Captain, the order says the village was won by a water hole. I see no water down there.
What is the difference?
For the orders?
I'm giving her orders. Drop down 500 feet. I don't want to miss the beggars.
As you say, Captain.
They're all the same anyway. What's the difference if it is another village? We need all our petrol to get back. All right. Level off. Hold it. 2 little presents and home we go non-stop. I never disappoint a lady.
Should I keep circling?
Of course. Of course. This is the moment I like, Marlowe. My hand on the release lever. The leader is right. Power is the greatest thing in the world.
I know it is another village.
Marlowe, you're a fool. What difference does it make? The orders were to teach them a lesson. Well, one village is like another. Those beggars down there are the same breed. Hold it steady. The lesson begins. There. And again. Climb!
The order said we were to machine gun the master.
Machine gun what? 2 holes in the ground. Home, you old woman. And fast. She's very pretty. And not quite.
And let all the world hear the contribution of our youth to the civilizing forces is one which all history will remember. It is an evidence of the revitalization of great ideals, the true ideals of power and force and the everlasting glory of righteous might. Youth, our glorious youth, flying free in its newfound purpose and nobility, we salute you! We salute you!
Captain. Captain, wake up.
What do you want?
The wireless is not working again. If you were to take over, I will fix it.
All right. Fog, huh? Marlow.
Yes, Captain.
When did the fog come up?
While you were asleep.
I do not like fog. Well, haven't you got that wireless going yet?
It is no use.
Huh?
Resistance burned out. There is nothing I can do. The fog grows thicker.
I have eyes, haven't I? Here. You take over.
I was expecting
Shut your mouth. Here. Take over.
All right. Captain, do you remember the time in the Plaza of Heroes they gave you a medal because...
Stop talking. Put her up high.
Might as well. No clear sky down here. Is this high enough for you, Captain? Or does it make you dizzy?
Are you out of your head?
When the fog grows very thick, you lose your head, eh, Captain?
Shut your mouth. I order it.
I was remembering something else. 6 months ago, when the Minister of War made you the captain, remember in his speech he said for courageous, skillful flying.
I warn you to stop talking.
For all these months, I wanted to ask you one question, Vittoria. Whose was the skill and whose was the courage? Yours? Mine.
When we are on the ground...
If we are on the ground, it will be with my skill. Mine. Look. The fog grows thicker and thicker.
Stop.
You can see with your own eyes. Thick fog. Our wireless dead. If I turn the plane over to you now, would you be as brave as the medal says you are?
Close your mouth. For the last time, I tell you.
The brave Captain Victoria, who never flies alone.
Shut your mouth.
In the sun, it is your mouth that dares. In the fog, it is mine. A frightening thing, the fog, eh, Captain? Like something alive that comes out of the ground and tries to pull flyers down to the hole in hell where they come from.
Is there no way to close your mouth?
Why don't you blast a few holes now through the fog so we can see where we're going?
This is the last time you fly with me, Big Mouth. The last... Marlow. What? Huh? Marlow, the fourth engine.
Got the petrol.
What?
Petrol line broken. Close it down.
Marlow. Marlow, falling.
Get away from me.
Can't see anything. The fog.
Stop spilling at me, you fool.
Marlow, get me down. I don't want to die. I can't...
No, it's not a mark. Leave me alone. The fog.
See yourself. We're crashing it. I won't die. I can't.
Wait. Look.
What?
What I saw. Yes. They're over land.
No, there is nothing.
There is land, I tell you. I saw it.
Yes. I see it. Oh, I am safe. Huh? I won't die. I will get down. I will.
Down.
Down. We're down.
Yes.
I told you I would get you out of this. I told you. Marlow! Ahead! The wall! Stop! The wall! Stop! Head. Victor. What? Oh. It's Marlow.
It's Marlow.
What? 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 Where are you? So dark. Oh. I see you. Bed next to me.
Marla.
Victor, you all right?
My legs broke.
So, my own pain is less now.
Oh, don't talk. Help.
No, Victor. This honor is mine as well as yours.
Huh?
My legs, too.
You lie. You're all right. You want me to be in pain.
Stop it.
Jealous of my honors. You always were.
Stop it. Who wants to listen to you? I want to know what I am. I want to know how badly our ship was hurt when we got here. For long I was unconscious.
I have the pleasure of answering your questions, good gentleman.
Who? Marla. Who's there?
I don't know. So dark. My name, gentlemen, is Frederick Gibbon. Doctor of medicine. Doctor?
The doctor. My legs, the pain.
Pain is quite secondary, believe me. But you must stop it. At once.
I order it.
Order?
Yes, order. You don't know who I am. I'm Captain Victor.
Wait. I assure you I know your identities quite well, good gentleman.
What do you mean?
Your identification papers are quite in order. And now a little more light, perhaps?
Yes.
I'll see you.
If you will pardon me.
No, stay. The pain.
Shut your mouth, will you? How can he help us until he brings light?
But the pain.
Pain. Did you expect to fall out of the clouds and wake up with the bands playing and a couple of women at your side?
How dare you?
You're a fool, Victor. Miracle happens to us. Smashing head on and then coming out of it with no more than broken bones. I tell you, it is a miracle.
The light. That was good. Only simple lanterns, but quite adequate, you'll agree.
Doctor, whatever your name is, I am Captain of Aviation, an active duty for the commander.
I told you, I know.
And you know your duty. Set my legs. Do you hear me?
What is your business, gentlemen?
But you said you knew who I was. My identification papers. You said
Yes,
it.
I said I knew who you were. But what is your business, gentlemen?
Aviators. I'm captain of...
Yes, a captain. But what is your business, captain?
He wants to know what we do, Victor.
What is your business, gentlemen?
What is any aviator's business? To fly. But why do you stand there talking? My leg broken. Fix them.
Did you stop to fix the bones, Captain? After you dropped the bombs on them? What do you know of that? Your plane was smashed quite badly, gentlemen, but not completely. Yes, there were two miracles.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
That the crash did not kill either of you, and that one small messenger of your civilization that was strung to the belly of your plane did not blast you to death. It fell to the ground undamaged, unbroken, all of its explosive virility quite intact inside of its metallic loins. Poetic, that, eh?
One of my bombs.
Yes. One of your bombs. Quite unhurt.
But I'm hurt. Do you hear me? Fix my leg. Stop the pain.
But why? We here are like you, gentlemen. If bodies are broken, if pain is given, we go our calm way. We do not stop. Good day, gentlemen.
Wait. Marlowe, make him wait.
Wait, Doctor.
Doctor, come back. You can't leave me. Come back. I'm hurt. In pain. Help me. Are you crazy?
Yes, Captain. Yes, indeed. I am.
All right, Victor. All right. The pain. It grows less and less. Pain cannot go on forever. My legs are quite numb now. Yours will become that way, too.
That devil.
Strange day, this, huh? You and I were born of the devil to smash up and have a crazy man come to our rescue.
What time is it?
Time? Who knows?
That crazy old fool. Why does he want to talk?
Do not start asking me why again, Victor. For a night I have been thinking those whys, and I know less than when I started. The man is crazy, that's all. When one is crazy, there are no whys.
You can't keep me here. Not me. I'll kill him.
Wait. Listen.
People.
Yes. Must be a street right below the window.
Get to the window, Marlowe. Get help.
If I throw something through the glass. Yes, the lamp.
No, stop.
Huh?
You'll bring the crazy devil up
It's
here.
our only chance.
No, he'll kill us. Do not throw it. I will. Hit it. Yes, you did. Good, Marlowe, good. Now, someone will come up here to help us. And that old devil, I will have him put away where he was. Huh?
Listen. I threw something through the glass, and everything below becomes quiet.
Why should that be?
Wait. Listen.
Like someone raising a ladder against the wall.
Yes.
Someone is coming. They'll help me.
Why a ladder?
You think it's the crazy?
You must have heard the glass breaking. Climbing up here to laugh at us.
No, it can't be him. My legs. I've got to have help. Daniel, I'm screaming.
Stop that! Look. Head coming up. Who?
No, it's not the crazy one. A girl.
Yes.
Come in, girl. Come in.
We need your help.
Yes, help. Call the police. Aviators. I am the aviator.
Come in, girl. We will not hurt you.
Don't sit there on the windowsill and stare at us, you fool. Don't you understand? I'm Captain Victoria.
Wait, Victoria. Wait. You frighten her. Come closer, girl. Closer. Look, my watch. I will give you this watch.
Pretty. You will give it to me?
Yes, of course he will. Give it to her, Marlowe.
Here, girl.
Pretty. You have other pretty things for me?
Yes. Here. Rings. My rings. There. Take them. Get help. Get me out of here.
Pretty. Oh, pretty.
You simple little fool. Try to understand. Get me help. Get me out of here.
Pretty things. I like pretty things.
We'll get you plenty of pretty things. Cover you with them. Just go back the way you came and get help for me. Quickly.
I had so many pretty things.
Yes, but hurry, girl. Go quickly. Get me help.
I want more pretty things.
In my pocket, huh? Let's see.
It hurts so to move. I have nothing. Marlowe, you give her...
Oh, you know I cannot move.
Pretty wings.
Yes, the wings on my tunic. You can have them. Here.
Pretty.
Now go. Do you hear? Go get help.
Will they take these away from me, too?
What is she talking about?
I don't know.
I had so many pretty things. They took everything away. All my pretty things. It dropped from the sky. And when it was gone, everything was gone. Everything was gone.
Stop crying. Who took what away from you?
From the sky. From the sky.
Marlowe. This one's crazy too.
Now, good gentlemen, it is time again to talk.
I'll kill you, I'll kill.
You know, that's why I like you, Mallow.
Well?
Your captain is so overly dramatic. Kill you, he says to me. It is quite foolish and unnecessary, don't you think so?
You devil, you keeping me here, not getting help. What are you trying to do? Cripple me for life?
I am doing nothing.
What are you going to do with us?
Money. I'll get you money. Just get me out of here. Money.
In this community, those silly little pieces of paper and metal are quite useless.
Well, you're crazy.
True enough. But haven't either of you discovered the greater truth?
Truth? What truth?
That everyone in this community is crazy.
Everyone? Crazy?
Oh, yes, indeed.
It cannot be.
But it is.
No, you're the only one.
How many times must I say it? This is my community, and we are all quite mad.
Where are we?
Or normal, all depending on the viewpoint.
Where is this place?
Ah, that's my little secret.
Secret? What do you mean?
Quite a long way from your civilization, and a high wall circles us. Remember, your airplane crashed into it?
Oh.
You see, my dear gentlemen, a long time ago, the people of what was once known as the normal world decided that I wasn't quite normal, so they were going to put me away. But I escaped them. Oh, quite cleverly. And I decided to make a world of my own. That is, a world normal to me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's simple. In a community where all men are mad, none are mad. Understand?
Get us out of here.
Quiet, Victoria. Listen to him.
Yes, listen to me. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I discovered this place, and I settled here. But after a while, I grew quite lonely. And I thought to myself, why shouldn't I find others like myself? People again, I use the phrase, people the so-called normal world called abnormal. But it was quite difficult to find enough of them and to get them to come to my little utopia. Until you fixed it.
We? Madman, what have we to do with you?
I mean you and your kind. Remarkable how many people in this world became abnormal as soon as your sort began to... What is the word you use? Began to enlighten the world.
Marlowe, make him stop talking.
No, I want to hear him.
Yes, hear me out. Remarkable how many people became like I am as soon as the enlightenment of brutality and conquest and domination, and above all, the enlightenment of flying bombs came upon me. Oh, I soon had more than enough candidates for my little community. Yes, indeed.
You can't keep us here.
No, not me, you can't.
But you surprise me, good gentleman. This is the ideal place for you.
What does he mean?
I mean that here in my little crazy town, we live and love and kill as our fancy strikes, without even the necessity of slogans and catchphrases with which to quiet the conscience. Oh, you'll want to stay with us, gentlemen.
Not me.
I won't stay here, you crazy old devil, you.
But are you so different, gentlemen?
I'd say...
And so am I.
But your business, Captain. Is it sane to fly the skies, to bring death to creatures made in your own image? To kill women and children?
We do our duty.
No man has a duty beyond what he knows is right. And since you do what you do, it must be because you believe it is right to kill and destroy, with no more reason than the dictum of ambitious, power-mad men. So I assure you, gentlemen, you are one of us. And so you will stay.
No, you can't keep me here.
Against our will.
Yes, your legs will mend, so you must want to stay. For if you go and give away our little secret, that would be most unfortunate for the rest of us. Oh, it's very definite, good gentlemen. You must want to stay.
Not in a madhouse.
Not me.
Gentlemen, good gentlemen, you make me weary and angry explaining. I tell you, you and yours are like us. The Prince of Normal Men said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." And you say, "Blessed are they that take with force." So how can you be normal?
If I had a gun...
A gun. Now, that's another thing. The Prince of the Normal said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." And you say, "Blessed are the war makers." Now, that proves that you're like us.
Stop it! It's out of
He
here!
said, "Blessed are they that are persecuted for righteousness' sake, and blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and say all manner of evil against you. But you are the persecutors, good gentlemen, so you are one of us. I welcome you. We all welcome you. Come in, ladies and gentlemen."
Huh? Who are they?
Tell us, who are they?
They are like you, the nobility of unreason. They have come to welcome you, gentlemen.
Hello. What? So dark. Leaving it for hours. The devil in hell, what is he up to?
Shut your mouth. If I go crazy, it will be you driving me to it.
You know, I'm a crazy one. Bringing us here and leaving us. Planning our death. I know it. Marla, tell me. What are they up to?
I don't know.
What's that?
What?
Someone came into the room.
No. No one.
Listen.
I hear. Who's there? Who's there? Woman. Yes. Who are you? What do you want? Victoria.
What does she say?
I don't know. She... What is it? What? Something in the arms. I can't see anything, so dark. Oh, no. I'm not afraid of her. The child. The child in her arms. Oh. Come closer, woman.
What do you want her for?
She can help us. Closer. Woman, closer. Woman, stop moaning to that child and listen. Listen. Help us get out of here, and we'll give you money. We'll get...
Victoria, what?
In her arms. Look.
I can't twist around my leg.
Woman, get away. Get away.
Victoria, what is it?
In
What?
her arms.
You said the child.
No. Woman, get away.
Tell me what?
Bomb.
Eat a bomb. Bomb? You have gone mad.
Now see for yourself, see. Oh! The bomb he stole us sent from our plane without exploding.
Woman, get out of here with that thing. Get out.
Get out with that woman, get out. You set it off. You get off.
No,
yes.
wait, reason with her. Woman, what are you saying? Why do you carry that bomb?
Baby. My baby.
Baby. No, it's a bomb. Do you hear me? A bomb.
Baby.
Put it down. If it goes off, it will kill you.
My baby. My baby. Something fell from the sky that day.
Victoria, she's crazy too.
Oh, this is my baby now.
No.
My little baby.
No.
Baby.
Don't touch the percussion head. It will go off. Marla, get up. Take it away from her. My legs, I can't move. No, don't touch it, woman. Don't.
Tonight's play, Crazy Town, was especially written for radio by Arch Oboler and featured Edmund O'Brien, Charlotte Manson, Paul Stewart, John Brown, and Betty Kane.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Like almost anyone else, I'm rather proud of my family tree. My ancestry dates back to the first sunrise, if you'll be tolerant of a bit of boasting. Like Adam and Eve, my family made its beginning with day and night. Later, we expanded. You heard of the sundial? Well, he was a grand old patriarch on my father's side. And I've had a few famous cousin aunts in the Middle Ages. They measured their existence by notches on a tallow candle. As the family grew, so grew our prestige. Big Ben, for instance, is a famous relation of mine. Yes. In the old days, we were very dignified and severe. But today? Well, the younger generation is rather frivolous, I'm afraid. My great-great-grandfather was a solid old gentleman who was very close to the King of France. You ought to see his great-great-grandniece. Of all things, she's decided to become a wristwatch. The old gentleman would burst a mainspring if he knew. Yes, we're all a bit proud of our ancestry, just as the Bradfords are. Important people, the Bradfords, born to the purple, so to speak. They had a townhouse in the city, a villa in the south of France, and a hunting lodge. But the hunting lodge is by far their favorite rendezvous.
Another sherry, Ken?
No, thanks, Diana. I'll have another brandy.
Don't you think you've had enough?
Don't be silly. You ought to give my sister a little talking to, Kent. She's getting to be a reformer.
I'm no reformer, Bud. It nearly bores me to see you drinking yourself to death.
Not a chance. I intend to remain alive for a long, long time. I'll leave you to learn, Diana. He's all right. Well, the dog's in fine shape for the morning's hunt. We'll show you a bit of quail hunting, Kent, that you've never seen before. Sounds good, Charles.
How can you be interested in quail after bagging a tiger in India and wild buffalo on the African veldt?
Oh, don't let my wife discourage you, Kent. I promise you plenty of excitement in the morning. Are you coming with us, Diana?
No, I'm staying here.
Diana feels that a quail is no match for her shooting eye. And I'm inclined to agree. By George, that woman's the best shot in the country. And quite a hunter, too. I understand my sister can stalk and kill an animal even better than a lion can. Of course, she does have to use a gun to do it. Now, look here, Bud.
Oh, leave him alone, Charles. He doesn't annoy me. Bud's just a bit squeamish about hunting. He feels it's a little like murder.
Well, isn't it? You brag about bagging tigers in India, but how do you do it? From the back of an elephant or a platform on top of a tree. Our sister's gone after tigers on foot, Bud. I've done the same thing, Bud, and it is a dangerous business. Funny thing, Kent, but you're the only one I can't make out. Diana's had a nose for hunting ever since I can remember. She started as a kid, with trapped for rats, and ended up on rhino.
Much to Bud's unhappiness.
Her psychology, and Charles, I can understand. They have a yen to kill, and they've found a way to do it legally. But...
Oh, let him talk. He's very interesting.
But you, Kent, you're different, am I? You're not a savage, a marauder. You're a civilized man. Why do you indulge in such an uncivilized practice? Well, perhaps it flatters my ego, Bud. Perhaps I'm a little more barbarous than you think I am.
Bud can never understand the thrill of hunting because he's never done it. He doesn't know what it means to match your wits with a wild animal. To stalk and finally outwit something that's 1,000 times your superior in strength and cunning.
I wonder how you would feel, Diana, if instead of being the hunter, you became the hunted.
Yes. Yes, I've often wondered what would happen if the roles were reversed, and we were trying to avoid being killed by the animals.
That happens very often in India. Among the natives, tigers have been known to carry off human beings.
But those people aren't hunters, as you and I are.
Well, in any case, young man, you have no right to condemn anything without having experienced it yourself.
Why don't you go out with Charles and Kent in the morning, Bud?
I refuse to kill for no reason at all.
You needn't hunt. You can watch. It might give you an even better argument against what you insist on calling murder.
All right, I will. I'll go along with you two homicidal nimrods. I only hope I have the stomach to speak to either of you after it's over.
Oh, my handsome brother isn't quite as chicken-hearted as I thought he was.
Where are you going, Bud? Up to bed. And I'm taking the brandy bottle with me. The young man's a little too big for his britches.
The result is too much money, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm turning in myself. Are you coming down?
No, I'll have a cigarette first, Charles. You go ahead.
We'll be ready to leave at 5 a.m., Kent. I'll be up. I'll see you in the morning, then. Good night. Good night, Charles.
Has it been a pleasant weekend, Kent?
Yes, very pleasant, Diana. I'm glad I was invited.
There won't be many more invitations like this.
Have I abused my privilege as a guest?
No. We've abused ours as hosts.
How do you mean?
We're selling the estate.
Really?
To get a bit of house in France, in the townhouse.
Why, Diana? What for?
My husband is going into bankruptcy.
No.
Well, don't look so shocked. He isn't the first.
But I just don't understand. I thought Charles was a very wealthy man.
He was, yes. But money has a habit of disappearing when you spend it like water. And you're never around to manage your business affairs.
I see. And what about your brother, Bud? Can't he help you out?
He could, but he won't. He's still got every penny he inherited from Father, and he'll continue to have it, and keep it, for himself. Oh, it doesn't matter, really. We'll get along.
If there were anything I could do,
Well, it's sweet as you can. But you're no millionaire. And the amount we need much too large. We're used to living high, and we can't reform. My husband's a fool, and I have to pay for his unbusinesslike qualities. I suppose I'd have been better off if I'd married a man like you.
Diana, please don't let's go into that again. You know how I feel about it.
Yes. Yes, of course. A gentleman never makes love to his first wife.
Diana, please.
All right, we'll let it go at that. I'm tired. I think I'll turn in.
You're sure you won't come along with us in the morning?
No, thanks. But I'll see you at dinner when you return.
All right.
And Ken?
Yes?
Good hunting.
Why, good morning, Ken. Wonderful, Charles. A perfect morning for killing. Now, look here, Bud. If you're coming along with us, let's have none of that. Bud, try to be tolerant until the hunt is over. That's my best. Oh, the two very excellent pointers you have there, Charles. King over here is the better one, no? The Prince is just a bit over-anxious at times. He's inclined to false point, I reckon. I think Queenie's caught a glance at. What happens when those dogs locate the unlucky creatures, Jim? We butcher them in their nests. We flush them before we shoot, Bud. We don't fire unless they're on the wing. That's very decent of you. The dogs are entering the woods. Perhaps they're after something a little bigger than quail. No, I doubt it. Let's follow them in. Now, really the most ridiculous... Will you be quiet, please, Charles? There's the Prince. Throat in one pocket. Steady now. He's your bird, Kent. Nice shot. Wonderful. Oh, go on, Prince. Retrieve him. That's on. The private animal standing stock still. By the way, where's the other dog? Where's King? King? King boy! Honey, just a minute, Charles. Let's have a look behind those trees. Wait. It's King. He's been hurt. He's dead. Do you think one of our shots might have... Look at this wound in his throat. Oh, that's the way it appears to me. Poor animal. Poor animal? What about me? This dog was expensive. Took me years to train. I feel sorry for you too, Charles. What could have killed this dog? I can't make it out. I didn't hear any sound. Did you, Bud? None about him. But yet, look at that throat. King was large for his breed. He could put up a fight if he wanted to. And we'd have heard it if he did. Let's get the Prince over here. See if he can pick up a scent. Prince! Prince! Where in blazes is he? He was there just a moment ago. Prince! He must be behind that clearing, Charles. Sounds like he's in trouble. Come on. Kent. It's the Prince. But look at his throat. It'll be mangled in exactly the same way. I can't believe it. How can two dogs be killed right under our noses? Why didn't they bark? Why didn't they struggle? Let's have a look at the ground. I can't have this. Charles, what is it? Come over here. Look at this. What's that? Footprint, yes. In this wet patch of ground. Look at the size of them. They're over a foot long. What kind of an animal could have made those prints? I don't know, but I thought I'd seen the tracks of every animal under the sun, but I've never seen anything like this before. We seem to have run into a new type of monster, Charles. And a killer as well. Since the beginning of time, knowledge has been man's best reassurance against fear. It has always been the unknown, the incomprehensible, that he has been afraid of. The first mammoth tracks for the prehistoric man, the first gorilla prints for the African savage, and now for 3 lone hunters, these mysterious and fearsome impressions in the mud. Have you found any more prints, Kent? No. Just these three. Three? Yes, like a triangle. Well, you think this creature may be three-legged? I don't know. Well, what will we do? I haven't decided yet. I only carry small-bore guns. If this monster's as big as you think it is... Well, the hunter seems to be a little worried. His gun isn't big enough. He needs nothing less than an armored tank to bag a rabbit. One more crack out of you, Bud. Brother-in-law or no brother-in-law? I'll take it easy. My two best dogs. Massacred like chickens. If I could get a bead on whatever did the job, you want to try? Hard game if you are. I once saw a man bring down a lion with a light Springfield rifle. It was a lucky shot and it took nerve, but he did it. Between the two of us... The two of us is right. You won't get any help from this fool over here. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Charles. I'll take the place of your dogs. What? I'll scout for you. I'm good at that sort of thing. You just watch the old bloodhound hit the trail. I'll yell if I see anything suspicious. Bud! Come on, let's follow him. Those footprints baffle me completely. Why only three? And the web marks, I can't make those out either. They look something like a duck print. A duck? Providing you could find a duck that was 9 feet high. Is that how big you think the animal is? At least. I wonder... You wonder what, Charles? Why, I've heard stories. Wait a minute. Bud! Yes? You all right? The old bloodhound is still on the trail. What were you saying about stories, Charles? Well, they had to do with prehistoric monsters, swamp creatures from out of the past. Well, whatever it is, we'll catch up with it soon enough. Charles, wait. What's the matter? I want to examine this tree. You find anything unusual? Look at these holes. What are they? I'm not sure, but they could have been caused by heavy claws. Nothing in the branches up there. Yet something must have scraped and climbed part of the way up this trunk very recently. Our quarry, Charles, may have wanted to keep an eye out. For us. I don't like this, kid. Neither do I. I think we ought to go back for more help. We could round up a party of 20 or so and beat the woods in a circle. Then, with bigger guns, we'd be in a better position. Yes, that's not a bad idea. Well, let's get started. Wait a minute. We've got to get Bud back here. Bud! Bud! He must have got too far ahead of us to hear. We'd better catch up with him, Charles. It would serve the idiot right if he got lost. He can't be too far away. We're only separated by a couple of 100 yards. Bud! Where are you, Bud? He's trying to trick us. I don't think so. You don't know this brother-in-law of Charles. What? Don't move. What do you see? There's something in that underbrush. Oh, blast its head off. Don't fire. Wait until it moves. I don't see anything. Come a little closer. Quiet. Kid, look! It's Bud. His throat. He's dead. We've got to get out of these woods, kid. Not so fast. Let me take a look at the ground over here. Not a sound. He didn't make a sound before he died. He never had a chance. So? Well? The same print. The web feet? Yes. 3 of them. Where do they lead? They don't. They just stop there. Well, the only thing we can do is to get back to town and inform the authorities. We can do that. What do you mean, if? How far into these woods have we gone? Oh, 3 or 4 miles, and I know every inch of the way there. Perhaps our quarry does, too. What are you getting at, kid? We may as well face it, Charles. We're not the hunters anymore. We are the hunted. I don't know what you mean. We're being tracked down and slaughtered one by one, the way I've tracked and slaughtered so many animals myself. Oh, are you going crazy, kid? No, I'm not going crazy. I'm just being honest and logical. Do you remember what Bud said to us last night? How would we feel if the roles were reversed? If the animals hunted us? Yes. Now I know what he meant. That's exactly why I want to get back to town. We can't run away from it. If we get panicky, we haven't got a chance. Then what can we do? Face it, Charles, and use the strongest weapon we still have. Our brains. What do you mean? We've got to outwit this horror. Yes. And we can do it, too, if we keep our heads. I've hunted all over the world, and I know every trick that there is to know about tracking game. Surprise is the hunted animal's biggest asset, and we'll use it. All right. We are no longer the hunters, Charles. Remember that. We're the quarry now. Have you ever wondered how it feels to be a hunted beast? Well, Charles and Kent are finding out. Listen. We're only a couple of miles from the edge of the woods now. Don't hurry. Walk slowly and watch. Kent. Yes. Look at that rock. It's a blood smear. Fresh. I'd say it was made in the last 5 minutes. Then that monster must be nearby. Can you climb, Charles? Climb. That tree. It forks about 10 feet up. We'll be fairly safe there for a while. I think I can make it. Go ahead. I'll cover you as you go up, and then you can cover me when I follow. All right. I've got a plan in mind that may work. We'll go over the details up there.
Oh, how much longer must we roost up here in this tree, Kent?
Be patient. Your life is worth a little discomfort, isn't it?
We've been here for hours. We haven't seen a thing.
But we're still alive.
Well, what about that plan you talked about before?
Yes, I think it might.
Shouldn't we get on with it? It's getting dark.
That's exactly what I'm waiting for.
The doctor?
Yes.
We'll be at a disadvantage.
Oh, no, we won't. The hunted are most dangerous in the dark, and we are the hunted. Charles.
Well?
There's something I want to tell you about.
What is it?
It's about Diana and me.
Diana and you?
You're a good friend of mine, Charles. I've just got to be honest with you. Things been on my mind for so long.
What is it?
She's in love with me, Charles. I don't know how I feel about her, but I'm not going to wait around long enough to find out. I'm leaving the country. If we ever get out of here alive, and I'm leaving for good.
Well, you needn't make any excuses. I don't care any more about Diana than she does about me. And you weren't the first man she's gone for since we were married.
What?
Well, she thinks she's been very clever about it, but she doesn't fool me.
Certainly surprised to see you taking it that way.
Stop being surprised and get us out of here. That's the only thing that interests me now.
It'll be dark in a few more minutes, and then we can go to work. We'll place the trap right below this tree.
You're setting a trap?
Yes. Something that I learned in South America. I hope it works.
And if it doesn't?
Then it won't make any difference to either of us. About Diana.
How deep do you want this ditch to be?
Only about 8 inches, and 20 to 25 inches wide. All right. Let me have your hunting knife now.
What are you going to do?
Plant it in the ground.
Here.
Excellent. Stick it in. Blade up. Over there.
Oh, yes. I'm beginning to see what you're getting at.
We'll try to attract our monster in this direction and keep our fingers crossed. If he trips over that ditch, as I expect him to, then he'll fall on top of this knife blade.
But won't he see the ditch?
No, not if we cover it carefully with twigs and leaves. I better start doing that right away.
There's enough dry leaves in this clearing, Kent.
Maybe some over the other side.
Oh, I'll go and get some.
Wait a minute. I thought I heard something.
I didn't hear anything.
All right. When we've covered this ditch, we'll raise our voices to attract its attention.
What about the rifles?
We'll each take a stand on either side of the tree, and when we spring the trap, we'll both fire as well. That ought to do the trick.
I wonder what it looks like.
A hunter?
Yes.
I'd rather think about it.
I'll get the rest of those leaves.
Don't go too far.
No, I'm all right. I can see up to 20 yards ahead of me. Now the moon's coming out.
Find some, Charles?
Yes. Over here.
All right, come back.
No, wait a minute. There's something...
Charles!
No.
Charles. All right. All right, whoever you are, you've sunk your claws into him, but you've one more to go, my invisible friend. And in order to get me, you'll have to come after me. I'm over here. This way. You can't miss me. Over this way.
I've trapped you!
Kent!
Diana!
I was rather baby about it. Don't you?
So that's why the dogs didn't make a sound. They recognized you.
I didn't want to kill you, Captain. Just the others. And the dogs had to go before I could get to them.
But why, Diana? Why did you do it?
I killed Bud for his money. And I killed Charles for you. I used these hooks strapped to my fingers.
You must have been insane.
Insane?
The footprints. They were your rubber swimming fins.
Yes. But your track was more.
Diana.
Don't try to move. You'll only be wasting your time. Remember, I wished you good hunting, Captain. Well, I trust you had it with me.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Sees Double.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company is happy to devote this time to an announcement from the United States government on today's most important event. The opening of the 6th War Loan Drive. Many Americans, unfortunately, won't be hearing this announcement beside their home radios tonight. Some are crouching in rain-filled foxholes in the Philippines or Burma. Others are slogging through cold and mud in northern Italy or in France, plagued by the new German stratosphere bomb. But they're not complaining. They're just asking for the weapons they need to get the fighting over and get them home again as soon as possible. That's where you come in. It's going to take more B-29s, lots more, at $600,000 each, and M4 tanks at $67,000 each. Yes, millions and millions more dollars. But you're not being asked to give your dollars. Just invest them in the world's safest investment, a United States war bond. Make it a $100 bond this time. Your war bond dollars not only pay you excellent interest while ensuring your future security, but they say to the boys we sent over there, you're not quitting, neither am I, till it's over there. And now, the Whistler.
You've heard of identical twins, haven't you? Yes. You don't run across them very often, but once in a while you'll find two people who look so much alike that even their own parents can't tell them apart. And that can lead to all sorts of complications. There's one case I have in mind especially. The case of Mona and Martha Spencer, identical twin sisters. They were exactly alike. Their friends couldn't tell them apart. Their mother and father, before they died, had trouble distinguishing between them. After their parents' death, they were alone in the world. Two devoted, loving sisters. At least that's what everyone thought. Two loving sisters, beautiful, popular, surrounded by admirers. Then along came Bill Everett, handsome, successful, the catch of the season, as they say. And Mona caught him. Yes, they became engaged, and Mona bought out the stores for her trousseau. And one night, she and Martha stood in Mona's room, admiring the beautiful dresses and lingerie she had purchased.
And this dress, and this robe, and... What's the matter, Martha? Oh, nothing. I think they're beautiful, all of them. Especially this dress. I wonder how I'd look in it. Well, you'd look lovely, dear, the same as I will. Why don't you try it on? You mean it? Well, of course. It'll be like looking in a mirror as myself. Go ahead. I'd like to see how it will look on me. Well, if you're sure you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. Go ahead. Try it on. Oh, you're a very lucky girl, Mona. Lucky? Be so lovely and have Bill. Well, if I'm lovely, so are you. We're both alike. Yes, except for one thing. But, Martha, what is it? We've never had secrets from each other. How aren't we alike? You have Bill. Oh, I do believe you're jealous. Are you in love with Bill, too? Nonsense. I just can't help feeling a little jealous, naturally. You found your man, and I... Well, you blame me. We're not alike in another respect, Martha. You're weak, and I'm strong. Weak? Yes. I found my man, as you put it, because I made up my mind to find him. You should do the same. Darling, what's happened to all your boyfriends? You've been staying home so much lately. Well, I just haven't felt like going out, that's all. Martha, sometimes I don't understand you. You're so moody lately. Oh, that's probably Bill. Run down and let him in like a good girl. I'll be dressed in a minute. All right. I'm coming. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mona. Oh, wearing your new dress, huh?
Oh, yes, but
It's beautiful. Well, get your coat. We're late.
Oh, but Bill,
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Oh, well, that's hardly the way to kiss a sister.
Huh? Oh.
I've been trying to tell you, Bill. I'm Martha.
Poor Bill can't tell his fiancée from her sister. Yes. It's too bad that incident at the door had to happen, because it gave Martha an idea. She tried to put it out of her mind, but she couldn't. She thought about it all evening while Mona and Bill were out having a good time.
Tell me from Mona. Couldn't tell me from Mona. Not even when he kissed me. She couldn't tell.
Yes, that little voice kept whispering to her over and over and over again. It wouldn't go away. The thought was there, insistent, growing. If even Bill couldn't distinguish between them, why not? Why not? By the time Mona came home, the thought had grown into a plan, and Martha was waiting for her sister.
Oh, hello, Martha. Still up? Yes, I couldn't sleep. Oh, what's the matter? I've been thinking. Really? Oh, that's good. Oh, now run along to bed like a good girl. I'm dreadfully tired. Suppose you had a good time with Bill tonight. Wonderful. Where did you go? To the 74 Club in Maisie's, and... Oh, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Tell me now. Martha, what's the matter with you? Why are you still up? It's late. You should have been in bed long ago. I couldn't sleep. Well, that's too bad, dear. Why not pick something? I was thinking. I didn't want to sleep. Well, that's a waste of time. Now run along and get to bed. I'm certainly not going to stay and talk just because you don't want to go to bed. I'll tell you all about tonight in the morning, dear.
Mona goes on about the absorbing business of getting ready for bed, but Martha stays in her room, sitting, watching her, and through her mind go the details of the plan, carefully, minutely. She watches her sister's beauty preparations with a stoic look on her face, but with hatred burning and growing inside her. Then Mona is ready. She climbs into bed and prepares to turn out the light.
Run along, Martha. I'm going to bed. I want to talk. I told you we'd talk in the morning. No, we won't. What? There isn't going to be any tomorrow for you, Mona. What do you mean? What are you trying to do, scare me? I remember when we were little girls, you used to try to scare me. We're not children anymore, Martha. No, we're not, are we? But one thing is still the same.
You always get the best of everything. That's the thing. I've hated you for years, never really known it until now. Hated having a sister. A sister who always got the best of everything. And then Bill came along.
So I was right. You are in love with Bill.
Yes, Mona, I'm in love with Bill. And you were right about another thing. I'm jealous of you. You're just lucky. You always have been lucky. You met him first, so he fell in love with you. Why couldn't it have been me? If I'd met him first, he would have fallen in love with me. Yes, you're laughing at me now, but you won't laugh much longer. You were right about several things, Mona, but you were terribly wrong about one thing. You said, I'm weak and you're strong. Well, you were wrong, Mona. I'm not weak. I'm strong. I'm stronger than you. I'm strong enough to kill you.
You're a fool. You wouldn't gain anything by killing me.
Wouldn't I?
Now stop this nonsense and go to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning when you're more calm.
You don't believe me, do you, Mona? You don't believe there isn't going to be any morning for you. But it's true, Mona. You're going to die tonight. I'm going to kill you.
Martha! Where did you get that gun?
That gun? Why don't you remember, Mona? This was Father's gun.
Put that down!
You can't order me around any longer. I saw it all up.
Get away from me! Martha!
Clumsy, aren't you, Mona? You can't run away from me.
Martha! No! No!
I'm following you, Mona. You won't go far. Just to the top of the stairs. Then you'll be down on your knees, begging me not to kill you. But it won't do you any good.
Martha, in heaven's name!
You see, it's you who's weak, not me. I'm strong.
Martha! Martha, no! You're making a mistake. It won't do you any good. Martha, wait, please. Listen to me.
You see, Mona, I told you you'd be begging on your knees.
You must listen.
No. You listen. You don't think I'll gain anything by killing you. You think I'll be caught and convicted and die. Well, you're wrong again, Mona. I won't be caught and I won't die. No one will even know you're dead, Mona, because after I kill you, I'm going to become you. They'll think I died. They'll think I committed suicide.
Martha, please!
Perfect, Mona. Perfect in every respect. Isn't it lucky we're twins? How fortunate we look exactly alike. How fortunate we sound exactly alike. You are me now, Mona. And you're going to kill yourself.
No! Don't! No! No! No!
Hold still, Mona. Struggle. Won't do you any good. I'm strong, Mona. I'm strong enough to put this gun to your head. It must look like suicide, Mona. The gun. Close. Powder burns on your face. Hold still, Mona, while I pull the trigger.
So Martha Spencer killed her twin sister, Mona. Then, carrying out her plan, she immediately assumed Mona's identity. She changed into Mona's dress, arranged the gun in Mona's hand, took Mona's engagement ring and diamond clip, dressed Mona in one of her robes, and put her dinner ring on Mona's finger. Oh, yes, it was perfect. Perfect in every detail. What could the police suspect when not even Bill Everett could tell Mona and Martha apart?
Hello? Police department? I think you better come to 437 Oak Street right away. My sister just committed suicide. What? Oh, yes, I'm Mona Spencer.
Yes, it's done now. Now there's no turning back, Martha. So don't get nervous. Keep calm and face the police just as if it really had been suicide. Nothing is going to go wrong, nothing. Not if you keep your head. Your plan is perfect. When the police arrive, you do keep your head. They ask only a few simple questions. And Bill, who arrives soon after, is with you to keep you steady. So you carry it off rather well.
I'm sorry to subject you to these questions, Miss Spencer. I know how you must feel.
Poor Martha. She threatened to kill herself, but I didn't think she'd do it.
Had she been depressed recently?
Oh, yes, very depressed. She seemed to be losing control of herself. She was never quite the same after our parents died.
Do you suppose your forthcoming marriage had anything to do with it?
Well, I'm afraid it did. You see, Martha and I were always very close to each other. She had no boyfriends. I couldn't understand it. She was very attractive.
Yes, just as you are.
Yes. But for some reason, no one ever became seriously interested in her. And then when Bill and I...
Yes, I understand. By the way, Mr. Everett, Did Martha Spencer say anything to you that might lead you to believe she contemplated suicide?
Well, I can't say she did.
It's all right, dear. You needn't spare me. I'm sure you must have noticed how strangely she's been acting lately.
Well, come to think of it, she didn't quite seem to be herself.
I see. Well, I don't think we need to trouble you any further, Miss Spencer. These were just routine questions. The coroner's verdict was suicide. I'm satisfied.
Then if you'll excuse me.
Of course. I'll be running along. Oh, don't bother to show me out. I can find my way.
Thank you. Goodbye, Inspector.
Bye.
Goodbye, and good luck.
Well, Mona, I think I better be running along, too. I'll call you in the morning, huh?
I'll let you go, Bill. I don't want to be alone for a while.
Oh, yes, I know, but... Well, see here, Mona, I thought perhaps in view of what's happened, you might want to postpone our marriage for a while.
Oh, nonsense, Bill. I feel badly about poor Martha, of course. But we can't help her now. We may as well forget it and enjoy our own happiness.
As you wish.
Bill.
Yeah?
You haven't kissed me since Martha died.
Oh, sorry.
I love you, Bill. And now you're mine. Forever.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, several weeks went by. Martha thought she'd better wait a little while to make certain that the cold-blooded murder of her sister was not suspected. Yes, she was a clever girl, this Martha Spencer, posing as her twin sister, Mona. Martha knew she looked exactly like Mona. But did she talk exactly like her, and walk and act and make love exactly like Mona? At first, the possibility bothered her.
Bill, kiss me.
Okay. There.
Bill.
Yeah?
You sometimes act so cold. I haven't done anything to make you feel differently.
Oh, you know better than that. What's eating you, Mona?
Nothing. I mean, I just wondered if I'd changed any. So much has happened.
No, you haven't changed, Mona. You'll never change. Never in this world.
Yes, everything was going all right. Bill didn't suspect a thing, neither did the police. And after a few weeks, Martha felt secure. Bill didn't act as she had expected him to act. There was a sort of a chilly detachment in his attitude toward her, but perhaps that was only because he was shy or reticent to show his feelings before they were married. So the thing to do was to hurry up the marriage.
Bill, why should we wait? Why don't we go ahead and get married? Right away.
Okay, I suppose we might as well get it over with.
That's a fine way to talk about our marriage.
Okay, so we'll get married. We'll drive out to Raleigh tomorrow and get the license.
Raleigh?
Yes.
Why drive way out to a little town like that to get it?
Well, you know why as well as I do.
Oh, yes, Of course, dear, anything you say.
That's strange, isn't it, Martha? You don't know what he meant by that, do you? There must be some secret between Mona and Bill that you didn't know about. But never mind, it can't be very important. And he didn't suspect you. Don't worry about it as you drive out to Raleigh. Go to the courthouse and sign the application. But now there's something else. You watch amazed as Bill signs the application for a license.
Bill?
It's all right. I've signed correctly. Look, you can see for yourself.
Bill,
Mona, what's getting into you?
Next, please.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
Let's see now. Seems to be all right. That'll be $2, please.
There you go.
Thank you. We'll have to wait 3 days, you know. Oh, well, better wait a moment now than later in a divorce court. Let's see, let me check these names here again. Miss Mona Spencer and Mr. George Garrett. There was something wrong, something terribly wrong. Why did Bill sign the license George Garrett? A cold chill clutched at Martha's heart, but she didn't say anything to him. On the way home, he suggested that they celebrate the occasion by going out that evening to a little roadhouse up in the mountains. She accepted, of course, and told him she'd be ready at 7. She left his car and went up the steps of her home. Yes, her home now, all hers. She opened the front door. And as she closed it, something on the stairs caught her attention.
Oh.
She looked at the top of the stairs. There was nothing there. She shrugged her shoulders and walked up. Just her imagination. Or was it? She paused at the top and looked at the rug. This was where she had killed Mona. She could almost see her, hear her.
Martha, no, you're making a mistake. It won't do you any good. Martha, wait, listen to me. Stop it, you fool.
Yes, stop it, Martha. You're beginning to hear things. She went to her room, Mona's room. It was good to be alone, to enjoy Mona's trousseau. All those wonderful things. She slid open the closet door. Such beautiful dresses. Which one should she wear tonight? She tried to concentrate, sat down at the mirror, and there was her reflection. Mona's reflection. Oh, now isn't that a shame? Breaking that beautiful mirror and that fine bottle of perfume. She got up and paced the floor. She simply couldn't get it out of her mind. Why did Bill sign his name George Garrett? And why do Mona's words keep coming back to her?
You're making a mistake. It won't do you any good. Martha, wait. Listen to me. I won't think about it. I won't.
That's right, Martha. Don't think about it. Get dressed. Make yourself beautiful as Mona was. You should be happy tonight, Martha. In just 3 days, you'll be married to Bill. That's what you wanted, wasn't it? Well, then, be happy. Enjoy yourself tonight with Bill.
Bill,
Yeah?
what's the matter?
Matter? Nothing. Why?
You've been so quiet. You've hardly spoken a word since we started.
Oh, I'm sorry. Beautiful night, isn't it?
That's no good, Bill. Something's wrong. What is it?
Now, look, Mona, I don't remember that part of the bargain was catering to your whims.
Bargain?
Oh, never mind.
Bill, there's something I don't understand.
Yeah, what?
It's about the name you signed on the marriage license.
It's okay, I told you once. I signed my right name.
Your right name?
You saw it yourself. For heaven's sake, Mona, will you cut it out?
Yes, of course, Bill. I'm sorry.
Sorry. That's a hot one.
Bill,
Yeah?
you don't love me, do you?
Oh, why go into that?
Because I want to know.
Okay. I love you. Do you have to keep hammering at me?
Sorry, Bill. Please don't shout at me. Bill,
Well, what is it now?
where are we going?
I told you once, to a little roadhouse.
Well, I don't seem to recognize this road. Where are we?
Oh, we're up in the mountains. We'll be at the top soon.
Bill,
You have to talk, Mona. Aren't you satisfied? You've had your own way. What more do you want?
I want to know why you don't love me.
I do love you. I'm crazy about you. Now leave me alone, will you?
I'm not a fool, Bill. I want the truth.
Oh, you do? Well, just be patient, Mona. We're almost there.
Almost where?
At the top. Yeah. Just around this curve. There. We're here.
I don't see any roadhouse.
No, there isn't any more.
Then why are we stopping?
So you can get the truth. You're always getting everything you want. All right, Mona. Look over there.
Where?
Over there, while I...
Bill, what are you doing?
Just tying your arms. And now I'm gagging you.
No, why are you doing that?
There we are.
No.
Oh.
No.
How does it feel to be gagged, Mona? Oh, no, Mona, it's no use. You're going to listen to me now. You had your own way long enough. Always talking, always ordering, demanding. Well, I'm not going to go through with it, Mona. I'm not going to marry you. You can only torture a man so long, and then he does something about it. And I'm going to do something about it right now. Yes, Mona. Yes, I'm going to kill you. I tried to reason with you. I begged, I pleaded, I threatened, but you only laughed at me. You thought because you knew my secret you could force me to marry you. Well, you can't. I'd rather go to prison than marry you. No, I won't marry you. And I won't go to prison because this is going to look like an accident. I've got a perfect alibi, Mona. I can count for every minute of this evening. When they find you, they'll think you took that curve too fast, and they'll pronounce it accidental death. Perfect. This is your car, and there's nothing to connect me with even being here this evening. And I'll be rid of you, Mona. I'll be free to marry Lois. Oh, you didn't know Lois, did you? You didn't even know such a person existed, did you? Well, she does. And I'm in love with her. I love her, not you. And I'm going to marry her.
Please.
Do you any good to beg for her? I can't trust you. I trusted you once with a secret, and you tried to blackmail me. Blackmail me into marrying you.
Oh, listen, Booker, you got to run down.
I can't let you go over the cliff, bound and gagged. No. No, that was just to make you listen so I could tell you why you're going to die. Wouldn't do to have them find you with your arms tied together. That wouldn't look quite like an accident, would it? Well, this is it, Mona. Now, you won't feel a thing when I bruise your pretty little head. Now, just remove the gag and the rope. Remove the brake. Engage the clutch. Start the engine. Goodbye, Mona. Pleasant dreams.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, let's test your memory. How long has it been since you had the lubricant changed in your transmission and differential? That's an important question, because the tremendous pressure under which the gears in most modern cars operate gradually pulverizes tiny metal particles and turns even the best lubricant into a grinding, harmful abrasive. That's why, if it's been 5,000 miles or over 6 months since you had your transmission and differential lubricant changed, your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer suggests that now is a good time to do it. Now, when you bring your car in to have its Signal Safety Chart lubricated for winter protection. Your Signal dealer has the equipment to thoroughly flush out the old, worn-out lubricant. And his Signal Safety Chart shows the exact type of scientific high-pressure gear lubricant prescribed by the maker of your car. It's just another part of your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer's complete, conscientious service to help your car go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Poor William Everett, or George Garrett. That was his real name. He didn't get away with it. His alibi was foolproof enough so far as the accident was concerned. But he forgot that Inspector Dudley would check up on the marriage license and see his name signed big as life. The name of George Garrett, an escaped convict. Yes, Inspector Dudley didn't have to pin a murder on him. All he had to do was send him back to prison to finish serving a term of life imprisonment. Poor Bill. He only committed murder to protect his secret. And he never knew that it wasn't Mona he killed. It was Martha. And Martha hadn't the slightest idea that he had a secret, so she would never have given him away. Too bad Martha couldn't have known the truth before she killed Mona. Oh, well. That's what happens sometimes when you're a twin and you're in love with the same man as your sister.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Ralph Rose and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Every go signal reminds you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Walks a Tight Wire.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Emotion of hatred seeks its effect in strange places. For instance, you'd think there would be no place for it among the spangles, the gaiety of the big top, where heavily painted faces wear perpetual smiles, and the band is raucous in its 4/4 happiness. Here, laughter reigns supreme. But have you ever seen the circus as the late evening breeze whips up the dust of the old county fairground? As the last customers straggle across the track to the waiting cars, and the big top begins to come down. The air is thick with dust churned from the feet of straining men and animals. The air is blue with the shouts of sweating men working feverishly. The circus is moving on.
Come on, you roustabout. Hey, get those wagons rolling. We got a long jump to Murfreesburg in the morning. Come on, get them rolling. Check the animals, Rusty. Okay, boss.
Hello, Michael. Better hurry up. We're pulling out in a hurry.
Okay, Mr. Morgan. How was the show tonight?
Good audience. If we just keep this up, we got nothing to worry about. Oh, by the way, your act was good. Getting better all the time.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Well, wait till you see our new routine. Marie's going to be sensational.
Good. Will you have it ready for Dalton?
Gee, I don't know. Well, that's only 3 days away.
Yeah, I know, but that's our most important show. We always try to do our best there.
Okay, we'll try it. I'll get her up on the wire first thing in the morning.
Good. Say, look at that sky. I hope this weather holds out for another 3 days. Well, hurry up, Michael. Get ready to roll.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
See you later.
Yes, another stand is played and the circus is starting to roll. Everything's going fine. There's a smile of satisfaction on the face of Mr. Morgan as he glances over the night's box office report in his little private wagon. Everything's going well. Maybe too well, Morgan. Maybe right at this moment a shadow is creeping over the big top. A menacing shadow of hate.
Who's there? Well, who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Hello, Morgan.
Who? Enrico, I didn't recognize you. The light. Come in, my friend.
Thank you, Morgan. I am happy that you remember me.
Remember you? Oh, glory, man, how could I forget you? Enrico, the greatest tight wire artist in the business.
That was long ago.
Yes, but, man, where have you been for the last 10 years? Why, I've looked for you. Ask everyone. Advertised in the billboard. Well, you disappeared right off the face of the earth.
Yes, I have been away. I have worked at many things, my friend, with my hands. Worked at any job I could find where I could grip hard with my hands.
Grip hard?
A complex, no doubt. A desire to hang on to something. Perhaps to steady myself in a world that has turned upside down for me.
Yeah, you've had a bad time. Why did you disappear so none of us could find you? We wanted you.
I know, Morgan, I know. But perhaps you do not remember what happened 10 years ago.
You mean... Oh, yes. Tony, your son.
Yes. Tony, my only son. Tony was killed just 10 years ago last month.
Yes, of course. I remember now. He was working on the high trapeze with Savini.
Yes, with Savini. The great Savini.
An unfortunate accident. All at one time, the greatest trapeze artist of them all and the most promising youngster. It was a blow to the circus, and of course to you.
Yes.
But then, those things happen in our business, Enrico. You can't let them get you down. The show must go on, in spite of accidents.
Accidents. Everybody always says accident. But that was no accident.
Enrico, what do you mean?
My son's death was no accident. It was murder.
How can you say that, Enrico? I saw it myself. So did you. They were trying a very difficult trick. It missed. They both fell. How could it have been murder?
Because it was Savini's fault. His egotism. Always trying those impossible tricks. Tony worshipped Savini. Would do anything he asked. If Savini wanted to kill himself, that was all right. But he killed my only son, too.
But, Enrico...
If he hadn't died himself, I would have killed him with my bare hands. That's why I've been gripping these last few years, working with my hands, gripping Savini's throat.
Enrico, get hold of yourself. You can't let such thoughts get you. It was unfortunate, but Tony's dead, and so is Savini. The whole thing is over, done with, closed. You've got to forget and go on.
Yes. I suppose you are right.
And if I can help, you know all you have to do is ask me.
Thank you, Morgan. And perhaps I will.
Just name it.
I want a job with the circus.
With the circus?
Oh, no. Not on the high wire, of course. I've lost that long ago. But any job. Just a helper, a roustabout, just to feel the circus in my blood again.
Well, of course, Enrico, if you really want it. You can sleep here in my wagon tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to the foreman.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Oh, you do not know what you have done for me.
I wonder if Mr. Morgan caught the look in Enrico's eye when he said that. I wonder if he felt the gnawing hatred in the tortured face. I wonder if he felt that menacing shadow grow larger and spread across the circus. No, I suppose he didn't. Nobody felt it yet, except Enrico. Next day, he took up his new duties, but once the big top was up and he had a chance to look around, he headed for the performer's tent. There was purpose in his walk, and his hands gripped tightly into a fist. Into the tent he went, his eyes darting at the familiar sight. Makeup tables, mirror, grease paint, the heavy chests in which performers kept their belongings, their names painted on the side. He scanned each one anxiously, intently. There was a frown on his face until, suddenly, off in a corner, he saw it. Just another chest, but it was the one he was looking for. Yes, there it was. The name he'd thought he'd heard yesterday at the show. The name on the chest was Marie Savini.
Hey there. What are you doing in here? Was your notch against the rules?
I was just looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Marie Savini.
Oh. Well, you'll find her out in the ring. She and her partner are rehearsing a new act.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Marie Savini, the child of the great Savini. That's what brought you back to the circus, isn't it, Enrico? The child of the man who killed your son. And now you're standing in the shadow and watching her. A beautiful young girl, graceful and agile, just like her father. And your hands are working convulsively. Marie Savini. Savini, even the name you hate.
All right. Try it again. Steady. Steady. Go. Steady. Careful.
Oh, Don, I don't know what's the matter with me, Michael.
If you just relax.
I can't. I don't know what it is, Michael, but I feel so funny. As if someone was staring at me. It's making me uncomfortable.
Nonsense. There's no one in the tent. That's funny.
What?
There is someone over there, standing in the shadow, watching. I didn't notice him before.
Who is it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, it's that new man, Enrico. The man the manager was telling us about this morning.
Oh.
He used to be a great wire walker himself. Remember?
Oh, yes. No wonder I was nervous with him looking on.
Oh, but he hasn't done anything for years. We don't have to be nervous about him. Come on.
Oh, but Michael, the way he was staring, Let's go for a walk and then come back. Perhaps he'll be gone.
Now, Marie, what's the matter? We have to keep practicing, especially if you expect to get this backward somersault perfected in time to do it in Dalton.
I can't help it, Mike. I don't want him staring at me. It may be my imagination, but there's something about him that scares me.
Yes, Marie. Now you feel it, too. The hatred reaching out like a shadow to engulf you. But it's only a shadow, and you can shake it off. You've almost forgotten the incident by that night. And now you're sitting in your compartment on the circus train, getting sleep when...
Who's there? Michael? Oh.
I hope I have not frightened you, Miss Savini. I knew you were busy all day, and I thought it would be better to visit you here tonight.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you. And you must not be frightened of me. My name is Enrico. I was a tight wire walker once, and I was very impressed with your ability today.
Oh, thank you.
The backward somersault on the high wire was my specialty.
Oh?
And I was surprised to see such a young girl performing it, and so well.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're practicing so hard because we want to try it in Dalton. In only 2 more days.
I see. That is time enough, I'm sure.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I do. With the proper help. Oh, tell me. You have no people with you who could help you?
No, I'm alone.
Oh.
Except for my partner, of course. I have no family. I've had to learn for myself.
I see. Well, would you allow me to help you? It would give me great pleasure to see you perform such a difficult trick on the high wire. It would be a little like doing it myself once again.
Oh, it'd be wonderful to have your help.
Oh, good. Then we will begin tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you. It's so funny.
What?
Well, I had the strangest feeling about you, but... Oh, it was nothing. And now you're very nice.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I hope that I shall be a good pupil.
Oh, I am sure you will, Marie. I'm sure that I will accomplish what I wish. Good night.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
would seem that Marie Savini should choose her teachers more carefully, especially since the trick she's trying to learn is one of the most difficult of all on the high wire. The next morning, with everything ready, Enrico starts Marie on her lesson.
Good morning, Enrico.
Oh, there you are, Marie. I was afraid this would prove too early for you.
Oh, no.
I had the men rig up the high wire. I was hoping we could get started before anybody else was around.
But the high wire. Do you really think I'm ready for it, Enrico? Don't you think I should practice on the low one for a while
You have only 2 days to perfect it. I'm sure you can do it now. You are not afraid, are you, Marie?
Oh, of course not, Enrico. If you think I'm ready, I'll try it. I'll probably fall into the net the first 2 times.
That is the only way you will learn.
Yes.
Now, come, let's hurry. I will give you a boost to the ladder.
But I feel nervous, Enrico. Perhaps I shouldn't go up right now.
Nonsense. By the time you reach the wire, you will be over it, Marie. I will watch you from down here.
Oh, all right.
There she goes, Enrico. Up to that dizzy height from which your son fell. Marie Savini. As you watch her, the tent spins in your eyes. She's there now, limbering up, walking out on the wire, unsteadily, nervously.
You had better walk the wire a few times just to limber up. Hold yourself steady. That is fine. Now, come back once more, and we will try the somersault. Good. Are you ready now?
I guess so.
All right. Go to the middle of the wire. Relax yourself. All right? Now.
I can't, Enrico. I can't do it. I never realized how it'd be to do it from up here.
Go ahead, Marie. You cannot stop now. You want to be a great star, do you not? You must try it now. Jump.
Enrico,
there. What are you doing, Marie?
Oh, hello, Michael. I'm sorry, Enrico. I'll try it again.
That is quite all right.
What's the matter, Marie?
Enrico's helping me with my backward somersault, but I'm afraid I'm not such a good pupil.
Marie, you've got to come down now.
What?
The manager wants to talk to you right away. He's at the ticket wagon.
All right.
Come on down. I will hold the rope.
Thank you. Here I come.
I've heard a lot about you, Enrico. Marie is fortunate to have you to help her.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Enrico. I'll be right back. I promise not to fail again.
Do not worry about it. I will wait for you here.
Will you wait too, Michael?
Sure, Marie. Hurry.
Marie is going to be a great star someday, son.
I hope so, Enrico.
You are very fond of her, are you not, Michael?
Yes, I am. She and I grew up together in the circus. One of these days, we're going to be married.
Oh, I did not know that. Congratulations.
Enrico, look.
What is it?
The net. Look at it. Every rope on that end is untied and hanging loosely. Good heavens. If Marie had fallen, she would have been killed instantly.
Oh, I should have checked it. Those stupid riggers. Oh, Michael, do not tell Marie about this. She might lose a nerve and never want to go up again.
Yes, you're right, Enrico. Hurry, we've got to fix it before she comes back. Oh, thank heaven she didn't try the somersault.
Yes. It is fortunate, is it not?
Yes, it is fortunate, is it not? There might have been a very regrettable accident, mightn't there, Enrico? Did I say accident? Well, who knows? Those things do happen in the circus. But it was avoided, thank goodness. And the next morning, Michael is there to see that it doesn't happen again. And so now Marie is ready for her debut as a star.
Enrico, I want to apologize for the way I almost failed you yesterday. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, of course I do, Marie. I understand just how you felt up there. The important thing is the fact that you came back again and did it perfectly.
Oh.
And this morning, you performed like a veteran. I admire your courage.
It was all because of you, Enrico. This means so much to me. I've always looked forward to the day when I'd be a featured star in the circus.
Oh, you will be the star of the show tomorrow, Marie. I can just see you on the high wire. The ringmaster will introduce you, and then you will climb to the platform, confidently knowing that you will be doing one of the greatest tricks on the high wire. I remember saying all this to my son.
Your son, Enrico?
Yes, my son, Tony. He was killed while working on the trapeze 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the trapeze, but I thought you said he worked the high wire.
Someone else persuaded him to give it up and become a trapeze performer. That's when he was killed.
How terrible, Enrico. Didn't he use a net?
A great artist does not use a net, Marie. It is a sign of utmost confidence in oneself to think that makes people admire a performer even more. Someday, you will work without a net, Marie. And then you will be truly a great performer.
After today, Enrico, I could never be afraid of anything. I know I could perform without a net tomorrow if you wanted me to.
No, my dear. You could not do that. It is extremely dangerous. But, of course, it would give you great prestige if you performed without a net in Dalton. You would indeed be acclaimed as a great tight-wire artist.
I'm going to do it, Enrico.
No, but Marie, you cannot.
Enrico, I know you want to help me, but I can't help feeling that you still think I'm a coward.
Oh, no, Marie, I do not.
Tomorrow, when I perform the backward somersault without a net, I'll prove to you that I'm not afraid.
You are very wrong, Marie. But I admire your spirit. If you are determined to do this, I know I cannot stop you. I shall be at your side when you go up. I know you will be successful.
And now the shadow of hatred engulfs the circus. The day has come, and if you'd watched closely, you'd see Enrico's hands working convulsively, gripping hard on a dead throat. Marie Savini is going onto the high wire today to do a backward somersault without a net.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness a performance of great daring. Marie Savini is going to attempt a backward somersault down the high wire above. This will be the first time that this feat has ever been attempted by a woman. To add to the already present danger, Miss Savini is going to perform right before your eyes without the aid of a life-saving net. Presenting Marie Savini.
Now, Enrico. Now watch, Enrico. Stand there in the shadow you brought and watch.
Miss Savini is approaching the center of the wire. She's ready now. Her body is poised for the spring that will spell success or doom. She's about to jump. She does. Good Lord, the wire broke.
Can't believe it. I can't. Marie, dead.
Buck up, son. These accidents happen sometimes.
I'm afraid this was no accident, Mr. Morgan.
What do you mean?
We just examined the wire. It didn't just break. It was filed halfway through.
No.
You sure, Johnson?
Yeah, you can see for yourself.
Oh, no. Who would want to kill Marie Savini? Good heavens, I never thought of that.
What's the matter, Mr. Morgan?
Who checked this wire before Marie went up?
I usually do, but Enrico said he'd do it.
That's what I thought.
Enrico. He's the one who persuaded us to go up without a net.
Yes, he is. And he checked the wire.
You mean... Wait. Yes. Something else happened, too. The other day, I discovered the net was untied while Marie was practicing.
Enrico blamed it on the hands who put it up.
That's not true. I supervised that myself. It was all tied perfectly. But Enrico ordered us out. He said he'd check everything himself.
And then he untied the net. Mr. Morgan.
Come on. Let's find Enrico. Enrico, we want to... Enrico, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, my friend. Everything is all right now.
Enrico, you killed her.
When I was a little boy, Morgan, a priest once told me that revenge brought no satisfaction. But it does, Morgan. It does. That's why you find me smiling, laughing, yes. Yes, Morgan. I killed Marie Savini as I could not kill her father. And now my son's death is avenged.
The Whistler will be back with a strange ending of tonight's tale in just a moment.
He killed Marie Savini. At last, the hated name was wiped from the pages of the living. But wait, Enrico. What does this mean? The expression on the face of your friend Morgan.
Good Lord, Enrico, you don't know what you've done.
I've done what I had to do.
But you don't understand, Enrico. Savini never had a daughter.
What? What do you mean?
His child was a son. There never was a Marie Savini. I gave Marie that name. The Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil. And by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Hal Wexler and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Meet John Smith. John. I'm funny about snow, I guess. Yeah, I get sentimental about it. I get silly about it, the way some people get about pussy willows and forsythia in the springtime, or the way you get about kids or dogs or Siamese cats. You know. I was looking at the Post the other day, and there were some pictures of the fighting in the Bulge. When was it? 4 years ago, Christmas time? Soldiers wearing white sheets over them, tanks painted white, the snow sifting down, the little pine trees piled thick with it. And I thought how awful fellows having to fight and kill each other at Christmas time in the snow. And blood on the snow. There oughtn't to be blood on the snow. Snow's kind of, all right, sacred. I always thought ever since I was a kid, I hope it's snowing when I die. You ever feel that way? Snow. Peaceful snow. Yeah, it's the only thing on this earth, that's really eternal. It's always here. Sure, it goes away from the lowlands in the hot weather, but up high, there's always snow. Always been snow. Why, even down on the equator, there's snow all year round. I can even remember the names of some of the mountains. Aconcagua. Isn't that right? Aconcagua and Kilimanjaro. Remember, Hemingway even wrote a story about that. Snows at Kilimanjaro, wasn't it? Sure, swell story. See, the man reads books. But I was talking about snow, about how I'd always hoped it'd be snowing when I die. If I ever get it, then it will be. I'll be a chump to bet against you, I know. Well, all that's a long way around to making a start. But the snow was the reason for it, you see. And the snow will be flying again pretty soon. I'll be glad to see it, even if... Oh, well. It was New Year's Day, 1939. New Year's Day, and boy, what a hangover. Lucille and I had some people in for New Year's Eve. We had a lot of champagne. They brought a lot of champagne. Somebody brought some other stuff. You ever try avocat? Avocat, it's a Holland Dutch concoction. It's kind of a custard. It's got schnapps in it. You eat it with a spoon, and somebody comes and hits you with a railroad tie. Johnny King had a kind of vodka I never heard about. Zubravka, I think it's called. It's got an infusion of buffalo grass, whatever that is, in it. Yeah, it tastes wonderful, kind of like tobacco. A summer afternoon, in a field of hay, and boy, howdy. Champagne and avocat and Zubravka. Headaches and hangovers and shooting pains. It was Lucille's idea to go over to the Lafayette and drink or eat or whatever you do to it, some onion soup. And oh, boy, it was snowing. I felt some better as we walked over. We got inside and ordered and sat there by the front window at the marble-top table and pushed the plush curtains aside and looked out. It was snowing awful hard, big fat flakes floating down, and people going by with their hats and their shoulders piled high, and loving it, most of them. So we had some soup. We began to feel partially human again. Lucille leaned across the table.
Oh, that poor old fella.
What poor old fella, me?
Nobody pays any attention to him.
Where?
Out there in the snow. See, there goes another one.
What are you talking about?
The old man out there in the corner. People are passing him off.
Well, what do you want him to do?
John, go give him a dime or something.
Where?
There.
Oh, gosh.
Isn't it a shame, begging in the snow?
Yeah, doggone it.
See, there goes another one. Oh, gee.
The poor old guy's probably starving.
Oh, now New Year's Day in the snow.
Order me some more onion soup.
What?
Give me $1, will you?
Oh. 5's the smallest I've got.
Give me that. Thanks. I'll be right back.
John, take your coat.
I don't need any coat, I said, and I busted right out and down the steps in the snow. No hat or anything. And I called to the poor old fella. Hey, I called. Hey, Bud.
Me, mister?
Yeah.
Mister, have you got a dime? I tell you what, I'm about frozen. It's New Year's Day and...
Here.
Oh, my gosh, mister.
Go get something to eat, Bud. Find yourself someplace to sleep and get warm.
Oh, gosh, a fin.
It's all right. New Year's present for my wife and me.
Wife?
Waving at you there in the window.
Oh, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Thank you ever so much. Yes, Mom. Thank you. God bless you, Mom. God bless you, too, mister.
Yeah, it's all right. We all have tough luck. Happy New Year's.
Well, same to you, mister. Gosh, it's been a long time since anybody said that to me. Yeah, your wife's tapping on the window. She wants you to come in before you catch your death of cold.
Oh, yeah. Well, good luck, Bud.
Hey, mister. What's your name?
Hey, what difference does that make? Go get something to eat.
Why, I was just thinking I could walk over to Grace Church and I could say a prayer for you, sir. I was going to pray anyway, and...
Thanks, partner. My name's John Smith.
It is? Well, what do you know about that?
What?
That's my name, too. John Smith.
Period. That's all. His name was John Smith. My name's John Smith. Then we met in the snow on New Year's Day 10 years ago. Yeah, I know. I stood there in the snow and shivered a minute watching him clump away through the snow, and I thought, oh, boy, I thought, John Smith. There, but for the whatever it is goes this John Smith. Then Lucille down there busted the window, rapping on it with her wedding ring, making faces at me to come in before I froze, too. Well, so New Year's Day in 1939 was on a Sunday. That made Monday the holiday, and I didn't have to work. We just sat around the house loafing and drinking up what was left of the New Year's champagne. Along towards evening, I said, do you mind if I go out for a walk, Lucille? She said, no, go ahead. So I put on my leather jacket and my overshoes, went out and walked in the snow. It was black and dirty already, like it always is in New York. And I thought, well, maybe it'll still be nice over in Washington Square. So I ambled over there. Yeah, it was nice. The lights and stuff, you know. The tree was still there alongside the arch, and I brushed the snow off a bench and sat down for a minute. Wasn't anybody else in the square except me, I thought. But all of a sudden somebody said, kind of quiet. You know how flat voices sound when there's snow? And this voice said,
hello, Mr. John Smith.
And I looked up, and darn if it wasn't my little old man, little old John Smith. Well, I said, hello yourself, John Smith.
I thought that was you, sir.
How you doing?
Well, gee, that thing you gave me yesterday brought me awful good luck, Mr. Smith.
John.
Huh?
John, that's my name.
Oh.
What you mean, good luck?
Well, I got me a job shoveling snow this morning, and I made $4.
That's fine.
I could give you back part of the $5 if you wanted me to.
Yeah, forget it.
No, I'd really like to pay it back. I mean...
some other time.
Well, I got $7 altogether, Mr. John. Well, what if I bought you a drink? Would you mind?
Well, say now. I don't mind if I do.
Ah, swell. That's fine. Yeah, you like to walk over to McSorley's with me, huh? I used to go there.
Well, sir, I thought. A mug of ale would go all right, I thought. Yes, sir, and it'll make the old boy feel better. Yeah, I was full of holiday spirit. Come on, John Smith, I said. Let's not walk to McSorley's. Let's run. You know McSorley's on 7th Street, just off the Bowery there by Cooper Union. Grand place. No women, no chromium plating. Just a battered old bar, a couple of cats, 4-inch sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and ale. Boy, howdy. Yeah, and in the wintertime, the big old stove in the front room, red hot and still a-heating. So there we were in the back room, not quite so hot, but mighty fine, and a mug of ale apiece. That was nice.
I sure am grateful to you, John.
Well, I said, shut up and let's have another ale.
It's on me.
And I want you to know that we had something under 800 mugs of that ale before the evening was over. And that ale is all right. And pretty soon we were talking like old pals, John Smith and me.
Say, well, what do you do for a living, John?
I'm a newspaper man, John.
I'm an old newspaper man myself.
That's so, I said, and I didn't tell him I was in the classified department selling ads over the counter.
Yeah, Many years ago.
Great business, I said, and hoped he wouldn't pursue the subject.
Well, it was. I mean, it wasn't a reporter or anything like that.
Well, let's have another ale, huh?
Yeah, I'll get it. I was in the classified department selling ads over the counter.
I pretty near dropped my mug, but he was on the way to the bar. And when he came back, he handed me mine, sat down, and grinned at me.
Yes, sir. Just 10 years ago tomorrow that I left the business.
That's so?
Yeah. That Healy, that boss I had, he hated me. I guess. Gee, I remember it just as plain. We had a bottle stashed away in the men's room, and I went in to take a little snort, and this Healy came right in after me, just as I was lifting up the bottle. You know what he did? He knocked that bottle right out of my hand and busted it all over the floor. Yeah, that's what I said. You're fired, he said. And I said, who cares about being fired, but why'd you have to bust a bottle? And with that, I swung on him. Yes, sir. You know what happened? He called me up and apologized that night and begged me to come back to work.
What do you think of that?
10 years ago tomorrow.
I smacked a cop once at the Hawthorne plant in Chicago.
Good. Say, I did that once, too, in Akron, Ohio.
I was smoking in the yard, and he came up on his bicycle and called me out of my name. I knocked him right off his bike.
This cop I hit had a bike, too.
Isn't that funny? I remember so well. It was my birthday. I was 22 years old, 1923, April 2nd.
I was 22 years old, too. Only it was in 1913. It was in April, too, I think.
Coincidence, huh? Coincidence.
Yeah, I used to have an awful temper.
Yeah, me too, blazing.
Bad.
Yeah. So you're a newspaper man?
Was once. Small ale?
No. Well, red, maybe. Say, John, you want me to get you a job? I could do it.
No, thanks, John. I'm laying low for a while. I don't want any publicity.
Okay. Any time, though.
Thanks. Say, I ever tell you about the time I was a newspaper man?
No, that was me.
No, me. I got fired.
I ain't got fired yet. But I didn't have long to wait. Some of the boys kept the bottle stashed away in the men's room at the office, and Tuesday morning I slipped in there just to take a little snort. This Callahan came right in after me just as I was lifting up the bottle. You know what he did? He knocked that bottle right out of my hand and busted it all over the floor. You're fired, he says. I says, who cares about being fired? Why'd you have to bust the bottle? With that, I swung on him. Heard that before? Yeah, so had I. 10 years after it happened to John Smith, it happened to John Smith. Yeah, I felt pretty low about it. But I got a funny thought in the back of my mind. What was it John Smith had said to me?
You know what happened? He called me up and apologized that night and begged me to come back to work.
All right, it was silly. But I decided I wouldn't tell Lucia right away. I sat alongside the telephone till 11 o'clock, waiting for a call. And the phone didn't ring once. I take you now to Wednesday evening, January 4th, 1939. The scene is again McSorley's. The actors are John Smith, and several pewter mugs of Mr. McSorley's fine product. I am speaking. I say, John, did you tell me your boss called you up and apologized and asked you to come back to work?
What boss?
The one that fired you 10 years ago.
Oh. Well, to be perfectly honest, Johnny, that was a little malarkey I was feeding you. You know, I'm inclined to exaggerate a little bit when I'm, in my cups.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Why you ask?
I was just wondering. Just thinking,
No, he really didn't call me up. But I met a fellow on the street a week or two later, and I got a job in a hotel. and a night clerk. I could tell you more things about a hotel.
Yeah, I bet. Say.
What?
That fight you told me about with the policeman on the bicycle, like the one I had, was that phony, too?
No, sir. Akron, Ohio, April 2nd, 1913. And I got a job 3 days later. Motorman on a streetcar.
Coincidence. I smacked the policeman on a bicycle 10 years later to the day, and 3 days after that, I get a job as a motorman in Cicero. And this time, 10 years later, after John Smith got fired from his newspaper, I met a fella on the street a couple of weeks later, and I got a job. I hope all these dates aren't getting you all balled up, but if you just remember 10 years, you'll have it. This all happened almost 10 years ago. On January 26th, Thursday, Lucille came running into the hotel where I was working as a night clerk. I could tell you more things about hotels.
Oh, John, he's dying.
Who's dying?
That poor old man, that John Smith. You know, the one we gave the $5 to New Year's Day at the Lafayette. He's been hurt.
Why? How do you know?
They just called the house, and they keep asking.
Who called the house?
Bellevue Hospital. He's in there, and he isn't expected to live, and he keeps calling for you.
Oh, that's too bad.
Can you go right over?
Why, you know I can't. I've only been on the job here for 2 days, but my gosh.
John, think of that poor old man lying there all alone, and...
I can't do it. I can't leave. Wait, I'll call up Bellevue.
Oh, good.
Stay there.
Hurry. He's in the emergency ward.
Hello, Bellevue? Emergency ward, please. Hello, I'm calling about a John Smith. What?
This afternoon, hit by a truck at University and 8.
This afternoon, hit by a truck at University at
8.
8. Yeah. My name? John Smith. No, John Smith's the patient, too. We've got the same names. All right. Yes, that's right. Thanks. How is he? He's checking.
Good.
Yes? Hello? Oh. Yes. Yes, I guess I'm the one. Yes, that's right. My wife said you called. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll come over in the morning and get them. Okay. Thanks.
What?
He's dead. And I went and got the things John Smith had left to me. No, not much. John Smith, no address, it said on a tag. Just John Smith, no address. A tight little bundle that looked like papers, a shaky note scrawled across the wrappings. Dear friend John, it said. Dear friend John, you're a mighty good... something or other, I couldn't read it. This is all I got to leave you, it said. Maybe you could use this stuff. You're a newspaper man. Signed, John Smith. Lucille sniffled a little, and I guess I must have bawled, too. Especially when I cut the string and $3 bills fell out. I picked them up and put them in my pocket. A tattered little old notebook with the leaves falling out. Across the cover, the legend, John Smith, his diary. Well, I wasn't a newspaper man anymore, but...
Why don't you go to bed now, John? You can read it tonight on the job. It'll help pass the time away.
You need something to pass the time away those long nights alone behind the desk of a third-rate hotel. You need something besides phone calls, complaining there's no hot water, make those people turn down their radio. What time is it? Call me at 7 o'clock. You need somebody to talk to through those sticky early morning hours when there's nothing to read but the hotel guide and the women's page of last Friday's newspaper. I turned first to the period in the diary when John had been a hotel night clerk. 10 years before me. John, it seemed, was no angel in his earlier days. No angel indeed. There was a girl at his hotel. Some little town in Delaware. A girl who took his eye, Helen, a waitress. Blonde, the diary said. Blonde and petite. And they got acquainted. They got very well acquainted. And there was an assistant housekeeper in my hotel. Mickey, her name was, black hair, snapping Irish eyes, and a laugh like Tommy Bartlett on the radio. Mickey, pretty Mickey. I used to sing to her when she was going off duty. That old song. And it seemed John Smith got in trouble over his Helen. White trouble. The diary hinted at certain unpleasantnesses 10 years before. But John in his diary always insisted righteously that he loved his wife. I love Grace, one paragraph read. This is only a passing fancy. Helen is a lovely girl, but I love Grace. Well, I love Lucille. I must read more of this old romance, I thought sleepily. I put my arms down on the switchboard, laid my head on them, and dropped off to sleep. And woke up with Mickey standing at the counter laughing at me. Hey, wake up and go home to your wife, she said. It's morning and I got work to do.
John, have you read all that poor old man's diary yet?
He's not a poor old man. He was just 10 years older than I am.
Is that so? He looks lots older.
10 years older than me to the day.
Have you read it all yet?
Oh, why?
Well, I'd like to read it, too.
Well, when I get finished with it.
All right. Is it interesting?
Sort of.
John.
Yes, dear?
When are you going to get a raise?
Well, gosh, I've only been there such a short time. Are we pretty broke?
Well, the collector was here for the furniture, and I haven't paid the rent yet this month.
You haven't?
Oh, darling, it's awfully hard on your salary at the hotel, you know.
Well, it's the best I can do at this time.
I'm sorry, darling. What are you thinking about?
I was just thinking. I might... You know what I was thinking about? I was remembering a page in John Smith's diary. Today was February 7th, 1939. The entry in John Smith's diary for February 7th, 1929. I knew it practically by heart.
They've got plenty of money. There isn't a chance in the world of their ever finding it out. Besides, when I get on my feet, I'll pay it back. I'll take 20 tonight, 20 tomorrow night. Pretty soon I'll have 100.
And so I took 20 and 20 and 20 from the till. And I phoned the records, and I told Lucille I'd borrowed the money from a friend. That's what John Smith did 10 years before. And it said so in his diary. That diary was a very strange thing. I read that John Smith broke his arm in 1908. I broke mine in 1918. John Smith was married in 1925. I was married in 1935. John Smith stole money in 1929. 10 years later, I did the same thing. John Smith had a girl named Helen in 1929. And in 1939, I had a girl named Mickey. And in 1930, John Smith fell heir to a very tidy little fortune. His great-uncle left it to him. I didn't even know I had a great-uncle Norbert, but I wasn't at all surprised when 1940 came around and I got $30,000 from Uncle Norbert's estate. And so Lucille and I did very well, thank you, for the next few years. Lucille and I, and Mickey and I, just like John Smith did with his Helen and his Grace. Somehow or other, I didn't look at John's diary for years. It got put in a bookcase. You know how things are. But, sure, maybe it was that kind of subconscious stuff you read about. Maybe I didn't want to read it, or my subconscious didn't want me to. So, there it sat till last Wednesday. I pulled out a book, and the diary fell onto the floor. Well, I said. And I picked it up. I turned to the back of the diary, 1938, 10 years ago. And before I knew it, I was engrossed in John's account of how Grace had found out about Helen and what happened. And the door opened and Lucille stormed in.
Well, you and your girlfriend, Mickey.
Mickey? What are you talking
Don't
about?
try to stall me. I know all about her and about you and you.
Lucille, listen.
Don't try to deny it. I know all about it. I'm going to fix you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call the newspapers. I'll show you.
Put that phone down.
I'll show you. I'll tell everybody in town. I'll divorce you.
Put that phone down.
I will not.
Lucille.
Get away from me. I'll kick you.
Give me that phone.
Hello? Hello?
And in John Smith's diary, and there on the desk beside Lucille.
I tried to get the phone away from Grace, but I couldn't for a minute. Then I hit her with a desk lamp
And the date was September 29th, 1938. 10 years ago last Wednesday, the day that John Smith became a murderer, as well as a thief. And me, yes, I took the diary away with me. If anybody found it, well, they haven't found me yet. They won't. Yeah, of course I know. John Smith's diary said they didn't find him either. The last entry in it is about the kind man named John Smith who gave him $5 on New Year's Day, 1939. Well, so I've got a little while left. They won't catch up with me. And I know what's going to happen to me. 10 years ago, on January 26, 1939, John Smith died. On January 26, 1949, I hope it'll be snowing.
Today's Quiet Please story was Meet John Smith, John. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And G. Swain Gordon played the other John Smith. Lucille was Nancy Sheridan. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here's our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a story for you about Beezer's Cellar.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now a listening reminder. The dramatic battle between law enforcement agencies and the underworld continues on David Harding Counter-Spy, which you can hear over your ABC station this afternoon. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum inviting you in through the creaking door. Come on in and enter into the spirit of things. Don't pay any attention to those gurgling sounds you hear. They're the unfortunate ones. The midnight spirits who were caught haunting before midnight. Poor things. All they can do now is gurgle because they've evaporated into distilled spirits.
What a horrifying thought, Mr. Host. Can't we ever talk about the brighter side of life?
Well, don't forget, Mary, murder is my business.
Well, thank goodness it isn't mine. And right now, I'd much prefer to talk with our Lipton listeners about something more conducive to happy spirits. I mean, a cup of hearty, piping hot Lipton tea. You know, it's really wonderful, the extra delight you get from this superb tea, friends. And the reason is simply this. Lipton's grand brisk flavor. Brisk, you know, is the tea expert's own word for the fresh, full-bodied, lively flavor of Lipton tea. Because unlike ordinary teas, Lipton's is never flat-tasting or lifeless. Lipton tea is always spirited, full-flavored, truly satisfying. Why, I'd even go so far as to say that once you've tried it, I think you'll enjoy Lipton tea more than any other tea you've ever tasted.
And I'll go even further, Mary, and introduce our listeners to tonight's story. It's an original radio play written especially for Inner Sanctum by Emil Tepperman and starring Richard Widmark in the role of Alex Gregory. It's about a man who became master of a secret so fearful that it could never be revealed to any mortal, living or dead. But let him tell you the story himself, how he learned the most terrible secret in all the universe, and what he did with it.
It was an evening in September, the 15th to be exact, when I first learned of the existence of Elixir Number 4. It happened at Professor Jarman's house just off the college campus. You've heard of Jarman, of course. He was to chemistry what Einstein is to physics. But it was his daughter, Elaine, that I was interested in that evening in September when I rang their bell.
Well, hello, Alex. Oh, gosh, is it that late? I'm not even dressed.
Hi, sweet. Snap it up, will you? The last show starts at 8:30.
Oh, it won't take me long. Wait for me in the library. I'll be ready in a jiffy.
I knew my way around the house. I went into the library, and the first thing I noticed was that the door to Professor Jarman's private study was ajar. It had never happened before. The private study and the laboratory beyond were forbidden territory in the Jarman home. Not even Elaine was allowed in there. And now the door was open. I'd heard stories of Jarman's experiments with new and secret formulae. So here was a chance. A possible chance to find out what the old codger was working on. I couldn't resist. I pushed open the door and I stepped into the private study. I could hear Jarman in the lab talking to himself. Elaine had told me once that he always talked to himself in the lab. I stood quietly in the study, but I couldn't make out what he was saying in there. I looked around. The study was just a small cubbyhole with a chair, a bookcase, and a desk. And on the desk, I saw the open diary. A single sentence was written on the open page. I stepped closer. And then, I got the first shock. For that sentence was written in Latin. My Latin was rusty, but I was able to decipher the words, Vitae secretum in elixir quartum perpetus habeo. In elixir number 4, I have the secret of perpetus life. Perpetus. That was the one word I couldn't seem to place. In elixir number 4, I have the secret of something. Life. I was puzzling over that word perpetus when suddenly the laboratory door was flung open.
What are you doing at my desk?
Oh, hello, Professor Jarman.
I asked you, what are you doing at my desk?
Well, the study door was open. I thought I'd see if you were in here.
You were reading my diary.
Oh, no, Professor.
You saw the entry in my diary.
Well, really, Professor, I assure you.
Do you read Latin?
Latin? Well, I don't understand.
You're sure you don't understand that?
No, I don't.
Alex, ready and... What, is anything wrong?
Elaine, I've told you time and again, no one is to be admitted to my study.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. You must have left the door open. Oh, Alex, you shouldn't
I'm terribly sorry, Elaine. I found the door open, and I thought Professor Jarman was in here. I just wanted to say hello.
All right. No harm done, as long as you can't read Latin. Now, get along, you two. I'm busy, but keep out of my study hereafter.
I took Elaine to the movies, but I haven't the faintest recollection of what the picture was about. Through my mind kept running that Latin sentence, Vitae secretum in elixir quartum perpetus habeo. When I said goodnight to Elaine at her door after the show, I hurried home to my room and I got out an old Latin dictionary. I looked up the word perpetus. And then I got a strange, cold feeling down my spine. For the word perpetus meant perpetual. The Latin sentence which Jarman had written in his diary meant, "In elixir number 4, I have the secret of perpetual life." Professor Jarman had discovered the secret of immortality. All the next day, I conducted my chemistry classes purely by instinct. I couldn't take my thoughts from elixir number 4. Every voice in the classroom seemed to sing the same refrain.
Accomplished by adding to a dilute solution of H2SO4 a quantity
immortality. Never to know the fear of death. To live on serenely. To watch the world change through the centuries. Never to die. It grew on me like a festering tumor, this terrific dream of immortality, everlasting life. I had to have elixir number 4. In the afternoon, the first free period I had, I went down the hall to Jarman's office.
Come in.
May I come in for a moment, Professor?
Oh, it's you. Yes, come in, but I haven't much time.
Professor, I want to apologize for last night.
Let's forget about it. No harm done.
Well, whatever it was you had written in your diary, it must have been pretty important.
Oh, no, not at all. Only some chemistry notes. Nothing of any importance. Just something I've been experimenting with.
Well, I'd be very glad to assist you, Professor. Anything I could do,
That's very kind of you, young man, but I don't need any assistance, thank you. As a matter of fact, the experiment is completed.
You mean you're all finished?
All but the practical application.
Oh. Well, couldn't I help you on that?
It won't be necessary. Tonight, I'm taking the last step.
Tonight? I knew what that meant. Tonight he was going to use elixir number 4. He was going to administer it to himself. I had to act tonight or never. Jarman's keys were on his desk. I distracted his attention, and I managed to pick them up without his noticing. Then I hurried across town to a locksmith and had him make duplicates of Jarman's house key, his study key, and his laboratory key. Then I returned to the college, and I managed to replace the keys on Jarman's desk while he was out. Now, I was ready for an adventure into immortality. At 8:30 that evening, I let myself into Jarman's house, opened the study door, and stepped quietly over to the laboratory. I knew Elaine was at a sorority meeting. The professor and I were the only ones in the house. Jarman was standing at the lab table with his back to me, talking away to himself. There was a small vial on the table and a hypodermic syringe alongside it.
The quantity administered yesterday will be sufficient. At my age, since my blood is too thin, I require the additional dose. But a younger man would need only one injection to cause the necessary type change in his blood. Who's that?
Good evening, Professor Jarman. I hope I'm not interrupting.
What are you doing here? How did you get in?
So elixir number 4 changes the bloodstream, huh?
What do you want in here?
Quit stalling, Professor. I know what elixir number 4 is.
Ah.
So this is it. Elixir number 4.
Careful. Don't spill it.
How much of this stuff have you got?
That's all there is. 5 cc's.
You mean you haven't got any more?
It took me 5 years to distill 10 cc's. Before that, I experimented for 10 years. I failed 3 times.
And this is your 4th try, huh? Elixir number 4. And there isn't any more of it?
It'll take me 5 years more to make up another bat. Please be careful. Don't drop it.
Don't worry, I won't. You said this is enough to make the average man immortal. Me, for instance?
It's not for you. You hear me? Not for you.
Oh, yes, it is, Professor. It's for me.
I won't let you... What are you doing with that mallet?
What do you think?
No.
I'm so sorry, Professor.
Wait. I'll let you have it. Don't kill me.
I've got to kill you. When I take this dose of elixir number 4, I'll be immortal. And I don't want anyone to know it.
Away, you fool! You'll never enjoy your immortality. You'll wish you were dead 1,000 times. I'll come back to remind you,
I didn't hit him hard enough to kill him. That wasn't part of my plan. But when he lay unconscious on the floor, I searched among the chemicals until I found what I wanted. I mixed some chemicals in a test tube, and I watched the fumes forming. Then I held the test tube against Jarman's mouth, forcing the deadly gas into his lungs. When I was sure he was dead, I wiped the tube clean of my fingerprints and put it back in the rack. Then I picked up the vial of elixir number 4, the hypodermic syringe, and I hurried away, locking all the doors behind me. As soon as I got home, I filled the hypo with elixir number 4, and I gave myself the injection. Almost immediately, I felt a strange radiance pervading my body. A new strength was flowing in my blood. I was immortal. I couldn't die. I would go on living and living and living forever.
Hey, what's going on here? What's all this about living forever? If you ask me, it would be more of a curse than a blessing. Now, just suppose we all took a shot of this elixir number 4. Why, think of all the people who'd lose their jobs. Grave diggers and stone cutters and shroud makers and hearse drivers and... Oh, why, go on. You see what I mean. Why, everybody'd be out of a job. We'd all practically starve to death.
Well, then, Mr. Host, maybe we can be glad that nobody has ever found the fountain of youth. You know, I think it's not a matter of trying to live forever. The important thing is to get more enjoyment out of every day.
Mm-hmm. For instance, Mary?
Well, for instance, one splendid way to get more enjoyment out of an otherwise dull day is to invite your friends in for tea. It's a delightful neighborly custom, made even more delightful when the tea you serve is Lipton's, because there's so much extra pleasure in Lipton tea. The party will seem more of a party. The conversation will be more sparkling, and your reputation as a thoughtful hostess will soar to the skies the moment your guests take their first sip of Lipton tea. For Lipton's wonderful, brisk flavor makes it a favorite with everybody. So when friends drop in for tea, or the family gathers around the dinner table, serve them Lipton's, tea at its delicious best.
And now let's get back to our story. We're all anxious to see what this fellow Alex does with his secret of perpetual life. Just imagine, a man with all that time on his hands. Time to kill. And kill. And kill.
Immortality. I had it in my blood. I could feel it pulsing in my veins. The vitality, the power. I had to establish an alibi. Not that I expected to need an alibi. Jarman's death would surely look like an accident or suicide when his body was found in the laboratory in the morning. But I wasn't taking any chances on a murder charge. I had so much more to lose now. Wouldn't it be ironic if they were to execute me for murder? Me, an immortal. Next morning, I stopped at Jarman's house and rang the bell. I knew Elaine must have gone right to bed when she returned from the sorority meeting last night, because she never disturbed her father when he was in the lab. But now, when she discovered that he hadn't been to bed all night, she'd want to investigate. And I wanted to be there when the body was found.
Oh, good morning, Alex.
Hello, sweet. What's wrong? You look worried.
Come on in. Alex, I am worried. Dad's still in the lab. He didn't go to bed last night.
Well, what of it? He must be working on something big.
No, I'm afraid something's happened. I knocked at the door just now and there was no answer.
The door was locked?
Yes, but I have a pass key. I wonder if I ought to use it.
Well, of course you should.
Well, please, Alex. You come with me.
Of course, darling. Together we opened the laboratory door. I was all set to act horrified when we discovered the body on the floor. But there was no need to act. I was horrified. For the lab was empty. There was nothing on the floor. The body of Professor Jarman was gone. I don't know for how many hours after that I walked the street, confused and frightened and uncomprehending. I tried to reason it out, how Jarman's body had walked out of that lab. There was only one solution. Jarman had already taken 1 dose of elixir number 4. It must have counteracted the poison that I'd forced into him. He must have gotten up and then walked away. But where? And why? I recalled what he'd said before I hit him with the mallet. Yes, I could hear his voice faintly strumming at my brain.
You'll never enjoy your immortality. You'll wish you were dead 1,000 times. I'll come back to remind you.
The next day, I went to Elaine's house, and I saw that she was taking her father's disappearance pretty hard.
Oh, Alex, I don't know what to make of it. Do you think that Dad... that he's...
Now, take it easy, baby. Maybe he's just suffering from amnesia. Maybe he just walked out of the house. He might turn up tomorrow.
I have a terrible feeling, Alex, that he's dead.
What makes you think so?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, please, Elise. That won't do you any good.
Oh, but it's the uncertainty. If I only knew for sure. Alex. Do you believe in mediums?
Communicating with the dead?
Do you believe a medium can put you in touch with the dead?
Oh, is that what you're thinking of, darling? Going to a medium?
But don't you see, Alex, if Dad is dead, maybe...
I was worried, too. I had to know if Jarman was dead or alive. I had to know before I could start enjoying life. Yes, that might be a good idea, Elaine. Can't hurt to try. There's a medium in town.
Oh, I don't know what I want to do. Let me think about it.
Well, sure, darling. In the days that followed, I began to doubt whether I really was immortal. Was elixir number 4 really the elixir of life? Was I really going to live forever? If there was only some way to prove it. Then I remembered what Jarman had said, that the elixir caused a change of blood type. Well, that'd be easy enough to check. Elaine was taking a medical course, so I asked her to test my blood on the pretext that I thought I had anemia.
It won't hurt, Alex. Just the needle.
Ouch.
There, now I've got all the blood I need. Just sit here a minute while I make the test.
Well, does it take long?
Only a minute. Alex.
She was excited. There was something different about my blood then.
Alex, come here quick.
What?
Look. Oh, look, Alex. I can't be mistaken. Your blood. It's a new type.
Elaine couldn't get over the discovery that my blood was a new type. I'd asked her not to tell anyone about my new blood type, but I knew she wouldn't be able to keep the secret for long. And once it got out, people might begin to suspect what I already knew for sure, that I was immortal. Oh, I couldn't afford to have that known, because then everybody in the world would be envious of me. They'd hate me, too, because they'd know I could go on living long after they were dead. Oh, no. No, it had to be a secret forever. No one in the whole world must know, except myself. And the only person who could spill the secret now was Elaine. So, there was only one thing to do. Elaine furnished the opportunity herself the next day.
Alex, I've been thinking about that medium. I've got to know if if Dad is alive or dead.
All right, whatever you say, darling, if it'll make you feel any better. I'll go with you, of course. Just the two of us, huh? We made a date to go to the seance that evening, and I made my plans accordingly. I didn't intend that Elaine should leave the seance alive. We arrived at the medium's house promptly at 9 o'clock. The medium asked Elaine and me to sit close to each other. And then she put out the lights.
Alex.
It's all right, sweet. I'm right here. I'm right next to you.
I'm frightened.
Now, there's nothing to be frightened about, darling. I'm right here with you.
But it's so dark. I can't see anything. I don't hear anything. Where's the medium?
She's still here. She's right across the table. She's gone into her trance.
Do you think she'll contact Dad's spirit?
I don't know, darling. Wait and see. I timed myself carefully, waiting for the moment when the medium should be well into her trance. Then I took out of my pocket the hypodermic syringe. I held the plunger in my left hand while I gripped Elaine's arm with my right, my thumb over the artery.
Alex, your finger's hurt.
It's all right, sweet. Slowly, I brought the hypodermic needle up close to the artery. One bite of the needle, a single plunge of the plunger, and death would come almost instantaneously. And no one in the world could say that it hadn't been heart failure. But suddenly, just as I had the plunger ready, I heard something strange. A sound. In the room where there should have been no sound.
You'll never enjoy your immortality. You'll wish you were dead 1,000 times. I'll come back to remind you. Back to remind you.
The voice of the dead.
Back to remind you.
Jarman, where are you? Jarman, stop. You're dead. You're dead, Jarman. You can't be talking. You're dead. I saw your dead body. I killed you myself. Suddenly, the lights flashed up. The room was full of police.
Arrest him, officer. He killed my father. You heard his confession.
That voice.
That was Dad's voice, Alex. A recording.
A recording?
That's why he always talked to himself in the lab. He had a wire recording machine. He talked while he carried on his experiments so that there'd be a permanent record. The wire recorder picked up everything that was said in the lab the night you killed him. But we could never have proved it was your voice in court if you hadn't confessed just now.
Yes, but the body.
I found Dad dead that night when I got back from the meeting. And I hid the body until I could find his murderer. And now, Alex, I found him.
All through the trial, Elaine sat and watched me. All the time the jury was out, she sat and watched me. And she watched me while they read the verdict of guilty. Her eyes never left me when I stood up to be sentenced and heard the judge say,
Alex Gregory, it is the judgment of this court that you be confined to the penitentiary for the rest of your natural life.
Me of all people. Me sentenced to imprisonment for life. Me in whose veins runs the precious elixir number 4. Imprisonment for the rest of my natural life, which means forever.
You know, I feel kind of sorry for Alex. He really got a tough break. Locked up in a cell for all eternity and no way out. Yes, looks like they'll have to build a new jail around him every 1,000 years or so. Of course, there's one way out for him. He could let his beard grow for a couple of centuries, and when it gets long enough, he could hang himself.
Imagine such a thing, Mr. Host.
Yes, it would be sort of breathtaking, wouldn't it, Mary? Poor Alex. He probably had many good impulses in his lifetime. As the trouble is, he didn't follow them.
Well, Mr. Host, I'm afraid that's something we all do every now and then. For instance, perhaps some of you Inner Sanctum fans have promised yourselves the pleasure of trying Lipton tea, but somehow just haven't gotten around to it. Or maybe you've just forgotten it when you're writing out your grocery list. Well, this time, make sure. Add Lipton tea to your grocery list right now. For until you do try it, you're missing a real treat. Why not start enjoying lively, full-bodied Lipton tea beginning tomorrow?
And now, friends, before I say goodnight, here's a pleasant bit of philosophy. Biologists tell us that all life starts in a little cell. And for convicted murderers, it ends there, too. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Death in the Limelight by A.E. Martin. And next week's Inner Sanctum story, brought to you by the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup, and directed by Hyman Brown, next week's story is called You'll Never Escape. So, if you feel in a capturing mood, join us next Tuesday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Friends, you want to know how to make an ordinary meal into a feast? Start it right. Start it bright with tempting, heartwarming Lipton's Noodle Soup. Lipton's Noodle Soup is ready to serve in a jiffy, and what a treat it is. Lots of tender, golden noodles and a world of real chickeny flavor that makes it taste homemade. It's economical, too. Lipton's Noodle Soup mix costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So try Lipton's Noodle Soup real soon. And don't forget to tune in next week at the same time for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 68 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Blackmail. Far out in the suburbs, a man walked along a quiet street. He seemed preoccupied. He passed the entrance to an apartment building, turned, retraced his steps and entered. Like an automaton, he moved to the door at the end of the corridor and knocked.
Hello, Vera.
Oh, it's about time you got here, Roy. Come on in. Did you bring the money? Did you bring the money?
No.
Why, you... I told you what would happen if you didn't bring it.
Now, wait a minute, Vera. I can get it if you'll just give me more time.
More time. That's all I've been hearing for a week, and I'm sick of it.
You don't understand, Vera. $5,000 is a lot of money.
Are you kidding? Roy's renting beefing about $5,000 when he's worth millions? Oh, look, sucker, I wasn't born yesterday.
That's not true, Vera. I'm not worth millions. Whoever told you that was lie. I've given you all the money I can raise.
Oh, stop blubbering. You always were such a whiner. But this time it isn't going to do any good.
I haven't got the money, Vera. You must believe me.
Oh, yeah? I'll show you how much I believe you.
Vera, what are you going to do?
Listen and find out.
Vera, don't. Put down that phone.
Think you could make a sucker out of me? Roy.
Put down the phone, Vera.
Roy, you mustn't point that gun at me. It might go off.
It is going off, Vera, and no one's going to know it better than you.
Roy,
going to kill me?
That's right, Vera, I am. You were too greedy, you know. You should have been satisfied with what I was willing to give you. That's the trouble with blackmailers, Vera. They become too greedy.
Oh, don't, Roy, don't. I don't want the $5,000. I don't want anything, honest, Roy.
You should have thought of that before. I honestly hoped you would. I hoped I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh, listen to me, Roy. For old time's sake, listen to me.
It's too late, Vera. Nothing you can say will change my mind now.
Roy, you can't. You can't get away with it. You'll burn for us, Roy.
No, I won't. No, I won't. I've got everything set up for this, Vera. You had your chance, and now it's too late.
Oh, listen, Roy, please. I'll go away. You'll never see me again. I'll do anything, Roy, only please.
Who's that?
Heaven. Now you can't.
Who is it?
You can't shoot me now. You can't. Steve will know it was you. He'll tell the police.
Here, open the door. What's the matter?
All right, Steve, I'm coming. Just a minute, darling.
Stop. Don't open that door. Do you want him to find me here?
Can't shoot me now. You don't dare let him find you here with me.
Here, open this door. I'll break it down.
Don't you see, whoever Steve is, he'll be sore. How are you going to explain my being here with you alone?
You don't want to be found here, do you, Roy? You're afraid of your precious reputation.
Well, it's just as bad for you. This Steve sounds as though you won't like it.
All right, Roy. This is one time the chips are evenly divided. Go out that door. There's a back way.
Here!
I'll be back, sir. Don't forget that. I'll be back.
Here, if you don't open
All right,
the door.
Steve. Steve, I'm so glad to see you.
I'll bet you are. Where is he?
Steve, what are you talking about?
Don't give me any of that stuff. Where's the guy who was in here with you?
Guy? Oh, Steve, you know
I know you're a double-crossing little cheat. But he's pulling a double-cross on Steve's camera.
There's no one in there, Steve. I don't know why you should think I'd do a thing like that.
You don't, huh? Well, let me tell you why. I've had a private dick watching this apartment for the past 2 weeks.
Steve, you haven't.
No? Why do you think I came back here today? What's his name?
You're wrong, darling. There's no...
What's his name?
Please don't.
What's his name?
Steve, please.
His name. You tell me, I'll beat it out of you.
Don't, Steve. Don't hit me again.
I'll not hit me.
I'll tell you. Steve, all right, I'll tell you.
Better.
I'll tell you, Steve. Just don't hit me again. Steve, look.
Hey, that door's opening.
Turn off the light. Steve, look out!
All I can tell you, Inspector Danton, is that I was standing in the alleyway out back at this apartment house when I heard someone holler, "Steve!" And then I heard a shot. It seemed to come from the first floor.
Okay, Mike. What'd you do then?
Well, sir, I ran in the back way, started toward the apartment where I figured the shot come from.
Did you see anyone at all, Mike?
Sir, I did, Mr. Ray. Huh? As I came up the steps into the back hallway, I saw someone disappear around the corner at the other end.
But you have no idea who it was?
No, sir, I don't. I don't even know if it was a man or a woman.
What do you mean? You don't know whether it was a man or a woman, for gosh sake?
I only got a glimpse, Inspector. The hallway was only dimly lighted. It could have been a small man or a woman wearing them flat things.
And you didn't give chase, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I figured that finding out where that shot came from was more important. So I came in here.
I see. And what did you find?
Just what I told you, sir. This lady was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. I could see the bullet hole, and I sort of figured that she was dead.
So you call headquarters and then a doctor?
Yes, sir. Did I do wrong, sir? I didn't touch a thing.
You did exactly right, Mike. Inspector, I suggest that Patrolman Mike O'Connor be commended for his behavior in the monthly bulletins.
Sure. I'll take care of that. Only, right now, we haven't gotten anywhere on this case.
I think we've gotten a long ways on this case, Inspector. First of all, we know that the man who came here quite often was called Steve. And that's important evidence.
It is, eh? What good is it?
I think that sooner or later, Steve is going to return to the scene. I suggest that we leave Mike on duty here. I'd like to talk to this Steve.
But for crying out loud, you don't believe that stuff about the murderer returning to the scene of his crime, do you?
No, but I believe Steve will return, Inspector. Mike, how about taking up your post outside the door while the inspector and I look around a bit more?
Okay, but me.
Is that all right with you, Inspector?
Sure. Anything's all right with me. Stand outside the door, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What do we do now, Mr. Dick?
Now, Inspector, we take a final look at these articles.
I'll get it. Hello, Dayton speaking. Yeah, Jim? Wait a minute. Let me write that down. Okay, go ahead. Flower Street, eh? Yep, I got it. Thanks. Jim checked the laundry marks on the dead woman's dress. Her name's Mrs. Roy Vincent, 222 Flower Street.
Well, that's interesting.
Why, for crying out loud?
What I want to know is who murdered him.
Well, let's not be too hasty, Inspector. Now, look. This little black box with the figures written on it. What does it indicate to you?
Nothing. I hate figures. Oh, I get it. You mean somebody was blackmailing somebody else, eh?
That's exactly what I think, Inspector.
Some babe was blackmailing Vincent. So his wife found out about it and came up here to ask a few questions. Then the babe shot her, huh?
That sounds logical, Inspector, but I don't think it's accurate.
Why not?
In the first place, these figures are written in a man's handwriting. In the second place, why would the babe, as you call her, shoot the wife of the man she was blackmailing?
Maybe the wife threatened it. Maybe it was self-defense.
But why would Mrs. Vinton threaten her? She'd be more apt to threaten her husband. No, Inspector, I think that theory's all wrong.
Yeah? That surprises me. Well, what's your theory?
I'm afraid you think my theory was even more inaccurate, Inspector. Let's get going.
Going where?
Up to the Vinton home, of course. It's our duty to break the news to Roy Vinton that his wife is dead, isn't it? Come along. That's Roy Vinton's house there, Inspector.
Yeah, and there's someone turning in at the gate. Maybe it's Vincent.
Call to him, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Vincent. Vincent, all right, he stopped me.
Did you gentlemen want to see me?
That's right. Your name Roy Vincent?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
Well, this sounds rather official. I'm afraid we've some bad news for you, Mr. Vinton. Bad news? What kind of bad news?
It's your wife. She's dead.
Dead? Yeah. My wife? Come, gentlemen. This must be some kind of a joke. I'm sorry, Mr. Vinton, it isn't a joke. Your wife was shot to death 2 hours ago in an apartment on Waycross Street. Waycross Street? This is really amusing. Excuse me for laughing, but, well, come with me.
Might as well go with him, Bart. I want to know what he thinks is funny.
I've a hunch that we're not going to like what he thinks is funny, Inspector. I'm sorry, but I think you men must have the wrong Roy Vinton. However, come in. The second door on the right there. Here we are.
Is that you, Roy?
Yes, it's I, darling.
You're home early, dear. Were these men with you?
Holy smoke, Bart, look. Yes, I see, Inspector. Mrs. Vinton seems to be an invalid. Mrs. Vinton, gentlemen, has been confined to this wheelchair for 10 years.
Roy, you haven't introduced me to your friends. The light is so poor, I can't see their faces. Are they someone I know?
No, dear. This is Inspector Noah Danton and Barton Drake. Someone mistook the victim in a shooting accident for you, dear, and they came to make inquiries.
Shooting accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is someone hurt?
It's unimportant, Mrs. Vinton. Come, Inspector, I think we'd better go.
Yeah.
We're sorry to have troubled you, Mrs. Vinton.
Oh, that's quite all right. Roy, darling, will you put the screen in front of the fire? I'm afraid the sparks might burn the rug.
I'll do it. Nice bright fire. Feels good on a day like this. Well, let's go.
I'll see you gentlemen out. Be back in a minute, dear. Well, gentlemen, sorry I couldn't be more of a help.
Guess we got the wrong Vinton, all right. Well, everybody makes mistakes. You don't have to feel bad, Bart.
Oh, I don't feel badly, Inspector. I feel fine. I might add that this is one mistake that's going to save us a lot of time and effort.
Is that a fact?
Yes, it is. Mr. Vinton, have you been home since 4 o'clock this afternoon? Since 4 o'clock? Yes. No. Why? Mrs. Vinton is alone all day, then. You have no servants. Oh, we haven't had for the past week. The health situation is... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Roy Vinton?
Yes?
That's fine. Is Inspector Noah Danton there?
Inspector Danton?
I'll take it, Vinton. Hello?
Hello, Inspector. This is Officer O'Connor.
Yeah, Mike, what's on your mind?
It's about that guy named Steve, Inspector. Mr. Drake said he'd return to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I know. What about it?
He didn't return, Inspector. He was already here. I found him under the bed. He was shot.
You know, Bart, I hate the smell of a hospital.
Yes, it is. Rather depressing, isn't it, Inspector? Oh, look. There's Mike.
Right here, Inspector. He's in this room.
Hello, Mike. How is Steve?
The doc says he lives. Bullet missed his heart by an inch.
Can we talk to him, Mike?
Well, you sure can, Mr. Drake. He isn't very strong, but he can talk.
Good.
Come on in. The doctor just left a minute ago.
Has anyone else been up here, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't let nobody introduce him. Idiot.
Now, this is Steve, eh? What's your last name, Steve?
Who wants to know?
I do. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, cops, huh?
Yep.
Well, you're wasting your time. I don't know anything.
Who shot you, Steve?
I don't know. Someone turned off the light. I didn't see anyone.
Who was in the room with you when it happened?
Sarah?
Who's there?
My girlfriend.
Why? Huh?
Oh, look, quit needling. I don't know anything.
You know you were shot, don't you? You know you didn't shoot yourself. Where did the shot come from?
I don't know. I heard a noise and turned around, and the lights went out. Next thing I knew, I woke up under the bed and began yelling.
Did you ever hear of a man named Roy Vinton, Steve?
Vinton?
That's right.
No. Hey. Wait a minute.
Well?
What do you want to know for? Was he up in the apartment?
His wife was. We found her body there.
Body?
Yeah.
You... Let me get this straight. You found the body of a babe named Mrs. Vinton in Vera's apartment? Then it wasn't Vera.
Go on, Steve.
Well, that's an odd one. Look, Topper, do me a favor, will you?
We don't do favors for anyone.
Do me a favor, will you, Topper? Where can I find this Roy Vinton? Just tell me where I can find him.
What do you want to know that for, Steve?
He's the guy I've been looking for. I better get out of here now.
He's fainted. Yes, I'm afraid the excitement was too much for him, Inspector. Mike, call a doctor or a nurse.
I do that.
Inspector, you and I are going back to the scene of the crime.
That you, Roy?
Yes, it's me.
Well, why didn't you say so? I'm not going to sit in this wheelchair forever, you know.
You'll sit there till the heat's off in this deal and like it. Either that or you'll be sitting in the electric chair.
Don't try to be funny, Roy. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't? And what are you going to do about it?
So that's it. You think you've got me where you want me for a change, huh?
For a change, yes.
Roy, you're still a dope. You couldn't prove a thing without my help. You couldn't even protect yourself.
No?
No. It's I who has the certificate, you know.
Have you?
You're darned right. Hey, what do you mean by that crack?
You figure it out. You're so smart.
Did you find...
Find the certificate? Yes. Don't you believe me? Here, take a look.
Why, you double-crossing
Take it easy,
little...
Vera. Sit back there. Now, you see, I'm much stronger than you, Vera. If I wanted to,
No,
I
I
could...
don't.
No, my dear, I won't. Not until I'm quite sure I'm free from suspicion. This certificate is my safeguard.
And then?
Who knows? The future remains with you, my dear.
Meaning, I suppose, that you never want to see me again.
Meaning exactly that. You've hounded me for a year. It hasn't been pleasant. I've lived in constant fear. I'm not going on living that way, even if I have to kill you.
Help me move this bed, please, Inspector.
Sure, but why?
It was under this bed that Steve woke up and began to yell.
Sure, but he isn't here now.
There we are. Yeah. I'd say those were blood stains on that carpet, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yep. I'd say they were all right, Bud. That proves that Mike and Steve were telling the truth.
Let me see now. Come over here by the window, Inspector.
Sure, anything you say.
According to Mike's story, he was standing over there, near those ash bales, when he heard the shot.
That's where he was standing.
Well, giving him a few seconds to locate the source of the shot, another few seconds to locate the back door of the apartment building, how long would you say it took him to reach the hall outside the door to this room?
Oh, maybe 3 minutes. Maybe only 2.
Right. Inspector, did it ever occur to you as strange that there were practically no items of identification in the murdered girl's handbag?
What of it? The laundry marks on her clothes positively identified her as Mrs. Roy Vinton.
Did they? Didn't we see Mrs. Vinton alive in her wheelchair less than an hour ago?
Yeah, but...
There's only one link missing in our chain of circumstances, Inspector. I think we'll find the answer to that in Roy Vinton's home. Shall we go? Ring the bell, Inspector. And let's hope that our suspects are still sure enough of their ground to be waiting for us.
Oh, so you think that Vinton is our boy, eh?
I don't know, Inspector, but I think I can find out.
Well, gentlemen, back again.
Hello, Mr. Vinton. May we come in?
Yes.
Thanks. Is your wife at home?
Is my wife at home?
Yeah.
Well, naturally. Under the circumstances, she couldn't very well be anywhere else. Why do you ask?
Our reasoning may sound ridiculous to you, Mr. Vinton, but we feel if she'd been able to go to the scene of the crime, she might possibly have decided to take another stroll around town.
Scene of the... Are you out of your mind? Mrs. Vinton hasn't taken a step for years.
Hasn't she? Mr. Vinton, do you mind if we search your wife's bedroom?
I certainly do. Now, look here.
In that event, we'll have to place you both under arrest.
Place us under arrest? What for? What are the charges? Have you a warrant?
In this case, we don't need a warrant. Well, how about it?
You leave me no alternative. I can't subject Mrs. Benton to the excitement of being arrested. This way, please. This is my wife's room here at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. You may join your wife if you like, Mr. Benton.
I prefer to remain here.
We don't care what you prefer. Scram.
Very well.
What are we going to look for, boss?
Frankly, Inspector, I hope we don't find what we're looking for.
You hope we don't? That makes sense. What is it that we are looking for that we don't want to find?
Several pair of ladies' slacks, Inspector.
Ladies' slacks. Well, now.
Well, there isn't a pair of slacks in the closet.
Why should there be? Maybe Mrs. Vinton never wore slacks.
She was wearing them when we talked with her before.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, and if a woman buys one pair of slacks, Inspector, she usually buys two pair. Also, Mike said that the person he saw disappearing down the hall of the apartment house was either a small man or a woman wearing slacks.
Oh, wait a minute. Back up.
Huh?
How could the lady that Mike saw running down the hall be Mrs. Vinton? Mrs. Vinton hasn't been out of a wheelchair for 10 years.
It wasn't Mrs. Vinton, Inspector. I think it was Steve's girlfriend, Vera. Well, don't look so puzzled, Inspector. Come on, let's go downstairs and ask Roy Vinton to supply the missing link in our chain. Oh, there you are, Vinton. And Mrs. Vinton, too.
Did you expect I'd have run away, Mr. Drake? Invalids don't just get up and walk whenever they feel like it, you know?
Yes, that's quite right, which prompts me to ask a question, Mrs. Vinton. Since your bedroom's at the top of the stairs, I wonder how you get up there every night if you don't walk.
How do I?
That's a stupid question, Drake. I carry her up.
You're a small man, Vinton. No, I don't question your ability to carry your wife upstairs, but it occurs to me that after 10 years of it, you'd have arranged a bedroom for Mrs. Vinton on the ground floor.
Now, that makes sense. All right, Vinton. Why didn't you do it?
None of your business.
I'll tell you why you didn't, Vinton. This lady in the wheelchair isn't your wife.
Isn't my wife? Now I know you're out of your mind.
Can you prove she is?
I certainly can. Here. There's our marriage certificate. We were married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
This is to say Roy Vinton and Vera Keith.
Vera. Say, that was the first name of Steve's girlfriend.
Steve.
I don't know what you two are trying to prove. That marriage certificate's in order. If you don't believe me, it'll be a simple matter to contact the Los Angeles City Hall and check their records.
Too simple, Vinton. Well, Inspector, this is our missing link. Now we know exactly what happened in the apartment, who was present and why, don't we?
Huh? Oh, sure we do. Tell him, Bart.
Yes, by all means. Tell us, Mr. Drake. If you can prove that Vera isn't my wife.
I can't prove that Vera isn't your wife, Vinton. But can you deny that you have or had a wife named Shirley?
What?
Let me recapitulate for you. 12 years ago in Los Angeles, you married Vera Keith. After a while, you tired of and left her. I suspect that the parting was agreeable to Vera, too. You came to New York, prospered, and in 10 years' time practically forgot you ever were married.
I know a lot of guys who'd like to forget that.
Go on, Drake. Then what happened?
Then you met Shirley and married her, neglecting the formality of divorcing Vera. Then Vera arrived on the scene.
You seem quite positive, Mr. Drake.
Yes, Vinton, I am. Instead of charging you with being a bigamist, she decided to indulge in a bit of blackmail. Unfortunately, you loved Shirley. You had your reputation as a businessman to think of. So you had to comply with Vera's request for money.
So, Vera set herself up in an apartment and got acquainted with a gent named Steve. Only she didn't tell Steve about her husband.
You're making a grave mistake, Mr. Drake.
Am I, Mrs. Benton? Both Shirley and Steve, however, became suspicious that something was wrong. Both came to Vera's apartment tonight with the idea of demanding a showdown.
And that's when the fireworks started, eh?
That's when the fireworks started, Inspector. The only trouble was that none of those present knew which one was guilty of shooting the other.
Oh, so that's why Steve wouldn't talk.
Right, Inspector.
When he returned to consciousness, Mike told him that one of the babes had been killed, but since her body had been removed, Steve didn't know which one.
No, nor did he know whether or not he had shot her. The same circumstances confronted Vera and Roy Vinton.
We have laws to protect people from slander, Drake.
Vinton here had an answer to their problem, though, or thought he did. He had Vera hastily remove any identification articles from her own purse exchange it with Shirley's, and then she and Vinton returned here.
Only they forgot the laundry mark, eh?
They forgot the laundry marks, Inspector.
Yeah.
Even so, they had the proof that they had been married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
Clever, Mr. Drake. Very clever. But not clever enough to figure this one out.
Hey, she's got a gun.
Netta, don't be a fool. You
Keep
can't...
away, Roy. If you don't, I'll shoot you.
Look out.
I don't care if she does. Don't touch me. Give me that.
I won't. I won't.
You got it, Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. How about Vinton?
I'm afraid Vinton is dead, Inspector.
Army. Nothing like a peaceful game of chess after an exciting evening, eh, Bart?
Right you are, Inspector. Which will you take, black or white?
Neither. I'll take these cream-colored ones.
You take the... Excuse me, they are cream-colored, aren't they, Inspector?
Yeah. You're always a fiend for accuracy, so I might as well be. Too bad about Vinton, eh?
Yes. Well, perhaps he's better off. Perhaps he really loved his second wife and didn't see much point in going on without her.
Yeah. Perhaps. You think it was him who shot her?
It's possible he thought he did. However, ballistics and the fingerprint department will have to determine that. It's your move, Inspector.
Right. Queen pawn up 2 spaces. How'd you know?
Know what? I'll move my queen pawn 2 spaces also.
That Vera wasn't an invalid.
Well, the fire in the fireplace, Inspector. It was burning brightly. Vinton said he hadn't been home all day. Somebody had to get up and replenish the fuel, Inspector. If Mrs. Benton were really an invalid, she couldn't do it. No mystery about that.
Nope, no mystery at all. Not to guys like you. There's a reason, of course.
Oh, yes, there's a reason, Inspector. It's because mystery is my hobby.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to follow the adventures of a man who thought he could commit murder and escape punishment. I call the story Death Laughs Last. It was while I was practicing medicine in an eastern city that Edward Harrison brought his wife Mary to me for an examination. I could see at a glance that she was dangerously ill. When I had finished my examination, however, I tried to conceal her true condition from her till I had a chance to speak privately to her husband.
It isn't anything serious, is it, Dr. Smith? Oh, please tell me that it isn't.
Well, I'm afraid it's too soon to say, Mrs. Harrison. Until the X-ray plates are ready, I can't say yes or no.
But
now your husband is waiting outside. He's probably beginning to worry, so...
Oh, yes, of course.
Here's your wife, Mr. Harrison. You must have thought I'd kidnapped her.
No, but I was getting a little worried, Doctor. I hope you didn't find anything very wrong.
Well, I took several X-rays, but I won't be able to tell much until they're developed. I'd like your wife to come back day after tomorrow, if she can.
Of course, Doctor. What time would be the best?
Well, any time that's convenient to you. Now, I'll write out a prescription your husband can have filled. Will you step in for a moment, Mr. Harrison?
Sure thing. With you in a moment, Mary.
Of course, darling.
Sit down, won't you, Mr. Harrison?
All right. Now, what is it, Doctor?
Mr. Harrison, your wife is dangerously ill.
Does that mean she's going to die?
Her only hope is a brain operation. A very difficult and delicate operation. Without it, well, I could only give her 6 months, a year at most.
No, it mustn't be. She's got to have the operation, you hear?
I must tell you, Mr. Harrison, that only one man in this country has the necessary skill for the operation your wife needs. He's Dr. Howard Richards, and naturally he's in great demand. His average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Well, of course, if you can't afford that, you might consider the circumstances and...
No, I can afford it. I can afford anything Mary needs.
Well, then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yeah, sure. You make the arrangements right away, and I'll get a hold of the money. I'll get it to you by tomorrow, sure.
Darling, help me off with my coat, will you?
No, sure, Mary. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Oh, much better since Dr. Smith gave me that medicine in his office.
He's a swell doctor. He'll fix you up in no time.
Did he tell you anything more, Edward?
Not a thing, except that the treatment might take a little time, that's all.
A little time? Oh, dear, I hope it won't be too expensive. Your business hasn't been good, and we've used up all the money in our savings account, and...
Oh, don't you fret about money. Don't you worry about anything.
All right, darling. I won't. Oh, but aren't you going to take your coat off?
No, I've got to get the prescription the doctor gave me filled. You just take it easy till I get back. I might stop in at the shop, too. There's something I've got to attend to there. Mr. Danvers, I'm Ed Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down. I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right.
Unfortunately, the security you offer, your home...
Well, what's wrong with it? It's a swell little house, good section, all in good repair.
Yes, that's true. But you already have a first and second mortgage on it, totaling $4,000. And, well, I'm afraid we can't make any further loans.
But I've got to have the money. I just got to.
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you. Nothing we can do.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison.
No, I own a shop. I'm a locksmith.
Mm-hmm. Well, that means you're never certain of your income. If you had a job now, a regular income you could depend on...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances... Well, I'm sorry, very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
But I've got to have it. I've just got to.
Sorry.
It's to save Mary's life. She'll die if I don't. And I won't let her die. I won't.
Sorry.
Sorry. Look,
sorry.
You must.
Sorry.
Listen.
Edward, you aren't eating. Oh, and you're so quiet. Dear, is there anything wrong?
Oh, no, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
Why, no, Mary. I was just thinking about making some changes at the shop, but...
Darling, you don't have to lie to me. I know I'm not well, but I'm going to get better. Really, I am, I promise.
Of course you are. Dr. Smith said so. You're going to be well in no time. Now I've got to go out. I have an appointment over the other side of the city with Horace Latimer. He wants to see me about something. Something important.
Edward had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but went to see Horace anyway. For he and Horace had been boyhood friends. Then their paths had separated, and Horace had grown wealthy. But in his desperation, Edward Harrison hoped that Horace would remember the past and would lend him the money he'd been trying to raise all day. Horace could spare it easily. But would he?
1,500? That's rather a lot of money, Ed.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary, for an operation. I've got to have it.
Yes. Why don't you try the bank? You have a house, a business.
I have tried the bank and all the personal loan companies in town. They all turned me down, said the security wasn't good enough.
I see. Well, that's too bad. But I don't quite understand why you came to me, Ed.
Because we're friends, that's why. Because when we were boys, we agreed that we'd each of us always lend the other a helping hand if we could.
Boys don't understand business very well, I'm afraid, Ed.
No, I suppose not. They don't understand business. They just understand friendship. You know, if I had the money and you needed it, I'd lend it to you in a minute.
I don't doubt that at all, Ed. And you can bet I'd lend it to you if I had it. But that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, you know, and a couple of shaky investments that I had to bolster up lately.
All right, Horace, never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me the money.
Really, Ed? I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Save your sorrow for somebody else. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. Yes, I'll get it. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Edward stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Sorry. Yes, you're sorry. In a pig's eye, you're sorry. What a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine.
What's that, buddy? Oh, was you talking to me?
What? Oh, no, sorry. I guess I was thinking out loud.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, got a match?
A match? Oh, sure. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. Okay, just hold it like that. Make a move and I'll plug you.
Gun?
Yeah,
Why,
this is a stick-up. Hold hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money myself. We're both out of luck. I've only got $1 on me. Take it if you want it anyway. It's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets. A wallet. A leather case of some kind.
You'll find just $1 in that wallet.
Yeah? $1. One measly buck. I bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah, well, I'll just see for myself. Say. Oh, this kit is full of skeleton keys and picklocks and stuff. What are you, anyway? Second-story worker?
I'm a locksmith and a safe repairman, if it's anything to you. Now, how about taking $1 and letting me go on my way? I'm in a hurry.
Not so fast, pal. Not so fast. Were you leveling just now when you said you was trying to raise dough?
Yeah, I've got to have $1,500 by tomorrow. What's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet. Me and you, we're going to talk business. Because I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. Two more beers, waiter.
Coming up.
Well, is it a deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes. I know where there's a house with plenty of dough in it. You and me together, we'll go get it. We'll make a team.
What burglary? I've never stolen anything in my life.
Listen, you said you needed the dough bad, didn't you? So do I, plenty bad. You said you'd do anything to get it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Then what are you hanging back for? All you got to do is get the back door opened and the safe. In half an hour, you'll have your $1,500 and more. How else are you ever going to get it? Answer me that.
I don't know. You're sure the money's there, Mike?
Positive. I was casing the joint, looked in the window in time to see the old geezer put a whole roll of bills in a safe that's like a bread box. You could open it with your teeth.
All right, I'll do it. I've got to have the money. I'll go on the job with you.
Everybody's hit the hay long ago. It'll be a cinch.
The luck looks easy. But I shouldn't be doing this. There must be some other way to get the money straight.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You gotta take what you want in this world. If you don't, you'll never get it. Everybody's a crook of some kind. Take it from me.
Well...
Get on. Get that door open. We gotta get inside before we're spotted.
All right. Let me take a second, I think. Yes. There. It's unlocked.
Okay. Get inside. The safe's in the library. Down this way. Don't make any noise.
You're sure there's only two of them in the house?
Yeah, the old guy and his butler. Probably both of them deaf as posts. Here's the library. Come on. The safe's behind the picture on the wall.
This picture?
Yeah, that's it. I'll lift it down. There you are. That safe is just a kid's toy. Go ahead, get it open.
It won't be that easy. But I'll have it open inside half an hour.
Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
It's coming now. There. It's open.
About time, too. Now let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. Will I open it? There. Look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What'd I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy. Come on, we'll count it and divvy it up.
No, never mind. Just give me 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
Are you kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 I need.
Okay, it's your funeral. Yeah, here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bills.
$1,500?
Yeah, for just an hour's work. Easy money, huh? What do you say? We crack a couple more cribs tonight?
No, I just want to get out of here now and...
Get behind this door. I'll take care of it.
Burglars! Jenkins! Police! Help!
What'd you expect me to do? Shake his hand?
But you killed him. Yes. I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut the guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
Well, then let's get going. Come on. We can...
Stand still, both of you. I have a gun and I have you covered.
The butler.
If you move, I'll shoot. I can see you perfectly.
He's standing on the stairs. He's got a gun. We're caught.
No, not yet. We ain't. Not for an old scarecrow with a rusty horse pistol.
Put up your hands. I'm going to call the police. You've done something to the master.
Okay, we'll put up our hands. Fight fun, we will.
Oh!
I shot him.
We got to get out of here in a hurry. Those shots... Okay, here we are. Come on in.
Well, why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in. It's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
But I can't stay, Mike. My wife, she'll be worrying. Home to her.
You've got other things than your wife to worry about, chum.
What do you mean, Mike?
I mean the cops. Or have you forgotten you're wanted for murder?
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll never be able to forget. Oh, why did you kill them? Why?
Well, it was either kill them or go to jail. Or would you rather have gone to jail, huh?
No, but I'm all mixed up. Did I get into this anyway?
You needed dough. That's how you got into this. And you got it, so now cut out the sob stuff.
Why wouldn't you let me go home? Why did you make me come here to your room?
You're here so you and me can have a little talk.
Kind of a talk.
Well, chum, that door and that safe open. You and me got a future together.
I won't do it. I won't.
Sure you can always send a little note to the cops.
They'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways up here. You gotta sit quiet. You can say, You don't think you can pull a job and go on as if nothing had happened. Somebody's always got to do another.
I did it only for
a minute now, and you can't get out. Wait.
I'll have a get it up my chest.
Oh, no, you don't. You see, the second if I thought... Get up and go.
You got me into this. I'll take that gun away from me. I'll put you out.
Oh.
Mike. He's dead. I've got to get away.
In a daze of horror, he made his way to the street. Thoughts which he could not control round in his head.
They'll hang me. But I had the money. The money to make Mary. Now they'll catch me. They'll hang me. But I've got to. Paid for somehow. But you can't escape if you're lucky. I need a drink. I've
I've got to have a drink before I go crazy.
So Edward Harrison streaked. Struggling to control his shaking as normal, he ordered a double whiskey and gulped it. His senses cleared a little. He heard the radio at the end of the bar, broadcasting a warning to the city.
Attention. The police stop for the following man. Committed in the Buxton Park. Please make a note of the following.
Say, buddy, what's the radio off for?
Because I was...
See? And I got a night, I want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it back on again.
No, you mustn't.
I'm going to. If you try a gun right here under the bar, see what that dirty killer looked like.
I repeat, beyond night, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair, in Buxton Park earlier this evening. Man reported once to... Now turn you back to our regular night owl program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're heavy-set and black-haired. But for a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer the way you didn't want me to hear the description. I guess you just jumped me, huh? Well, here, have another drink. On the house.
Thanks. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
How close he had come to giving himself away, Edward Harrison hurried. Mike, the police were looking for, not Edward Harrison. They had. Edward Harrison was safe. His old good luck, Edward was asleep. Quiet and troubled by nightmare, Mary was already preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling.
You? I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop. It was pretty did a little work. I forgot to watch the time.
Oh, this morning you look terrible. I know. You're worrying about me. Oh, but you about me. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Smith called up last night. He wanted to talk to you. Said he had some good news for you.
Good news?
Yes, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
I think I know what it is. Yes, sure, I'll go right over and see him.
Oh, but darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
Well, all right, Edward. But please hurry back. I want to know what the doctor says, too.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now, darling. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Edward bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murders the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The butler Mike had shot had given the police Mike's description and then died before he could tell them there was anyone with Mike. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or an accident and closed the case. Edward Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe. I'm safe. Mike was wrong. Sometimes you can get away with murder and not have to pay anything if you're lucky. And I've been lucky. I've been lucky.
When Edward Harrison entered my office, he sat down beside my desk and tossed a folded newspaper into the wastebasket. His expression was that of a man who had just faced disaster and been rescued at the last moment.
Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you'd phoned. You had good news.
Yes, Mr. Harrison. I called you last night after I got in touch with Dr. Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
Oh, that's swell, Doctor. And I've got the money right here in my pocket.
Money, yes. Yes, I was also going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about it. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted?
Yes.
Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Never mind, Doctor. I mean, I've got the money. I want to pay it. He's got to take it right away. Well, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to save Mary's life, isn't it? You said it would. You can go back on your word. You can, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the operation would save your wife's life, but Unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? And I've raised the dough to pay him, so what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards can't perform the operation now.
But you said...
He was tragically murdered last night by a burglar who broke into his home in Buxton Park. This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip into the life of a man who thought he could make good come out of evil? Poor Edward Harrison. He didn't believe that crime must always be paid for by someone, did he? What became of him? Well, after his wife died a few months later, he confessed everything to the police. He didn't have anything to live for, poor fellow. But I hope his experience will teach you that crime really doesn't pay. I always say that if... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week.
You have just heard Chapter 42 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, Death Laughs Last, Philip Clark played Edward Harrison, Carl Emery played Mike, and Elizabeth Morgan played Mary Harrison. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Henry Silverne. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. And now, an important message for all of you.
This is Jock McGregor speaking. The National War Fund Drive begins tomorrow. As you probably know, this fund includes over 22 of the major war relief and service organizations. As the war progresses on all fronts, more and more people will need help. Our armed forces, American prisoners of war, our allies, and people right here at home. And by giving to the National War Fund, you will be helping. Consider just one of the many organizations that the War Fund supports, the USO. More than 3,000 service units are in operation, clubs where our servicemen and women find recreation, dances, educational activities, reading, writing, and game rooms, and religious counsel. The USO is responsible for the traveler's aid desks, which help servicemen make connections and find sleeping accommodations. It operates the lounges in railroad and bus terminals. USO camp shows bring American entertainment to our troops at camps and stations throughout this country and in all of the combat zones. Groups who play the jungle circuit in the South Pacific, the desert circuit in North Africa, the grass skirt circuit in the Hawaiian Islands, and the foxhole circuit in combat zones just behind the front line. We can't measure in money the good accomplished by the USO, but we can help to continue that good work by giving our money the National War Fund. So when your community war fund or war chest representative calls on you, give and give generously.
Listen next time to a tale titled
The Man the Insects Hated.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. Beginning Saturday, October 7th, The Mysterious Traveler will be heard at a new time. It will be presented every Saturday evening at 10:30 Eastern Wartime over most of these same stations. So remember the new time, 10:30 p.m., Saturdays.
This is Mutual.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
is ready to help you spend an entertaining half hour.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Vampire's Desire? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Forbidding-looking place, Mr. Winton.
It is at that. We can't go any farther in this downpour.
We shall most likely have to stay in this doorway, then. The house looks untenanted.
Does it that? However, there may be someone in.
There's no one living in this tomb of a place, Mr. Winton.
I think you're right, John. I wonder where we are.
I haven't had the slightest idea where we are since the beginning of the storm when we lost our way.
I think you're right about the place being untenanted. Try the door. Maybe we can break in. Anything to get out of this storm. Try the door.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's opening.
Oh, good.
Well?
Good evening. We've lost our way, been caught in this storm. We're drenched to the skin.
More fools you for being out on a night like this.
Very agreeable, sir.
May we come in and get dried out?
You're not welcome.
Well, surely you're not going to turn us away on a night like this.
I don't care what kind of a night it is. You're not welcome.
Well, all right. May we come in whether we're welcome or not?
No. Good night.
She's slamming the door in your face.
Kindly soul.
When the old woman tried to slam the door, I stuck my foot in the way, and she hasn't tried to close it anymore.
Good. Let's take a chance on going in, then, whether we're welcome or not.
All right, sir. Now, which way, Mr. Winton?
Who can tell in this pitch darkness? Listen.
The old woman.
Yeah.
Mr. Winton, we're in the house of a mad woman.
It isn't a very pleasant sound, is it?
Doesn't seem to be a light in the whole place. What shall we do?
We'll go to the right. Feel along the wall for a light switch or a door.
All right.
Come along, then. Follow me. Here's a door. Come along, John. Stay close by me.
Yes, sir. Oh, good Lord, sir. Is she going to keep that up all night?
Well, if she is, I wish she'd tell what the joke is so we can laugh with her. Find the light switch?
No, there doesn't seem to be one.
All right, then. We'll continue in the dark. You go to the left, I'll go to the right. Maybe we can find something to sit on.
Yes, sir. What's this? I found something.
What is it?
Well, it might be a bookcase built into the wall.
All right. There may be at least something in it that we can sit on. Even books would be better than the cold floor.
Yes, sir. Although I can't feel anything yet.
Keep talking, John, so I can find my way over to you.
Yes, sir. Why don't you strike a match?
Fine chance either of us have of doing that. They'll be soaking wet. Where are you?
Right here, sir. You're almost up to me.
Now, where's the bookcase?
Right here. Let me have your hand.
Yes. Now, let's feel all through it. Maybe something of use in it. You never can tell. What was that?
Sounds like someone at the door.
What are you doing?
Trying to light a match.
Any luck?
No, sir. Just like you said, they're sopping wet.
Quiet now. Let's listen. You must have been imagining things.
I've been imagining things ever since we first heard that old woman laugh like that. It fairly makes my hair stand on end. There it is again, sir. A rustling near the door.
Who is that? Who's there?
Stay away from that bookcase. Stay away.
Who is it? Who are you?
Stay away from that bookcase.
We wouldn't be near the blessed bookcase if he'd be gracious enough to conduct us to a room with some furniture in it so that we might rest and get dry.
Stay away from the bookcase.
He's leaving, sir.
Well, this is a fine how do you do, isn't it?
Oh, I've had about enough, sir. I'd sooner we were on our way.
Oh, nonsense. However, we leave the bookcase alone if that's what we're asked to do.
He's still hereabouts?
Yes, I heard him. Are you playing some game with us? If so, we're not in the mood for it.
No answer.
No.
Oh, there she is again.
Yes. That's enough. That's enough.
What are you going to do, sir?
This is some fool game they're playing with us. I'm going to find out about it and put a stop to it. There's a man and woman living in this house. There must be some furniture in at least one of the rooms.
Some heat, sir. I'm chilled to the bone.
Yes, some heat. There isn't, and there's something going on here that we should investigate and put a stop to. Come along, John.
All right, sir, if you say so. Where to first?
We'll start right where we are. Search the whole house. From this floor up to the roof. Isn't that...
Look, Mr. Winton. Look.
Where?
Down to the end of this hall. There's the old man who was talking to us in the room downstairs, telling us to keep away from the bookcase.
I think you're right. Carrying a shaded lantern.
Yes, sir.
John, we'll follow him.
Yes.
He'll lead us somewhere. We can't wander in this house all night in the dark.
At any rate, he has a light.
I don't think he's noticed us.
We'll have to get close to him before he turns that corner down to the end of the hall.
Yes.
He's almost at the corner. There, he turned.
Hurry. He might duck into some room close by and we'll lose him. Easy now, while I peek around the corner.
You see him, sir?
Yes. Going into the first room on the left.
Quiet. The air is stale and musty here.
Yes, but never mind about that just now.
That makes me gasp for breath.
Here's the room he went into. Quiet now while I have a look.
Is he in there, sir?
Strange. I'm sure he went in there.
He might be hiding behind the door waiting to pounce on us.
Old man like that couldn't do much pouncing.
He might be armed.
Oh, take that chance. The air is stale and musty here, isn't it?
I can hardly get my breath.
The foul, fetid air coming from that room the old man went into. Well, if he can stand it, we can.
All right, sir. But be careful.
He's not in here. If he is, he's turned out the lantern. Hello. Hello.
There's no one in here.
Huh? The door's just slammed shut.
Oh, there's no door here. I ran right into a blank wall.
Where the door was?
Right here, yes.
John, we're trapped. There's some devilment underfoot in this house. We're right in the middle of it.
In a room with no way out. And no air. No air.
Now, don't start whimpering. We're in it, and we'll have to see what we can do to get out.
But what could they want of us?
How should I know?
What shall we do? Just sit and wait?
No, we'll start looking for a way out of this room right now. If we only had a light. Maybe we can find some other way out of this room.
We can try.
You go to your right, I'll go to the left. We'll follow the wall around till we meet.
All right.
You tap the wall as you go along. Listen for hollow spots.
No. Oh,
now what?
I stumbled over something on the floor, sir.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. I shall have to feel. Oh.
What is it, John?
A body, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. It's the body of a man.
Where is it?
No, don't touch it, sir. Don't touch it.
Why not?
I did. And a part of it crumbled to bits.
Good heaven.
Yes, sir. It crumbled under my touch.
Where is it?
Right at my feet. I'm afraid to move another step.
We'll see what this is.
Yes.
You're right. I just touched it and part of the clothing crumbled away.
Yeah.
And John, I felt bones.
Oh, sir. That's what's going to happen to us if we don't get out of this place. I just know it is.
Oh, that fellow must have been dead for years. The clothing just crumbled away in my fingers.
Yes.
John, we must get out of this place as quickly as possible. We're in great danger, I am sure of it. In danger of our lives. We've got to find a way out of this room before we suffocate.
Why don't we try to find the place where the door was, sir?
Yes. Back to the door, John. We haven't time to look for any other exit.
We'll have to find out how to open the door we came in.
It's over this way, sir. Right along this wall. Who's there? There's the hideous cackle of the old woman again.
Never mind about that cackle. We've only a few minutes to find a way out of here. When that door closed, it hermetically sealed this room. If we don't get out, we'll suffocate.
What shall I do, sir?
Feel along the floor while I search along the walls here. Feel for any loose boards or any part of the floor that might move.
Yes, sir.
Have you found anything yet?
No, sir.
Keep working. For heaven's sake, keep working.
I can't do any more, sir. I'm through.
Keep searching, John. Keep searching. There must be a secret spring somewhere in here that'll open this door. You find anything yet, John? John, answer me. John. He's done for. Don't let go, man. Keep on. Hang on. We're not done for yet.
Mr. Winton and his man John, trapped in a house of mystery, suffocating in a hermetically sealed room. Where is the old man with the lantern? Eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done. Winton and his man John are trapped in a hermetically sealed room in a house of mystery. Yes, John has lapsed into unconsciousness. But just as Winton is about to drop off, something happens.
John. John, we've made it. I've found the hidden spring just in time. Now, get you out of here. There. You'll be all right in no time.
Oh, it's you, sir.
Yes. Now, come on. Pull yourself together.
Where are we?
I don't know. But at least we're out of that death trap.
How did we do it, sir?
Just before I went under, I happened on that hidden spring that works the door.
What about the old man with the lantern? And the cackling old woman? And the crumbling body of the man?
We're going to see about those things immediately. I'm going to get to the bottom of this thing. Come on.
And get suffocated all over again?
I don't think we will. Besides, I know where the release for the door is now. Come along. And careful. Take an extra long step when you enter the room. I think we tripped some kind of mechanism when we first entered.
Yes, sir.
Old man with a lantern went into this room and disappeared.
Where can he have got to? If he stayed in the room, he must have suffocated.
He didn't stay in the room. I'm positive of that. Keep your ears open and listen for any hollow sounds.
There's one, sir.
Yes, I heard it. Listen. Don't you hear someone talking?
No, sir.
Put your ear to the wall and listen. You hear it now?
Yes, sir. Two people talking.
Yes. I knew that old man couldn't have vanished into thin air. There's another door hidden here somewhere, and we're going to find it. Feel for anything movable around the wainscoting. I'll work up the sides here.
Can you hear what they're saying?
No, they're too far away to catch any of the words. However, from his tone, I'd say he was threatening her.
You found it, sir?
Yes, this little bud on the decoration here.
Look, sir. A flight of stairs.
Yes, and leading down. Come on.
Oh, haven't we had enough for one night, sir, without sticking our noses in any further?
We've gone this far and had an attempt made on our lives. We're going to clear up this business before we leave.
No telling what might be down there, sir.
That's what I'm going to find out. Well, you coming with me, or shall I go alone?
Oh, no, sir, I'm coming.
clearly now.
Don't do it, I tell you. You understand that?
We're close enough to make out their conversation.
Now there are two more up there with Gregory.
Yes.
The man we saw with a lantern. He's talking about us, John.
Yes, sir.
He thinks we're dead upstairs with that body we found.
If you do not continue to obey me, that's what will happen to you.
Oh, no. No.
Cringe. That's what I want you to do.
Come on, John. We'll see what we can do about this.
When I'm gone, you think all the money will be yours.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
There's a turn in the passage just ahead. I can see a light shining. Quietly now. We'll be able to see into the room in a moment or so.
Tomorrow, you will bring me another young animal to feed upon.
Yes, Brother Garnet.
It's her brother that's talking.
Yes. Easy now while I look around the corner. What in heaven's name?
What do you see, sir?
Come here.
Great heavens. A coffin.
Yes, a coffin.
With a huge lighted candle
And
at each corner.
And look in the coffin.
A man.
The one we heard talking.
When you get back to your cottage each morning, you wonder where you've been the night before. Don't you? Huh?
There you are, John.
But his lips don't move.
No, but that's where the voice is coming from.
You don't know that I have you under my power? What shall we do, sir?
We dash in there and let matters take their course. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Come on, then.
Lydia, the candles. Quick, out with them.
Stop! John, quickly, that cover over there. Slam it on the coffin. The lady. Look at her. Look at the change that's coming over.
Where am I? A coffin. You too. Where am I?
You should know better than us.
But I don't.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, please believe me. Why, I begin to understand now.
I think I do, too.
It's been this all the time. While I thought it was just a terrible nightmare.
Would you like to make yourself clear?
The coffin. Tell me. Who's in it? Who's in the coffin?
You mean to say that you don't know?
Oh, no, I swear I don't.
Well, you called him brother just a few moments ago.
Brother?
Your own brother Garnet is in that coffin.
No. No, how can that be? We buried my brother Garnet over 8 years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
You are...
I'm Lydia Crampton.
Miss Crampton, I would advise you to start at the beginning so that we might unravel this maze.
Oh, I'll try. But not here, please.
Yes, here. If my deductions are correct, it would be better for everyone concerned to get the truth right here and now.
All right. There's very little I can tell you that I know definitely. Brother Garnet died about 8 years ago. I hate to say it, but he was horrible. He was a devil. As soon as Father died and he came into the money, he started making my life miserable.
Why?
I never could find out why. Then Garnet died and was buried. And with him was buried the secret of Father's will. I know that the estate was supposed to pass on to me after Garnet's death, but I can't find any sign of the will.
What have you done?
I have a small income from my mother. I've been living in a little cottage not far from here. And now comes the part that's like a terrible dream. But I'm beginning to see it now. I'm positive that I'm right when I say that Garnet somehow was able to exercise his will upon me after death.
What makes you say that?
What I've been thinking were horrible nightmares. I now see were actual occurrences. He made me come here every night to wait upon him. He told me that Gregory, his butler, had placed him here in this coffin
and had buried a dummy in his place. Then he killed Gregory.
The body in the room upstairs?
Yes. When he had me under his spell, I used to pass through that room and laugh at the remains of Gregory. Call him lazy for always sleeping on the floor. To think that I would do a thing like that.
Go ahead, Miss Crampton.
He made me bring him a young animal every day or two.
What was that for?
He fed upon them.
I thought so. He feeds upon the blood of animals.
Yes. He sucked the blood from them. And when he had fed, he had the strength to get out of his coffin for a while.
This is horrible. Stop her.
Oh, quiet, John. Then that's how we saw him in the hall upstairs. Go ahead, Miss Crampton.
That is about all. He used to taunt me by the hour, telling me I'd never come into my inheritance.
I see. When we slammed the lid on the coffin, we broke his spell over you.
Yes, you must have done.
Tell me, Miss Crampton, where in this room are we in connection with the rest of the house?
I don't know. It must be on the ground floor, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking. I have an idea.
What is it, sir?
Hear that?
Another hollow spot.
Exactly. Now, what's this point right here?
Yes, sir?
We'll press it and...
It's opening.
What? Why, it's the bookcase in the front room.
Look at this in the back of the bookcase. A small secret compartment.
Keep away from the bookcase.
The dead body is talking. Talking even with the coffin lid on.
All right, John. We're ready to put a stop to his talking. Here, Miss Crampton, a package from the compartment in the back of the bookcase. I think you'll find it's your father's will.
Father's will?
Yes. Now, John, take those candles out of the candlesticks. Hand the candles to Miss Crampton. Now, hand me one candlestick and use the other as a hammer.
What are we going to do, sir?
We're going to put an end to Gardener Crampton.
But how, sir? What are we going to do with the candlestick?
I'll show you. Use the ornamental pointed end of this candlestick as a spear. You use your candlestick as a hammer. We'll drive this one through the heart of that monster in the coffin.
No.
But that would be murder.
We'll not. He only lives during the night. Go on, strike. We'll release his soul so that he'll never trouble anyone on earth again. Faster, John.
I'm working as fast as I can, sir.
When Miss Crampton told me of the feeding on young animals...
Sucking the blood?
Yes, I knew then that we had a vampire to deal with.
What are you doing? For heaven's sakes, what are you doing?
We're ridding the face of the earth of a vampire. It's done. We've driven the point of this candlestick through the coffin and through the heart of Garnet Crampton, who's long been dead, but whose soul has been held in bondage by the result of his evil practices in life.
Candlestick used as a spear, Winton and his man John put an end to the vampire's desire. Yes. Released his soul so it could never again return to the earth. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery is based on records of the New York Police Department. It is called The Perfect Crime because it has never been solved, even by the most brilliant minds of the New York Police. It is a crime that experts, after complete investigation, state could not have happened, yet they know that it did happen. The scene is Isidore Fink's Little Hand Laundry at 52 East 132nd Street, New York. The fitful light from the smoke-grimed street lamp only serves to make the deep black shadows more deeply black. Isidore Fink shuffles out of the cigar store across the street from his laundry, draws his threadbare jacket tightly about him as if to protect himself from the penetrating drizzle, then crosses the muddy street and unlocks the two heavy padlocks on his laundry door. The clerk sees Isidore glance fearfully up and down the darkened street before he closes the door and bolts it on the inside. The transom above the door fills with a diffused glow of light as Isidore turns the switch on the old carbon filament lamp hanging from the ceiling.
Poor old devil. Gonna work half the night again to earn 2 bits. No, guess I was wrong. He put the light out.
Officer Pete! Officer Pete!
What's the matter? What's up?
Didn't you hear the shots?
I thought it was an automobile backfiring. I was standing down there in the corner. Where was it?
Over in Fink's laundry.
All right. We're coming. Who is she?
An old woman who rents the back half of Isidore Fink's store.
You got a phone to your cigar store?
Yes.
Well, better go down there and call up the station.
Okay, officer.
This door is locked on the inside.
Officer, what happened?
I don't know yet. Is there any other way into the store?
Oh, yes, through my room. But the door's bolted on his side.
Well, I can't break this door down. It's too strong. You sure there's no other way in but through your room?
You can't get through that way either. That back door is as strong as this one.
Well, I can't get through that transom. Here, one of you kids. Which one of you climbed through that transom?
I will, officer.
All right, you folks. Stand back there. Come on, kid. I'll lift you up. Now then. Yeah. That's it. Now, take my nightstick. Break the glass. Hey, watch out. Don't cut yourself. Now, through you go. Drop down on the other side and draw that bolt.
Okay, officer.
Wonder where that light switch is. Here we are. Good heavens.
Is he dead?
Yes. Killed himself.
What's up here?
Come in, Sergeant. Old Isidore bumped himself off.
Where's the gun, Pete?
Haven't been able to find it yet.
All right, boys. We'll take a look.
Okay, Sarge. Sure, Sarge.
Look where? There's no place to look except under that table. The room's bare.
Oh, hello, Coroner. Evening, Sergeant. What have we here? Plain case of suicide. Just looking around for the gun. Suicide, eh? You think so? Sorry, here, Barn. No powder burns. A shot in the head would have killed him. Gun was at least 2 feet away. Sorry, gentlemen. From the looks of the wounds, I'm forced to decide that it was murder. And since there's no trace of a gun, the killer carried it off.
Impossible. The place was bolted on the inside. Nobody could have got out of here. I had to get this kid here to break the transom, crawl through to open the door.
Yeah, and I haven't got the gun. What would I want with a gun?
All right. How about that window?
That window, Sarge, it's the only window in the place, and it's barred on the inside with bars so close a cat couldn't get between them.
Not only that, the frame is nailed in place.
So's the transom frame, nailed in place.
The door leading to the other room hasn't been opened for years. Look at the cobweb. This bolt here is rusted in place. Take a hammer to move it. Wait here a minute. We've got to be reasonable. Somebody got in here and killed old Isidore, and then they got out. Now, this is a single room, 1 window and 1 transom. 2 doors, both bolted on the inside.
Both window and transom nailed in place. And no fireplace. Nothing to hide behind. No cupboards.
Then the killer must have come in here into the room with him.
No, he didn't.
Oh, how do you know? Who are you?
I'm the clerk in the cigar store across the street.
Oh, the fellow that caught us on the phone?
Yes, Isidore came into my store tonight, bought a pack of cigarettes, and said he was going in to do some more laundry. I saw him cross the street.
Your eyes never left him? Not for a second?
No, I watched him cross, saw him open the door and go inside, and then I saw the light go on. A few moments afterward, the light went out, and then the 3 shots.
Say, this ain't reasonable.
You're telling me? I got the jitters now.
It must be a trap door or something.
A trap door? Look at that rough plank floor and tell me it's got a trap door in it.
No, I guess you're right at that.
Well, there's nothing more we can do here. You Sure nobody touched the body?
Of course I'm sure.
What difference does that make, Sergeant? The murderer is what we want now.
And he's not going to be easy to find. Any murderer that can get out of this room.
Yeah, through 2 bolted doors and 2 nailed windows. I tell you, Sarge, the thing's spooky.
Well, come on. We'll get back to headquarters. Different boys out here. All right, lads. Come on. For 24 hours, a corps of detectives went over every inch of the one-room laundry for signs of revolver, trap doors, or secret panels. The most expert fingerprint men in New York's police department worked on the case. And aside from the fingerprints of the police and Isidore himself, not a thing was found. At first, the police worked with zest, then irritability, finally in complete bewilderment. The scene is police headquarters 6 months later.
Well, boys, what can you tell me about this Fink murder?
Not a thing more than our first report, Chief.
Now listen, Sergeant. We're not going to let that 2% Fink murder get us down.
Not going to, Chief. It has.
Me too, Chief. I was within 50 feet of that laundry when the shots were fired. I know nobody left that building.
Well, the murderer did.
I'm beginning to wonder about that, Chief.
What do you mean?
Well, listen, Chief. The front door was bolted on the inside.
Yes, I know, and the back room door was bolted, too, and the windows were nailed in place. No place to hide. But, boys, the murderer got away, and that's what hurts. Got clean away.
Chief, I've been a long time on the force, and I'm not superstitious. But something happened in there that night that the books don't tell us how to solve.
Listen, Sergeant. That murder was brutal. It was physical. Get me? Physical, nothing else. We're not going to have the New York Police Department throw up a case and blame it on spooks.
Just about what I'm ready to blame it on, Chief.
The thing that gets me down, Chief, is the total lack of motive.
And that does make it hard. I've gone through the file on his private life till I know it like a book. Little bit of an undersized fellow from Galicia. Works for 10 years in a laundry, doesn't make a friend, doesn't have an enemy. Saves $1,000 and opens his own laundry. Works like a dog, 18 hours a day, and makes a bare living. No women in his life, nothing to rob him of, not a reason in the world for killing him. Hello? Yes? Okay, right away. All right, boys, better forget it. There's more to worry about.
What, Chief?
A gang killing down the tunnel. Let's go.
5 years have passed, and the New York police know as little today as they did the night of the murder. The feeling of the entire police department can be summed up in the cryptic expression of the chief, "That 2% Fink mystery gives me the creeps." In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the perfect crime.
Don't go away. We've got the conclusion of this unsolved mystery coming up right after this. And now back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is number 52 East 132nd Street, Isidore Fink's Little Hand Laundry, the night of the murder. Isidore says good night to the clerk in the cigar store across the street from his laundry, and crossing the dimly lighted street unlocks the 2 heavy padlocks on his laundry door. Isidore slips inside, closes and bolts the door behind him. The rough board flooring creaks beneath his feet as he crosses the floor to the light switch. He reaches out in the dark. The switch clicks.
You user.
Yes, Isidore.
You found me.
Yes,
Isidore, I found you. Strange, Isidore, but true. I found you. Isidore, I am going to kill you.
Oh, no. Have mercy.
No, Isidore, I have no mercy. I am going to put out the light, Isidore, and then I am going to kill you. You are going to die, knowing that I shall live on after you are gone.
But you can't. You'll be caught.
Oh, no, Isidore. I shall not be caught. You bolted the door on the inside, Isidore. And when the police come, they will have to send someone through the transom. That will be after you are dead, Isidore. And then, when the policeman steps into the room, it will be in the dark. I shall step backwards out of the room, and when the lights go on, Isidore, I shall be one of the curious, morbid crowd about the door, looking horror-stricken upon your dead body. I am going to put out the light, Isidore.
This is Robert Montgomery, inviting you to join us for the story of a woman named Eve. Tonight's study in Suspense. An hour of suspense. A full 60 minutes at this time, with the distinguished actor-director, Mr. Robert Montgomery, as your host. Tonight, our star is Miss June Havoc. Miss Havoc will appear in The Black Angel, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Mr. Montgomery, I believe an apple is honest. Until a couple of days ago, I don't suppose I'd given an apple a solid thought in months. But it was a warm afternoon, and the striped awning over the fruit stand offered shade. And besides, I found myself staring at the apples. All lined up they were, in nice even rows, shiny and round and red. They were supposed to tempt me, and they did. The first thing you know, I picked one out and shined it up. And then I looked at it close. For the first time, I think I understood why an artist ever set up an easel in front of an apple and painted it. It's really very beautiful, a good apple is. The way the red dissolves into the yellow. It's warm. It's full of promise. I bit into it, and then I got to thinking. That coloring, I thought, is just a come-on. A private sales promotion to make you want it. As a matter of fact, an apple does its advertising in an extremely honest fashion. Mind you, I'm not selling apples, but even a bad apple says, here's a blemish, a spot, a fault. If you take me, you take the bad of me with the good. And don't say I didn't warn you. So you can take an apple on its face value. And that's what I was doing. But as I ate it, I found myself wishing that all of nature's products were as frank and open. You choose a friend, a sweetheart. The come-on, the sales campaign, the covering, maybe it lives up to its promise and maybe it doesn't. With an apple, you can tell. So the one I was munching on set me to thinking about apples and people, about the confusion that arose when the first apple and the first human being got together. The forbidden fruit and the woman, Eve. That name reminded me of the only Eve I ever knew very much about, Eve Jeremy. I didn't actually know the Jeremys personally, Eve and Frank, but I don't think Hollywood will ever forget them. Eve and Frank Jeremy are memorable, not as individuals, but together as husband and wife. Not just because she was a beautiful actress, or because he was an influential producer, but because of what they became in combination. Let's take a look at Eve and Frank. Look past the covering and see what we find.
Now, with the performance of our distinguished star, Miss June Havoc, as Eve Jeremy, we hope once again to keep you in suspense.
Is that you, Frank? Well, darling, we'd better get a move on. You know how Azadia is about her sit-down dinners. It's after 7 now, and it'll... Oh, Frank, you're not even dressed.
I can't go, baby.
Oh, for heaven's sake. What do you mean you can't go?
I've just been on the phone half an hour. Crawford won't do the part.
Well, she never was right for it.
I thought she was. Anyway, she won't do it, and now I've got to find someone else.
Let's talk about it later, huh, darling? Go on, get your dinner jacket on, please.
Look, you go without me, honey. I've got so much to do.
will not. I will not be the odd woman there. Oh, you know how Azadia is about how carefully she
Honey,
arranges
now listen,
everything.
this is serious.
Oh.
Look, I didn't want to discuss it at home. I'm not the kind of guy who brings the office home every night. Maybe I'd be a bigger shot producer if I did. Anyway, business is lousy. See, just lousy. Money's frozen all over. It's all right for the big studios, MGM, Paramount, and Warner's. But it's murder right now for an independent.
I know.
Guys like me depend on money from the banks, honey. And even if I've got the best picture in the world, with money the way it is, I've got to have at least one big box office name, so the banks will think their investment is protected.
Oh, Frank, I know all about this. You told me enough about it when you explained why I couldn't play the part myself.
Well?
Oh, Frank, honey, I am sorry. I suppose it is terrible that I'm fussing over a little thing like a dinner party when you have...
Oh, that's better, sweet.
Well, Frank, why don't we go out to dinner anyhow? You know, it might relax you and take your mind off things.
No, honey, now, if I don't get my whole deal set within the next 48 hours and get word to New York about who my star is, we can't shoot this year. And frankly, if I can't afford, I simply just can't afford. I mean it literally, to lay out the rest of this year.
Well, Fontaine can't do it. Crawford won't. All right, who's it going to be?
Eve, there's just one star that's been right for it from the beginning. Now, you'll get sore again and we'll have a big shindy about it. But honestly, honey, now, if you could just believe me when I tell you that she doesn't mean anything to me. Nothing. But a big...
Lorna Moore.
Yes, Lorna Moore.
And I suppose you've been talking to her, seeing her, trying to warm up that old...
I just hung up the phone from talking to her. I'm going to see her, and so that's why I can't go to dinner. She's out at the Malibu Beach House. Oh, look, Eve, why can't you believe me when
Frank, leave me alone. Oh, what do you think I am? Do you think I'm going over to Azadia's and tell them the reason I'm alone is that you couldn't come? You had to go out and see Lorna Moore at her beach house in Malibu. Oh, I can just see that look on Azadia's face when you and Lorna and Azadia all used to be such great friends. You never went to have dinner at Azadia's alone up until 6 months ago. Oh, no. You always had Lorna along, even though she hadn't made a picture for you for 3 years. She wasn't a business deal then. Oh, no. All right. You know how I feel about everything, so you can just go and do as you exactly please.
Darling, if you just listen to me. I don't care about Lorna at all. You must know that. I don't even care for her particularly as an actress. But I need that name or I'm sunk.
She's the only available actress in the whole world that can play that part of...
Yes, she's the only actress that I can get in a hurry with a big enough name.
Oh,
okay, Eve, I'm going out to Malibu. Oh, honestly, honey, I don't think I'll be any more than an hour.
You can call Azadia from there. I'm not going to call her.
All right, I'll call up from there.
It wasn't like me. It really wasn't like me. But if a man would only understand that a woman is a really delicate, sensitive instrument. And, of course, that goes double if you're an actress. Frank was actually a very nice, sweet guy. A bit older, of course, but kind and swell. I guess I knew basically that Lorna didn't mean anything to him but business. But the whole thing seemed to explode that night. My wanting to be an important actress and the mortification of having the dinner party called off with me sitting there all dressed up and looking, well, really wonderful.
I got up and put my coat on. I was so mad I was cold. I wandered into the living room. On the coffee table was a bottle of gin. Frank had just gotten it out, I guess, to start to make a martini. I let out a little into the jigger glass, and I gulped it down. I thought some plaster had fallen off the ceiling and hit me in the chest for a minute. Then I saw something lying under the love seat. A little package. I untied it. It was from Rheingold. A gold compact. And on it was engraved, "To Lorna, dear, from Frank." I guess it was the gin made me decide to do it. Anyway, the next thing I knew, I was out in my car, backing out of the driveway and turning up Sunset. I knew I was headed for Malibu. All the way there, I did the most wonderful scenes in my mind. I'd knock on the door, then quickly open it so they wouldn't be able to get out of each other's arms. "Good evening." "Oh, no, please. Don't let me disturb you. I merely came to bring you this present that Frank, in his haste to get over to see you, neglected to bring. It's this lovely gold compact. He picked it out all by himself, of course. And that's his very own writing on it, too. Well, good night, and I'm certainly looking forward to your Academy Award performance in his new picture." I knew which house it was. A white one all by itself up on Trancas Beach, about a mile beyond Merle-Oberon. I stopped a couple of 100 feet deep in the house. Frank's car was nowhere in sight. I opened the wrought iron gate and walked down at the door. There wasn't a light in the house. "Oh, please, no, don't let me disturb you. This lovely gold compact." I beg your pardon. Then I saw that the door was standing open a couple of inches. I pushed it wide open. Took a couple of steps in and stood there. I smelled cigar smoke. Cigars? I was looking for them, but I couldn't see anybody. It was all dark in my end of the room, but at the other end, 30 or 40 feet across, it was quite bright and blue. Well, that's where they are, I thought. Out there on the terrace, looking at the sea, having a drink. I walked across the marble floor, black and white checkerboard. It was so beautiful. I stumbled over something as I made my way around a shed. I kicked at it. A discarded boudoir slipper. But it wasn't. It was a foot and a leg. A silk-clad leg. And then I could see better. It looked like a tumbled mass of boudoir pillows. Perhaps a discarded negligee and a chaise coverlet all intermingled and allowed to fall into a neglected heap on the floor. There at that one place. I got down waveringly and edged aside one of the pillows. Satin it was. And so soft, so harmless. But someone had smothered her to death with it. I was sorry I'd tampered with that concealing pillow. I looked for one moment at that grimacing, suffused mass with a protruding tongue. And then panic came on. I made several confused half-turns this way and then that, and then I located the door and I sped for it. But just as I got there, the drunk was arriving. It was that drunk.
Lorna, I came back. Forgive me, but I came back. I had to come back. I guess you can't speak to me, Lorna. I guess you aren't hardly able to speak to me, Lorna. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for everything. Luella or somebody said you wanted to get married again, and I just couldn't stand it, Lorna. I didn't mean to do it. It's bad. See you, Lorna. Oh, Lorna. Lorna, there's a phone. Do you want to speak to anybody, Lorna? Oh, you can't speak to anybody. No, you can't speak to anybody. Oh, Lorna can't come to the phone. Who wants to know? Well, Jerry, this is Jack. I'm her husband by a previous marriage. Wait a minute. I'll write it down. Oh, wait for me, I can't. Sounds like you're just in the next room. Yeah, Jerry Jordan. All right, Jerry. Kiss Broadway for me. No trouble, I'm sure. Lorna, I wish it were possible. Oh, what's the matter? the matter? You fall out? Huh? What?
I hadn't been able to move. I stood there for minutes after he'd gone. I remember I could hear the seagulls. And I wondered if seagulls were like vultures, if they knew that someone was dead on their beach. And about now, something very strange was happening to me. I was getting stronger, braver, more interested than shocked. I thought I'll call Frank. He must have gotten home by now. And then I remembered my fingerprints on the telephone. I wiped it off carefully with my handkerchief, even though I knew I was wiping away the drunk's fingerprints at the same time. By the phone was the piece of paper he had scrawled a message on. Jerry Jordan, it said, New York, Broadway. I put that in my pocket. Something shiny was lying on the floor near her. I thought it must be the compact. It had fallen out of my hand when I first stumbled. I bent down to pick it up. Oh, it was awful. Because it was her hand. It was a gold lipstick that she had in her hand. I let go. But then I looked at the white square of linoleum that was there. A letter. She'd scrawled a red letter on the marble with her lipstick. A big letter, J. While she was being suffocated, put to death with a satin pillow, she'd been trying to write the name of the man who was killing her. What an actress trick. What a corny actress trick, I thought. But J. Not so many men's names begin with J. Jerry Jordan begins with J, two of them. And Jack, her drunken ex-husband, that begins with J. And Frank Jeremy begins with J. And Frank is my husband. I picked up her address book, a beautiful white leather tooled address book on the phone table. I was getting panicky again. I was about to tear the J page out of it, but then I thought, no, that would look suspicious. It would look very suspicious. So I put the address book in my purse. And the phone was still ringing when I left. May I speak with Azalia, please?
They're all upstairs looking at the television. The racing matches. I wonder if I could take a message. This is Mike Romanoff.
Oh, Mike. Mike, this is Eve Jeremy.
Hello there, darling.
Hello.
Are you all right? We've been worried. Trying to call you. Azalea said she couldn't understand why she hadn't heard from you.
Well, Mike, I've had this frightful headache. Just more than I could bear. Came on me while I was dressing, and I just had to lie down. It just won't stop. But didn't Frank call and tell you that we couldn't make it?
Haven't heard from Frank, isn't he?
No. That is, he had to go out, Mike, some business or something. You know how he is, so much in his mind.
I quite understand, dear. Terribly sorry about your headache.
Thank you. It's better now, but, well, I still don't think I'd better go out.
Oh, darling, I hope you understand I did my best to see it wasn't printed.
What? What wasn't printed, Mike?
You haven't seen tonight's Hollywood Hush, then?
Oh, that. Oh, well,
Of course, it's just that it was mean, and it happened in my restaurant. And I knew you'd understand.
Oh, of course I do, Mike.
Good night, my dear. See you soon. Take care of that headache.
Thank you, Mike. I will. Good night. The evening paper was where Frank had dropped it. I opened it to the Hollywood Hush column. It was the first item. If Frank Jeremy would like to get Lorna Moore back to work for him, starring in Eagle's Nest, his proposed new indie production, and if Lorna Moore would like to do the part for her ex-Heart Flutter, why can't they keep from fighting at that number 1 table in Romanoff? It started politely yesterday over the consomme and ended up with shrieks for coffee. Round 2 was at today's lofty luncheon, during which Lorna did most of the talking at a medium shout, with Frank eating very dark bread indeed. If this keeps up, Mike Romanoff will be auctioning off seats at ringside tables. We're sure that Mrs. J understands it's all just business. J. Mrs. J. And then I heard them coming in.
Hello, baby. Don't be frightened, Evie. It's all right.
It's all right. It's good.
They think I... Well, look at you.
I know. I know about it. And it wasn't you. Tell them, Frank. Tell them it wasn't you. Tell them.
Yeah, tell us, Frank.
How did you know? Oh, the radio.
I was there. I was right there with...
Baby.
What'd you say, lady?
She didn't say anything.
She said she heard it on the radio.
Tell them.
I have been. 2 hours now. It doesn't seem to
He
have...
couldn't have. Don't you see? He couldn't have.
Yeah, we'd better let him go, Lieutenant. She says he couldn't have done it.
Shut up. Mrs. Jeremy, did you not... Can you say with certainty what your husband's whereabouts have been since 7 o'clock this evening? Baby, shut up. Can you, Mrs. Jeremy?
Listen, No.
You know he was going to visit out at Malibu, to visit Miss Lorna Moore.
Yes, I knew that. It was a business thing, and
Well, we got to get going.
Oh, Frank. Oh, Frank. Look, what have they done to you? Look, they've been fighting with you.
We ain't been fighting with him. But that Lorna Moore, you know, she used to be a swimmer in the Olympics.
Your hand, darling, it's all bleeding.
She had long fingernails, too.
Her cat did that. I told you over and over again where they came from. She wouldn't let him in, but her cat raked his hand. It was outside the door. It had gotten out of... Well, so much for the cat.
No, wait. Wait, won't he need something? Oh, please, let me give him something to take with him.
It's all right, sweet.
I ran into his bedroom, looked around blindly, snatched up something at random from under one of the bed pillows, and I ran back with him. When I got there, the door was standing open, and the street beyond was empty. They hadn't waited. They were gone. I stood there in the open doorway, and the rolled-up pajamas dropped to the floor at my feet and lay there.
Sit down, Mrs. Jeremy.
Thank you.
It's just a technicality. I know it frightens people so, but it isn't final. It's just a legal phrase that's automatically spoken in these cases. Honey, I've seen Mr. Benedict get more people off on appeals and reversals. Haven't you, Mort? How about it, Mort? Haven't you?
Yeah.
He wouldn't even let me take the stand. And the compact and the address book, I do feel terrible, not being allowed to...
What could you have done? Don't you suppose he would have been the first to call you if it would have helped any? Mr. Benedict never overlooks a witness he thinks can help a case. And he never uses one he thinks will weaken it. Does he, Mort?
Huh?
Oh, does he?
Well, now, you see, nobody saw you come or go there that night.
Oh, of course.
The jury wouldn't have believed you any more than the arresting detective.
No.
They would have thought that you were making it up to try to shield your husband. And the sympathy you aroused for yourself would have worked in reverse.
Anyhow, honey, you have to admit he was mixed up with it.
Surely.
Well...
All right, I know that as well as he does. How are you, Mrs. Jeremy?
Well, I'm fine. Then it's pretty bad, isn't it?
Let me have a cigarette, will you, Maud? Long day.
It's pretty bad, isn't it?
It isn't over yet. You're taking the typical layman's point of view.
But isn't it all just circumstantial evidence? I just don't see how they can...
Sure it is. Now, Mr. Jeremy and I had a long talk this morning. Long talk. You understand that I've felt from the very beginning, and I've been very frank with you as to my reasons for thinking so, that you shouldn't appear on the stand.
Yes, I know, Mr. Benedict.
However, I expressed to Mr. Jeremy your natural desire to come forward and tell the circumstances that you detailed to us. Your visit to the beach house and the detail about the probable explanation for the gold compact.
There's no probable explanation for the compact. I told you,
Yes.
Mr. Benedict.
Yes. At any rate, Mr. Jeremy and I had a long talk again about the advisability of your going on the stand.
Yes?
He's absolutely dead set against it. Now, if you insist on it, of course, I shall have to introduce you. But let me once again say that if you do, you'll hurt our side more than you'll help it.
Well, you all know so much more about it.
That's right.
I do.
That's right. Mr. Jeremy, it is his wish, and it's also mine. He doesn't want you to get all smeared up, too, if it can be avoided.
And the wife isn't required to testify anyway, you know, honey. Now, you must...
Mr. Benedict, there's one thing I haven't told you. I was confused and worried about Frank, and... Well, anyway, I didn't think of it again until just lately. Her address book. When I was there, I found her address...
I don't want to hear about it, Mrs. Jeremy. Well, you just hold on. You're being wonderful about it.
This is a real test, and you're taking it like a major. Come on, I'll take you downstairs and put you in a taxi. Do you want Maud or the girl to ride home with you to your place?
No, thank you. I'll be all right. I'll have to get used to going around alone. From now on, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The defendant will rise.
Take it easy, sweet. It's going to be all right.
What does the jury find?
We find the defendant, Frank Jeremy, guilty of murder in the first degree.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, June Havoc, our star, appears as Eve Jeremy in William Spears' production of Eve. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Robert Montgomery again. Quote, "A woman is a delicate, sensitive instrument, and that goes double if the woman is also an actress." Unquote. Eve Jeremy said that a long time ago, before Lorna Moore was murdered. Now the sensitive instrument that is Eve Jeremy is forced to follow a course that she's never planned for herself. A course dictated by somebody else's verdict. A verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree.
We bring back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Miss June Havoc, as Eve Jeremy, with William Johnstone as Frank Jeremy, and Wally Marr as Jerry Jordan in Eve. Tonight's study in suspense.
Right over there, Mrs. Jeremy. The second booth.
Oh, thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Oh, sweet.
Frank.
There, now take it easy, sweet. We don't have much time.
I have to talk to you like this through an iron screen, not even to be able to touch you when...
That's sweet, is sweet. When a guy's
Oh,
been
Frank,
convicted.
don't. I know you didn't do it. I know you didn't.
Of course I didn't, sweet, but it's just one of those things. Circumstantial evidence.
But, Frank, there must be something.
I was pretty optimistic during the trial, because I knew I didn't do it, I guess. But now that I look back on it, they had enough coincidence pieced together to convict a dozen innocent men.
Frank, how can you be so calm? How can you...
What's the use of being anything else? I'm like an old man waiting to...
Oh, don't.
But there's one thing I want you to know, dear. I want to be sure you didn't believe that I was starting over with her. Or that she meant anything to me at all.
Didn't.
She was a star and I was a producer.
I know.
I needed her for my picture. She's a... Well, she was a big name in pictures. You knew I'd been seeing her. When I quarreled with her, it was about you, dear.
Oh, darling, honestly, I know.
I just wanted to be sure. You know, I've got nothing to hide now.
Frank, how much more time is there?
2 or 3 minutes.
No, I mean...
Oh, November the 16th.
November the 16th, 6 weeks.
Yes.
Frank, I'm going to do something.
What can you do,
Oh,
sweet?
don't you realize there's a murderer running around loose? Some man who's free and having fun and going out with girls. The man who did the thing that you're going to be...
Yeah.
I'm going to find him.
How could you find him, sweet? The police tried
They
for weeks.
didn't try. All they wanted was to convict you.
But it's nice to hear you say it, sweet. Because
What?
Because it makes me know that you really did love me.
Oh.
You see, sweet, there are things you can face when you're like this that you didn't dare talk about or even think about before. I always loved you, Eve. But you were so much younger and full of ambition and...
Oh, don't. Please don't.
I'm sorry, sweet. I wish I could have done things for you. There won't be much left for you now. You know how it is in this business. You spend it as fast as you make
stop,
it.
Frank. I don't care.
Oh, I'm a heel. Forgive me, sweet, but Oh, that's wonderful to know how you do feel.
Frank, I'm not going to let this thing happen. There must be something. There must be some clue somewhere.
Don't you think the police thought...
But there are things the police didn't know. Things I saw. Things maybe you saw when you were up there and didn't tell them.
I couldn't very well have told them anything about that. My whole defense was that I hadn't been up there. But there wasn't anything. Nothing important.
There must have been something. Whoever was there before you, whoever did it must have left some trace.
Well,
I know what I'm going to do.
What is?
Her address book. I took it away in my purse because, well, it was open at the letter J and your name was in it. It was a silly thing to do, but I have it now and I...
Don't do it, Eve. I love you to want to, but I can't stand to have you in this
Frank,
mess.
I'm an actress. I can carry it off. Now tell me, please, wasn't there anything you noticed when
Well, I was only there a second. I saw her right away and I beat it. There was only,
Well, Frank?
a smell.
What?
Cigar smoke.
Yes. I remember that, too.
Time's up, Mrs. Jeremy.
Frank, I'll write every day.
All right, Mrs. Jeremy.
Goodbye, darling.
So long, sweet.
October 5th. Frank, darling, I've been studying the address book. Under the J's, there are only 3 others besides yours. I'm going after them one at a time. Tomorrow, I'm going down to see Lieutenant Trout at the Homicide Bureau. I won't tell him anything, but he always seemed to me to be one of the few who tried to be fair, and I might need help. Oh, darling, I know it isn't much, but you must keep on hoping. Something will happen, and if only because I love you so desperately. So desperately.
What's your angle, Mrs. Jeremy?
My angle?
Yeah. Why are you doing all this?
Why, he's my husband, and I love him, and I...
Look, Mrs. Jeremy, the cops around this town aren't exactly dummies, you know. We know what you were like before you married him. We know that what you kept on being after you married him. Everybody seems to have known it except him.
All right, Dick Tracy. A person can change, can't they?
Sure they can. The cop just hates to have anyone think they can make a sucker out of him. You know how it is.
You can skip the apologies, if that's what they're supposed to be.
Sure. And what's this new evidence? Anything specific?
Well, not very.
Well, for instance.
Did you know that Lorna Moore had a first husband named Jack?
Yeah? Go on.
Well, it just occurred to me that he might be worth investigating.
Why?
Because, well, how do you know he wasn't some kind of madman or drunk or something that got off on a spree or something and just came out and killed her?
You're pretty smart.
Thank you.
That nobody can take away from you. You're smart, Mrs. Jeremy. I suppose you've been through the old newspaper files and you dug that up. The drama appealed to you. You thought of tomorrow's newspaper files. Actress, wife of convicted man, frees adored husband at last moment by securing evidence overlooked by bungling police.
You're very insulting.
Then maybe the next day the caption would read, Hollywood Studios vie in effort to place Eve Jeremy, glamorous actress detective, under contract.
I want to forget everything you've just said. I haven't the time to allow myself the luxury of putting you in your place. Now, please listen to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jeremy. I really am. It isn't fair to string this out any longer. It's just that a policeman gets a little irritated sometimes at all the help private citizens try to give him in a case like this. I withdraw any untoward remarks I may have made, Mrs. Jeremy.
Thank you. I forgive you.
Now, regarding Jack Gordon, the murdered woman's ex-husband, he is a lush, and he is, as you say, a slightly unpredictable and screwy guy. However, we've already questioned him, investigated him thoroughly, and we're satisfied with his story. We can't prove that he was near the Malibu beach house that night. There's nothing there that would incriminate him, no fingerprints or anything.
No.
Unless, of course, you want to step forward and say you were in the murder room and saw him.
Well, I really... No, of course not. I
don't want to go that far, hmm?
Of course not.
All right. Is there anything else besides Gordon?
Nothing definite. Well, not yet. But I have a plan, and I want your help when I want your help.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Tell me, what kind of evidence would I have to have? How specific?
To upset a first-degree murder rap?
Yes.
Something in writing?
Oh, that's not so easy.
You got a suspect in mind? Some particular person?
Well, not yet.
But you might have. Well, there's one other thing. It's an old trick, but it's still good.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Ever seen one of these things?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Talk into this little gadget here.
What would you suggest I say?
Oh, anything. Just talk.
Lieutenant Trout is one of the most chivalrous gentlemen I have ever met.
Quite a realist, aren't you? Here, listen.
Lieutenant Trout is one of the most chivalrous gentlemen I have ever met.
You see?
What is it?
Detectograph. Think it might come in handy?
Uh-huh. It might. October 7th. Darling, I saw Trout, and I'm afraid he's not quite the kindly soul I thought he was, but he did help me in one way. He installed a detectograph in my new apartment. Oh, apartment, only a room, really, and, of course, my hair is dark again, really black. I've changed my name and my appearance. I don't think that even you, my darling, would recognize me now. Now, about those other 3 men with the J's in her address book. I'm afraid they're a dead end so far. Johnson was her dressmaker, and Stanley Jellicoe is a doctor who's definitely been in the South Pacific for over a year. I know that the J she tried to write with her lipstick is one of those 4 names in her book. Naturally, darling, we know it wasn't you. And for the time being, at least, we'd better forget about her husband, Jack. After all, Frank, it would incriminate me to bring that out. Maybe if the last one doesn't pan out, I can go after him then. There's just one more. Jerry Jordan. You remember, darling? He was the one who called on the telephone when that horrible drunk answered at the beach house. He said he was calling from New York. But maybe that was some trick or something. Anyway, I have his Hollywood number.
Hello?
Oh, is this Mr. Jerry Jordan?
Yes.
Well, I finally found you. Well, can you guess who this is?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not very good at that.
All right, then. I suppose I'll have to tell you. This is Evelyn Jarvis.
Oh?
Well, don't you know who I am?
Well, no. I'm sorry, I don't, Miss Jarvis.
Oh, well, this is embarrassing. Didn't you get the letter?
No. What letter?
Oh, my goodness. Well, a very good friend of yours, who's also a very good friend of mine, wrote you a letter about me, or at least he said he would.
I see.
And I'll give you one other clue. I'm from out of town. Now can you guess?
You wouldn't be from San Francisco, would you?
Well, I...
Oh, Ed Thornton, eh? He always did have a terrible memory for anything but phone numbers.
I didn't mean to bother you, but Ed said to be sure and look you up.
Well, where do you stay?
I managed to find a little place.
Oh, lucky you. Well, have you got any plans for dinner?
Why, I hadn't really
Say,
thought...
better still. Have you got any plans for right now?
Well, really, Mr. George...
Oh, no, seriously. By the time we've had a drink and got acquainted, you'll be ready for dinner anyway.
Oh, no,
Now, you wouldn't want Ed Thornton to know you were acting that way, would you? You just jump in a taxi and tell him to take you to the Brown Derby on Vine Street.
Well,
And, knowing Ed the way I do, I'm dying to meet you.
Well, as a matter of fact, from what I know, I'm sort of anxious to meet you. Darling, just a quick P.S. I'm going to meet him now, and I have a hunch he's it. I don't know why. And I'll remember what you said about cigar smoke. And yet, although I've got a hunch, it makes me feel a little shaky. He's got such a nice voice. To be a murderer.
So that's what he says about me, huh? Fine pal. I'll say one thing for Ed. He may be an awful liar, but he's sure got good taste.
Well, thank you, which proves that he's no liar. Tell me, Jerry, is this the Brown Derby? I mean, the one you hear about?
Uh-huh, this is it.
Are there any people, famous people here now?
Well, it's a little early, but...
I'm just a small-town girl at heart, you see.
San Francisco isn't such a small town.
Well, I live sort of outside of San Francisco. Oh, look. Jerry, isn't that Jean Tierney over there?
Yep, that's who it is.
My goodness. She looks just like her pictures, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what lovely skin.
There's Gregory Peck.
Oh, yes. I I thought he was tall.
He is.
Jerry, do you know any of these people?
No. I've never gone around with the picture crowd. Oh, now I suppose you're disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm not. I've always thought it was awfully silly, really, all this worship of stars. Still, Hollywood must be sort of an exciting town to live in.
Oh.
I mean, from some of the things I hear that go on.
Oh, that's mostly newspaper talk. Hollywood's about like any other town. They have their regular quota of divorces and fist fights.
And murders.
Oh, you mean that Lorna Moore business?
Well, I read something about it.
Yes, that was a genuine tragedy, all right.
Jerry, I don't suppose you knew her either.
Well, as a matter of fact, Lorna was one of the few celebrities I did know.
Really? What was she like?
Well, Lorna was a long ways from being the sweet little thing she seemed to be on the screen.
She was? But murder.
Yes, I suppose nothing really excuses that.
Well, anyway, they got the man who did it.
Frank Jeremy?
Yes.
Yes, I guess they did.
You mean you didn't...
Oh, the case looked good enough. You can't always tell about those things, though. Any number of people might have done it.
Well, who, for instance?
Oh, well, Jeremy's wife, for one.
His wife?
Well, there was talk that Jeremy's relations with Lorna weren't always strictly business. You can't tell. But I'm afraid little Lorna's life was kind of a mess.
Jerry, were you...
Mixed up with Lorna? Oh, no.
But didn't the police... I should think with a woman like that, all of us...
Oh, they nabbed Jeremy so quick they didn't even question anybody else.
Oh.
Anyway, I was out of town when it happened.
Jerry, may I have a cigarette?
Oh, of course. Waiter, please. Well, what kind will you have?
Oh, don't do that. I'll smoke whatever kind you have.
I don't have any.
Yes, sir.
A package of cigarettes, please. Oh, what will they be, dear?
Oh, any kind. I don't smoke often enough to care.
Can't pin you down, huh? Just use your judgment, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Don't you have a favorite brand?
No. I only smoke cigars.
What?
I said that I only smoke cigars.
Darling, don't you see? His name in her book, and he admits he knew her, and the cigar. I'm positive. Now if I can win his confidence, get him up to my apartment near the dictograph, I know I can do it. We've still got 4 weeks, darling, but I'll have to be awfully careful. He's clever and intelligent. Imagine a man who can carry a thing like that on his conscience and still be so terribly nice and courteous and thoughtful. But I'm going to win for you, darling. I know I am now. Hello, Jerry.
Hello, baby.
You've been waiting long.
Oh, not very.
Oh, Jerry, something the matter?
No, nothing's the matter, baby.
Oh, something is, though.
Oh, nothing that makes any difference, baby.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. Sometimes it almost seems as though you were kidding me, as though you were, well, keeping some kind of a secret that you didn't want me to know.
Isn't it a woman's privilege to have secrets?
Oh, don't talk like that, baby.
Oh, Jerry, you know I couldn't have any secrets from you.
Well, why do we always have to meet here, for instance? Why can't I pick you up at your own place once in a while? I don't even know where it is.
Maybe I like this place because this is where I first met you.
There, you see? You haven't even answered me.
Well...
And what about San Francisco? At first you were only going to be here a few days. Then you decided to stay longer.
Well, that's because you asked me to, Jerry.
But you're going to have to go back sometime, aren't you? What are you going back to in San Francisco, baby?
Maybe I'm not going. Maybe I'm not ever going back. Maybe I'll go to, New York instead. Do you like New York?
Oh, love it. If you'd be there. As a matter of fact, I haven't been back to New York in 3 years.
You haven't?
No. I mean,
I know so little about you, Jerry.
Yes, that's true, baby. And I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you might even be married.
Oh, Jerry, don't you think that's a kind of a tough thing to say after what I've been doing?
Oh, baby. Baby, I'm sorry. It's only that... Well, you know...
What are we going to do?
Look, baby, why don't we go out to my place for a change, huh?
A change?
Well, you see, I don't really live at that hotel. I mean, that really isn't my home.
It isn't.
Oh, I'm a fine one to talk, I guess. The fact is, I've been holding out on you, baby. Actually, I live in a place out in Beverly Hills with about 30 rooms and a swimming pool a block long, and I've got more money than I know what to do with. Cattle ranches in Argentina, oil wells in Mexico. I don't know what all. Yes, my dad left it to me. And I found out something about money from him. It can be a terrible thing to be rich.
Oh, can it?
All kinds of things can happen to you.
Like what?
Cheap promoters, cheap lawyers, cheap women, blackmail.
Oh?
That's why I usually don't let people know until...
I see.
Oh, baby. Baby, I feel like a dog about it now, but I didn't want you to know at first.
Until you were sure I didn't care about money. Is that it, Jerry?
Will you try to forgive me, baby? Will you, please?
Oh, Jerry, my
Will you?
poor darling. Of course I will. I do. And, Jerry?
Yes, darling.
About those secrets of mine. Suppose there were some things I couldn't tell you yet. Would that matter?
Not if I was sure you would tell me someday.
Jerry, I promise you that. Someday I will tell you. Frank, darling, I know the delay must be torture to you, but you must understand how careful I've got to be. Supposing, I know I can't be wrong, but just supposing he weren't the man. That's why I've got to have the positive, living truth on that detective phone. I haven't been able to get him up there yet, but we've still got 10 days. And I have a feeling it's going to be soon. Very soon. So please don't worry, darling. And I miss you. Who is it?
Hang on.
Wait a minute. Jerry.
Oh, baby. I had to, honestly.
How did you find this place, Jerry? Why do you think I didn't tell you where it was if I didn't have reason?
Can I come in? Please, I've got to talk to you.
All right, come in.
Baby. Baby, Ed Thornton arrived in town last night. He came to see me.
Oh.
He's never heard of you, baby. He doesn't know anybody by the name of Evelyn Jarvis or anybody that even looks like you.
Is that what you came up here to tell me?
Oh, baby, I don't care what it is. Only please.
Oh, Jerry.
Oh, baby. Oh, I want you so much.
Oh, Jerry, darling.
I want you to go away with me, baby. Tonight. I want you to marry me.
You what?
I want you to marry me. But first...
Oh, darling. Oh, Jerry, I've waited so long.
There's something I've got to tell you.
No, don't, Jerry.
I've got to.
No.
And then you can tell me whatever it is and we can start even. If you still want to.
Jerry, do either of us have to tell anything? Does that matter
I've
now?
got to, Evelyn. I can't keep it any longer. Not the way I feel about
Jerry, please,
you.
don't I?
I've killed someone. I'm a murderer.
Oh.
Lorna Moore. And another man is going to die for it.
Jerry. Now, Jerry, listen to me. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you've done, Jerry. I love you. Don't you know that? I love you.
Can you still?
I loved you from the beginning. It didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now.
If I could only believe
You've
that.
got to believe it. Listen, I can prove it to you.
Baby, what do you mean it didn't matter then? Did you know?
Yes, I knew. Do you know who I am?
Who?
I'm Eve Jeremy, the wife of the man who's going to die for it.
His wife?
Yes, now you know.
And you're willing to let him die?
Oh, Jerry, he deserves to die for the things he's done. He'd have probably killed her anyway.
I knew he was seeing it.
He was a beast. I knew from the beginning it was a mistake. He beat me. He did. He tortured me. I can't even tell you some of the things he did.
When does it happen?
The 16th. Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night?
Does that matter to you?
Oh, I'd let 50 men die to get you, baby.
That's why I haven't seen you. I was waiting
We could be in Argentina tomorrow night.
Yes. I'll pack.
I can get plane tickets tonight from a friend.
I don't have to change.
Oh, no, you look lovely, baby.
I'll just throw a couple of things in the bag. Nobody knows about this place.
Make it quick, though.
And it's a perfectly logical time for me to go away for a while.
But hurry, baby, hurry.
Yes. I'm all ready. Now, how do I look?
Oh, you look great, baby.
Wait a minute.
What?
I ought to write a note to him.
Your husband?
Yes, now. Just to keep both of us in the clear. He won't get it before he...
What are you going to say?
You can read it. You can read it if you want to.
Oh, here. Here, I'll mail it for you.
No, I'll just stick it here in my handbag. I'll mail it at the airport.
All right. Are you ready?
Yes. Come on.
There's the elevator now. Well, good evening, Mrs. Jeremy.
Oh, hello.
You were taking a little trip?
Well, wouldn't you if you were me?
Sure. I know how you feel. You in a hurry?
Sort of. My friend here was going to run me down to the airport. Lieutenant Trout, Mr. Jordan.
How do you do? Well, I won't keep you but a minute. And I'll give you a fast trip down there in a squad car. Let's just step in here. No, not your apartment, Mrs. Jeremy. Next door.
Next door, but...
Really, Lieutenant, we're in an awful hurry.
What do we want to go in here for?
Oh, we took over this apartment a couple of weeks ago, Mrs. Jeremy, when you started going with Mr. Jordan here. Oh, by the way, Brennan and I here, we had some luck with our little gadget.
Yeah.
What little gadget?
What little gadget?
You forgot, Mrs. Jeremy?
A detectograph. Lieutenant Trout thought that...
You thought, Mrs. Jeremy.
All right. I thought.
Mind if I turn it on?
Why, go ahead. There's nothing. Because I forgot to turn it on.
Oh, Brennan does that in here. Don't you, Brennan?
Yeah. Very interesting.
I've got to, Evan. I can't keep it any longer. Not the way I feel now about you, Jerry. I killed someone. I'm a murderer. More and more. And another man is going to die for it.
Well, I guess that's about all we need to know, isn't it?
Yes, I guess it is. Well, I told you I'd get him, didn't I?
Yeah.
Evelyn. You can wrap him up and take him away, Lieutenant. And don't forget to send me back my husband the first thing in the morning.
Come on, Jordan. Eve.
So long, sucker.
Eve. They sure gave you the right name, baby.
Yes?
Only you wouldn't have needed the apple. Or the snake.
Oh, Frank, darling, it just doesn't seem possible. Back here in our own home, out here on our own terrace again. Oh, and everything just the way it was.
Yeah.
Frank, you remember when we first took this place, how happy we were, and how the agent took us out on this terrace and asked us if it would be too high up, if we were afraid of high places.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, is something bothering you?
Well, Eve.
Oh, tell me, darling. I know you've been through so much. When I think that today you may...
Look, sweet, I haven't any kick coming. You saved my life.
Oh, darling.
And I know what the answer is anyway, but it would only prey on my mind if I didn't talk to you about it. And there shouldn't be anything like that between us. Ever. Shouldn't there?
Of course not, darling. What is it?
I've got a record here.
What record?
That the police took off your detectograph.
Oh,
I want to play it back for you, sweet. I'll put it on the phonograph here on the
please,
terrace. It's all right, sweet.
But Frank...
I know, dear.
Jerry, listen to me. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you've done, Jerry. I love you. Don't you know that? I love you.
Can you still?
I've loved you from the beginning. It didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now.
I can only believe
You've got to believe it now. Listen, I can prove it to you.
Baby, what do you mean it didn't matter then? Did you know?
Yes, I knew. Do you know who I am? Who? I'm Eve Jeremy, the wife of the man who was going to die for it.
His wife?
Yes, now you know. And Jordan.
Is that all?
That was the end of the record. That was all that was recorded. It's all right, sweet. It's all right. I know. Please, darling.
Oh, Frank, don't you see? I had to play it that way.
Well, surely, dear.
Don't you see? I had to make him think that so I could say
I know, sweet. I know. I just wanted you to say it, I guess. Please, sweet. Now, I understand.
Oh, Frank, do you really?
Well, of course I do. Oh, on my heels,
Oh,
sweet.
Frank.
Listen, darling, it's all over now. It's over. I'll tell you. Let's celebrate. I'll go down and get some wine, champagne or something, huh?
Frank, honestly, that'd be wonderful.
Okay, I'll go right now. Only
What, darling?
Well, I'm just getting out of the clink. I don't have any money.
Oh,
Do you?
of course not, of course. Right there in my handbag, darling.
Where? Oh, sure.
Well, you got plenty. Say, here's a letter.
A letter?
Well, it's addressed to me.
A letter. Frank. Frank, don't.
Well, you must have written it.
Frank, no. No. Frank, listen, I didn't. Frank, I can explain. Just hold. No! Frank, no! No!
Lieutenant Trout, homicide.
Trout? It's Frank Jeremy. Terrible things just happened.
What?
My wife. Suicide. Nerves, I guess. She jumped off the terrace before I could stop her. It's 14 stories.
It was suicide, was it?
She gave me a note in her own handwriting just before.
Oh. Well, of course, the note says so.
I'll read it to you. It says, Frank, my darling, I've been wrong all the time. Oh, so terribly wrong. You know what I mean. I've failed you utterly. Now I can't even bear the thought of facing you. When you read this, I will be gone. This is farewell. Forever. Signed, Eve.
So ends the story of Eve. But Frank Jeremy's story didn't end there. He was a good guy, and he didn't want it to. Frank's story ended a little later, after another long trial and another jury verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. And this time the verdict, in all its implications, was carried out. Our thanks to Miss June Havoc for a superb performance as Eve. Do you know what hate is, really? Have you ever actually hated someone? The word hate is often used and misused. Very few of us really experience hate, the emotion. But next week we'll tell you a story of hate, the violent loathing of two men for each other, in a hate so desperate that it will tax our normal imaginations, a hate so genuine and honest it inspires a despicable pact where one man sets a price on another's life, a bet that he can successfully kill the other within a specified length of time, a hate so mutual that the wager is accepted. That's the incredible premise of Bet with Death, a story by John Dixon Carr, next week's study in Suspense. This is Robert Montgomery inviting you to be with us next week. June Havoc is currently being seen in the Darrell F. Zanuck production, Gentleman's Agreement. Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production, Ride the Pink Horse. Tonight's play, Eve, was written by Bob Richard and Sebastian Moriarty, and was based on the novel The Black Angel by Cornell Woolrich. Bud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor. Lucien Moraweck composes the original scores. Mr. Johnstone appeared as Frank Jeremy, Wally Mayer as Jerry Jordan, Jack Moyles as Lieutenant Trout. Mike Romanoff was played by Prince Michael Romanoff. Others in the cast were Lorraine Tuttle, Jack Crucian, Dick Ryan, Jerry Hausner, Frank Albertson, and Alan Reed. Next week, hear the John Dixon Carr story, Bet with Death, on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Suspense. An hour of suspense. A full 60 minutes at this time with the distinguished actor-director, Mr. Robert Montgomery, as your host. Tonight, our star, Mr. John McIntyre. Our story, Donovan's Brain. A suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spears. Mr. Montgomery.
The man across the table was talking about shaved heads and electricity, and I was listening. I'll have to admit it, I'm pretty much of a layman when it comes to things like that. I imagine you are, too. But the man I was talking with was a specialist. I sought him out after we decided on our suspense play for tonight. As you know, we're doing Donovan's Brain, and the man across the table who discussed shaved heads and electricity with such final authority was an eminent brain surgeon. Now, I don't know very much about the human brain. I have one, and I use it occasionally, I hope. But I leave the clinical knowledge up to the brain specialists, like the man across the table. To this man of science, I posed the momentous question, what about the brain? And he started in. Your brain, he said, is something less than 2.5% of your total body weight. There's no relation between the weight of your brain and your intelligence. There's no relation between the size of your brain and your intelligence. So we threw out size and weight and talked about what you could tell about a person's intelligence simply by looking at his brain. And it develops, you can tell quite a lot by looking. An intelligent person's brain is more complex in appearance than a stupid person's. It has more grooves and depressions. Convolutions, he called them. Well, that was all right with me. I was nodding my head in agreement when it occurred to me quite suddenly that this didn't mean very much, not really. Because I can't look at somebody's brain even if I wanted to. You can't either. We have to depend on other ways of judging people's intelligence, on how they act, what they say, what they do. The brain specialist told me about that, too. He said the brain acts as a storehouse for our knowledge. It also is the power that directs that knowledge. So when we act, we are merely putting direction to what we know. How a man acts, the direction he takes, is his own decision. It's an individual matter. And that interests me. The highly intelligent, highly moral lawyer and the deceptively crafty, highly immoral crook may well have the same amount of knowledge, but the way each directs his knowledge is entirely different. Why? Psychological fiber. That's what the brain man called it. Your psychological fiber is either weak or it's strong, so far as the pressures of living are concerned. If it's strong, the worries, the fears, the tragedies of life can't throw you off your course, can't influence your direction. But if it's weak, these same worries and fears and tragedies take on exaggerated proportions. You lose your sense of direction, and the result is fixation, or obsession, or insanity. Our play tonight is concerned with the brain, the man who directs it, and what happens to his psychological fiber. It is the story of Dr. Patrick Corey and Donovan's Brain, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
As I sit now outside my laboratory door, writing under the heading Experiment 87, this final entry in my casebook, I know that these are the last words I shall ever write upon this earth. I neither ask nor expect forgiveness now or hereafter. And for those who seek some explanation, I refer them simply to this casebook. Let them read it carefully. From its first entry on that ill-starred day of December the 5th. December 5th. Today I bought a small capuchin monkey from an organ grinder. The animal trembled with fear when I took it into my laboratory, and when I tried to pet it, it bit me. But I had to make it trust me completely. Fear causes an excess secretion of adrenaline, resulting in an abnormal condition of the bloodstream, which would throw off my observations. So,
I fed it bananas and raw egg. And finally, the creature laid its head against my shoulder. I stabbed it with a surgical lancet between the occipital bone and the first cervical vertebra. It died instantly. Well, David, what do you think of it?
Well, it's pretty amazing, all right.
You see what I've done, don't you?
Well, I think so.
You think so? Good Lord, don't you know?
Well, after all, Dad, I'm only a second-year medical student.
What of it? When I was a second-year medical student Who is it?
It's me, Janice. Patrick, Dr. Schrott is here to see you.
Oh. Well, let him come in.
Come in, Doctor.
Thank you.
Patrick didn't realize who it was. You know my son, David, of course.
Oh, of course, of course. How are you, my boy?
Fine, thanks, Doctor.
Well, Patrick, hard at work as usual, I
Patrick,
see.
you didn't eat the lunch I sent in to you. Or the breakfast either.
I tried to get him to, Mother.
Well, I've been terribly busy, Janice.
Yeah, but you've got to eat, Dad.
I know. What is it this time, Patrick? A brain.
What?
A brain, a monkey's brain.
Oh.
Well, what about the brain? Well, I'm trying to see how long I can keep the tissues alive. Is that it? In that jar? Mm-hmm. Considerably more to it than just a jar, though. You want to see how it works?
Well, is it still alive?
In a way, yes. It's a fairly simple device, actually, Doctor. It's a variation on Carrel's mechanical heart. See, the brain lies in a bath of blood serum. These rubber arteries are fixed to the vertebral and internal carotid arteries of the brain. And the blood substance is forced through the cycle of Willis to feed the tissues. And over here, I've installed a small pressure pump that forces the blood circulation. See?
But how do you know it's alive?
Well, that's very easy to determine. The brain, when functioning, gives off infinitesimal electrical impulses. And they can be measured. As a matter of fact, I've hooked the encephalograph to a small amplifying system. The brain impulses can actually be heard. Here. Turn it on. Quite effective, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's effective, and it's wrong, Patrick. It's terribly wrong.
I've tried to tell him, Dr. Schrott. He's trying to discover things that no man should discover. It's warping his whole nature. He's in here night and day. We hardly even see him anymore.
Mother's right in the way, Dad. You're killing yourself with these...
Would you leave us, please, Janice? You too, Dave.
Oh, Dad.
If you please, Dave.
All right. Come on, Mother.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
In heaven's name, what's wrong with it?
Oh, you and your mechanistic philosophy. Trying to reduce life to a mere matter of chemicals and test tubes. The origin of life is from a higher domain than that, Patrick, and you're profaning it.
Your hands are shaky. Yeah. Do you have another hard night, Doctor?
You can taunt me if you like. I've made a mess of my life, that's true. But I wouldn't have a part of what you're doing for all the success in the world.
Oh, nonsense. You can't stop the progress of science. Every discovery, whatever kind, is a step forward. If I can prove that the brain can perform certain functions outside the body, who knows where we may be able to go from there?
How do you know that thing in there doesn't feel pain? How do you know it isn't writhing in agony?
Brain tissue itself is insensitive. You know that, Doctor. But as to the feeling, look. I'll switch on the encephalograph. Notice the faintness of the amplified alpha rays? Notice the comparatively slow rate of pulsation? Now, notice what happens when I tap on the glass jar.
Why, it feels. It thinks.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but it certainly shows marked reaction to an external stimulus.
I wouldn't believe it possible.
Well, the trouble with you is, Schrott, you really don't believe in science.
Yeah, well, have it your own way, Patrick. But when you can manufacture love and sympathy and kindness in a test tube, well, I'll be back.
Are you leaving?
Yes. Patrick.
Yes?
Do me a favor. Shut off the pump and let that poor thing in there die.
Let it die?
Yes.
Why, if it were within my power to grant, that little brain would live forever. December 10th. I'm utterly exhausted from lack of sleep, but the events of the past 5 days have been of such tremendous importance that I must set them down while every last detail is still fresh in my mind. For I've had no time to make an entry in this record since the day last week. It seems months ago now, when I had my first partial success with the brain of the capuchin monkey. At that time, however, it seemed that I was doomed to disappointment. In spite of all my efforts, the brain of the monkey ceased to live at 12:14 that night. Tired and disheartened, I lay down to sleep on the cot in my laboratory. But at that very moment, fate was contriving an occurrence which now seems destined to have the most profound effect not only upon my own existence, but perhaps upon that of all mankind.
Hello? What is it? Dad. Well, come in. What's the matter?
It's Dr. Schrott.
Schrott? What in the world does he want? It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, there's been an accident or something. He's pretty upset.
What of it? Where is he?
He went outside again. He's at the laboratory door.
Well, all right.
Patrick. Oh, thanks heaven, my boy. Thank heaven.
What's the matter?
There's been a plane crash on the mountains. Only one of them left alive. I brought him this far, but he needs immediate operation.
That's your job. You're county physician.
Patrick, it's multiple fractures of both legs. The arteries are severed. The legs will have to be amputated.
You're not in any shape to do the job. Well, that's not my fault. Take him to the Phoenix Hospital. I'm not going to take the responsibility.
It's too far. We'd never get there in time. Oh, Patrick, please, it may mean a man's life,
And your job as county physician, huh?
I'm not thinking of that. But he's an important man. William H. Donovan.
Donovan? The Wall Street Donovan?
Yes. Oh, you've got to help me, Patrick.
Well, what are his chances?
About even if we hurry.
Well, bring him in.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, my boy.
You better get some things on, David. You may have to help.
Oh, sure, Dad.
David.
Thanks.
David.
Yes, Dad.
Don't say anything to your mother. I don't wish her to be disturbed.
Sure, I know.
We'll use the laboratory table. Before you go, put the instruments to the sterilizer. And don't forget the Geely saw.
Oh, right. Oh, but...
But what?
Oh, I thought the Geely saw was only used for...
brain surgery? Or not always. Now, hurry. They're bringing him in from the car.
Come on now.
Oh, hurry up.
In here now. Here. Careful, please.
Put him right there on that table, please.
Yes, doctor. Easy.
Better get yourself a gown and gloves, Doctor. Right over there. You won't have time to scrub.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks.
Well, bad, isn't it? Pulse rapid? Heart very faint?
I wasn't sure we'd even make it to here.
Oh, David.
Oh, yes, Dad.
Half cc of adrenaline, David. 1 to 1,000 intravenous.
Right.
You men can go now.
Is there anything else?
No, thank you.
Patrick.
I'd rather we were alone, if you don't mind.
Good night, then.
Yes. Good night, and thank you.
Now, David. David, if you'll remove the blanket from his legs. That's it.
There, you see? Fortunately, a forest ranger got to him right after the crash and had sense enough to put a tourniquet on each leg. But even so...
Sure. We'll get it. Sure.
What's that he's saying?
Something like sure. He said it over and over.
Well, that's funny. He's got a foreign accent.
He's an Armenian, I think. He changed his name to Donovan.
I hadn't realized he was deformed.
Well, it doesn't show us much in his pictures. No, Patrick, I think we ought to begin.
There's no use amputating those legs.
No use?
He'll be dead anyway by morning. Well, won't he?
Well, I suppose you're right, Patrick.
You know I'm right.
But still, we ought to try. We can't refuse to operate just because...
We are going to operate. Syringe, please, David. The large one.
Here you are, Dad.
Anesthetic. Will you give it, Doctor?
Right.
Scalpel, please, David. And the Geely saw.
Geely saw? Patrick.
Well?
No, I won't let you.
After your performance tonight?
But he's still alive.
Precisely. My mistake with the monkey was that he was dead. I don't intend to make it again. Come, David, this scoundrel.
Are you out of your mind? You're taking your man's life.
I'm giving him life. Donovan won't die anyway. I mean, he would die, of course. But for a while, at least. Donovan's brain will live.
You better hurry. They'll be coming for the body pretty soon.
You can go now, David.
Why, I think I will, then.
David, you understand, of course.
Yes, I understand.
Not a word to your mother or to anyone.
I understand.
Patrick, will the skull...
I bandaged the whole cranium. It'll look like any head injury.
I hope nobody gets any ideas about an autopsy.
For the coroner, you can stop that.
You drive a hard bargain, don't you, Patrick?
You'd better sign the death certificate before they get here.
You know this is blackmail.
Want a drink?
You don't have to do that. I'll sign it.
I'm sorry, but it was a chance that comes once in a lifetime. William Donovan has one of the greatest minds, has one of the greatest brains in the world today.
And now you have it. It's madness, Patrick.
You think I won't succeed?
Succeed in what?
Turn on the encephalograph.
Yeah. Simple alpha waves, no different from the monkeys. You can't take a human brain out of its body and expect it to function.
Has it ever occurred to you that the brain might simply be asleep?
Asleep?
Certainly. Operation like this is a severe shock. Now, tap on the glass.
Good Lord, Patrick.
Delta waves. It was asleep. You woke it up.
It's actually conscious.
Yes. There are 3 of us conducting this experiment now, Shroud. You and me and William Horace Donovan. December 17th. I've moved my bed into my laboratory, but I scarcely slept in 6 days. There can no longer be any doubt that the brain responds like a sensitive seismograph to vibrations near it, including the sound of my voice. Yet I found no method of communication with it. I've devised a simplified Morse code consisting of taps on the glass container together with voice vibrations. Perhaps we can teach the brain. December 22nd. Trot has come to stay with me, half out of the feeling that he shares with me a common guilt, half out of scientific curiosity. But I have scarcely seen him, and both David and Janice have been avoiding me. Not that I really care. I have been tapping out my code on the side of the brain's container endlessly, day and night, over and over 1,000 times, so that a baby could learn it if the brain can learn. I sleep only when the brain itself falls into exhausting slumber. When it wakes again, I resume my tapping.
Shroud! Shroud! Wake up! Yes, Patrick.
Get up! Hurry!
Well, what's the matter? Is something the matter?
Come, I want you to see something.
Oh, Patrick, you look like a
Hurry.
ghost. Where are we going?
Back to the laboratory. I can't believe it myself. I may have been dreaming. Delirious.
What happened?
Come on. You hear that? The delta waves.
It seems disturbed.
You've got to check my observations for me. If my reasoning's wrong, tell me. I can't be sure of anything anymore.
Yes, Patrick, yes.
Now listen carefully, Doctor. You know I've been trying to communicate with the brain in code. Now, if I were able to cause a distinctive pattern of the brain's delta waves by a specific command in code, if the brain responded with the same pattern of sound each time I issued the command, it would prove that I had succeeded in communicating with the brain, wouldn't it?
Yes, Patrick, yes, I think it would.
Now, listen. Donovan. If you understand, think 3 times of the word talk. 3 times. Talk. Talk. Talk.
answered. It spoke to itself just as I did the same word 3 times. Donovan. Talk. 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 Then I'm right. It's true. Patrick, this thing has learned to talk.
December 23rd. Schrott's romanticizing, of course. The delta pattern is so infinitely complex that it would be utterly impossible ever to break it down into specific words. Yet that it understands me, that it's trying to communicate with me, is certain. Schrott suggests mental telepathy, that I try to make my mind a blank, as the mediums call it, while at the same time increasing the energy content in the plasma that feeds the brain in the hope of stepping up the brain's electrical potential, as one would step up the power of a radio station. But naturally, telepathy is nonsense. But the feeding theory intrigues me. I shall try it. December 31st. Notice today for the first time 2 distinct nodules of new brain cells on the frontal lobex. Electrical potential is increased to 510 microvolts. I've begun smoking cigars, although I've always hated them before. Nerves, I expect. January 6th. Nodule still growing. Electrical potential 1450, but with no observable results. Have lately felt a compelling urge to know more of Donovan's life, and have collected every available scrap of information about him. Strange man, ruthless, actually evil in many ways, but nonetheless an extraordinarily brilliant mind.
Wake up! Patrick!
What is it?
I thought I ought to wake you up, Patrick. You were moaning in your sleep and talking.
Talking? What did I say?
I'm not sure, but your voice was so strange that...
Janice, what's the matter?
Oh, that's nothing. I was dreaming, that's all. Janice woke me up.
Patrick, let me see your hand. No, the other one.
What about it?
You're not left-handed, are you?
Well, no.
Then why have you got ink on the fingers of your left hand?
I don't know.
Well, were you writing anything tonight?
No.
Why, you must have been, Patrick. Here it is, right here on your desk.
Nonsense.
Wait. Let me see it. Wait. You've been writing his name. William H. Donovan.
Shot! That's not my handwriting.
What?
Well, don't you see what it means? The brain has communicated with me.
Patrick, you don't...
Look here. Look at this magazine article. Here's a reproduction of his signature. And he was left-handed, too. It says so here.
It is. It's exactly the same.
What a fool I've been. Look at this picture. Smoking a cigar with his left hand. I wondered why I'd suddenly started smoking cigars. And the same brand, too. Janice, try to remember what you heard me saying just before you woke me tonight. Now think.
Patrick, I can't believe...
Think, Janice.
All I heard was something like, sure.
Sure, of course. Don't you remember, Shot? He said it that night. It was the only thing we ever heard him say. It was an expression of his. It tells about it in one of the articles, too.
It wasn't your voice, Patrick.
You see? You were right, Shot. The brain has grown. And it's strong enough to influence not only the higher functions of the frontal lobe, but the speech centers, the motor centers of another brain.
Patrick, if this is true, then your experiment has been successful. It's ended.
Ended?
Why, it's only begun.
Patrick!
Don't you see what this means?
Patrick, listen to me.
What, Janice? What?
You've got to stop.
Stop.
I can't stand it any longer. Can't you see where it's led you? When you cut yourself off from your family, when you neglected your health and began having fits of temper and were like someone I hardly recognize as the man I married. All that I tried to understand. But don't you see what you've done? You're a murderer, Patrick. A murderer!
Janice.
David told me the whole thing. The poor boy's half insane himself from worry.
Insane? What do you mean by that?
What I say. You killed Donovan. Maybe he wouldn't have lived anyway. But you killed him. And now this thing has gained such power over your mind that it can make you do things you don't even know about.
Oh.
For all you know, it could make you do anything. Anything. You've got to choose, Patrick.
Janice, please. I suppose you're right, but I'm utterly exhausted. I can't even think anymore.
You've got to think.
Give me until tomorrow. Let me sleep, and then tomorrow I'll do something, I promise.
All right, Patrick. But if you don't do something, if you don't destroy that thing, I will!
Listen.
Oh, I hate it!
Janice, it's almost as though it had heard you and were raging at you.
Way, please, Dr. Corey.
But, Patrick, why are we going in here? A psychiatric
I told you I'd
clinic?
do something, darling, and I've got an idea.
You mean having yourself psychoanalyzed? Something like that?
Something like that. I'll tell you about it later, dear. First, I want to talk to this man alone.
Dr. Zanger, this is Dr. Corey.
Oh, how do you do, Dr. Corey? I've heard something of your work.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and this is Mrs. Corey.
Oh, of course. Excuse me.
I'm happy to meet you, Mrs. Corey.
Thank you, Doctor.
Won't you come into my office, Doctor?
Yeah. Janice, would you mind waiting here in the reception room? I'll be out in just a moment.
Why, certainly, dear.
In here, please. Well, Doctor, she seems quite normal. I had expected from what you told me on the phone.
Yes, I know, but I can assure you, deeply as it pains me to do so, that she's quite insane.
Oh, I see.
Paranoia. She's always been a little jealous of my work, but lately she's developed a most extraordinary delusion. She thinks that I've created some sort of a monster in my laboratory that controls my mind, my action.
Yeah, I have heard of such cases.
It was a great shock to me. I thought of you at once, of course. I'm putting her completely in your hands.
Well, it is a little unusual, but since you are yourself a medical man...
I know you do everything you can.
Yes, you definitely wish then to commit her, huh?
Yes. You have the papers.
Here they are. Just your signature will be enough.
There you are. You'll keep me informed.
Oh, naturally. Well, goodbye then, Dr. Corey. We will do what we can.
Patrick?
Mrs. Corey is staying with us, Miss Wilcox.
Yes, Dr. Zanger.
Patrick, come back.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Corey.
Patrick?
Just come inside with me, please.
Patrick!
No.
Where are you going?
Come along, Mrs.
Let me go.
It's all right.
Let me go!
Oh, Dr. Corey.
Yes?
About the bill, how do you wish it to be handled?
Oh, sure. I'll take care of it by the week. The checks will be signed William H. Donovan. Sure.
January 15th. It's nearly a week now since Janice went away. I cannot understand how she could have left me just when I needed her most. When I try to question Schrott or David about her, they only look at me strangely and change the subject. Clearly, they too are in on the conspiracy. Sometimes it seems the only person I can trust is Donovan, the brain. It communicates with me more freely now each day. I know it has some great plan in mind for me, for both of us. And I'm waiting, patiently waiting. Donovan. I'm listening, Donovan. Don't be angry, Donovan. I'm trying to understand. I'm listening, Donovan. I'm listening.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. John McIntyre appears as Dr. Patrick Corey in William Spears' production of Donovan's Brain. Tonight's study in Suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and your host for Suspense, Mr. Robert Montgomery.
At the outset of Experiment 87, we were concerned with a man of science who had a wife and a son whom he loved and who loved him. He was a gifted scientist, dedicated to his work, and he signed his name with his right hand, Dr. Patrick Corey. That was before Donovan's Brain. That was before his psychological fiber weakened against the force of a powerful obsession, and with this weakening, his power to direct his knowledge has become twisted. Now we look again at Dr. Patrick Corey, man of science. He has alienated friends and family. He has had his wife committed to an institution. His entire life has become a thing contained in a vat, controlled by pounding electric waves, and he signs his name with his left hand, William H. Donovan. And now, with John McIntyre as Dr. Patrick Corey, and with Act Two of Donovan's Brain, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
January 16th. It is now 6 weeks, exactly 42 days. For 6 weeks, by artificial means alone, I have kept alive a human brain, completely detached from the body, floating in a bath of serum, nourished by a synthetic blood plasma fed through its arteries by an electric pump. It has remained alive. Not only alive, but I have succeeded in communicating with it. For I have even induced new growth of brain cells, and so tremendously increased its mental faculties that by sheer brain power alone it is actually able to communicate its thoughts to me. And each day, my communion with that living, pulsing mass of gray matter that was the brain of William Donovan becomes stronger and stronger. Even now I sense it striving to reveal some plan to me. Something so truly world-shaking in its implications that only such an organism, developed to a point thousands of years ahead of its time, could ever have conceived it. So far I sense this only. But soon I shall know. Indeed, I shall be a partner in its execution. What a fool I was ever to have considered for a moment my wife's demand that I end the experiment. It's because I refused, of course, that Janice left me a week ago without so much as a word of explanation of farewell. Even my son David and my assistant Schrott are privy to this conspiracy to thwart me. For when I asked about Janice, they pretended to know nothing, or seek to avoid my questions. But the brain will live. I can hear it now. Its delta waves, quite audible over the amplifying system I've arranged for it, almost as though it were calling to me, trying to speak to me. Yes, the brain will live. Donovan, what is it? What are you trying to tell me? Go on, Donovan, go on. I'm listening. Go on. Who is it?
It's me, Patrick, and David.
What do you want?
We want to talk to you, Dad.
I have no time to talk. I'm busy.
Please,
Please open the door, Patrick. It's important.
Go away. I tell you I'm busy.
Please, Dad.
Can't you leave me alone? But... All right.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
Patrick, won't you come into the study with us for a few minutes?
Whatever you got to say, you can say right here. You know I can't leave the laboratory.
Dad, it's only that we wanted to talk to you in private.
Don't tell me that you're afraid of this poor mass of brain cells.
No, it's not that, Dad.
Never mind, David. At least turn that thing off then, will you, Patrick?
What difference would that make? It could still hear, couldn't it? All right. Well, what is it?
It's about Mother.
Oh. So she put you up to this, did she? I thought the truth would come out sometime.
Dad, listen.
She tried to stop this experiment from the beginning. She thought you could blackmail into quitting by leaving me. And she still does, and now she's using you as a go-between.
Patrick, please, listen to me.
I've heard enough.
We haven't heard a word from Janice. We don't know where she is. That's what we came in to talk about.
Oh, have you? Well, how should I know where she is?
Because you were the last person seen with her, Dad.
I was.
Don't you remember, Patrick? You took her into town with you. You wouldn't tell any of us why.
Oh, yes. Of course. For a moment I'd forgotten, but what of it?
Don't you remember what happened then?
Well, of course I remember. She left me, that's all.
Well, where, Dad? Where did she leave you? What were you doing?
I don't know. We were in some big public building. It's the city hall, courthouse, taxes or something, and the next thing I knew, she'd simply disappeared.
Is that all? Didn't she say anything? Didn't she at least tell you why she was going?
How do I remember what she said? It's been a week and more. I've hardly slept. And you know I've been working night and day.
Yes, that's just it, Patrick.
What do you mean by that?
Patrick, you say that the brain communicates with you, tells you things about its past life, suggests thoughts. Well, if the brain can make you think things, why can't it also make you forget things?
Leave me alone.
Dad, are you sure? Are you sure you don't know what's happened to Mother?
No, I tell you,
but
no.
Don't you see what you might have done? In heaven's name, stop now while there's still time.
Get out of
While
here.
there's still time to help Janice, if there is. While there's still time to help yourself, Patrick. Shut off the current. Let the brain die. Kill it, Patrick. Kill it.
Get out, both of you. Get out. Get out! January 18th. The brain continues to communicate thought fragments more and more easily, but nothing further on what I have come to think of as the plan. I am now sleeping a great deal, but my dreams are becoming increasingly troublesome, although I'm at a loss to analyze them. Most frequent is a sort of vast cosmic ballet, presided over by the colossal figure of a young man whom I seem to recognize, and yet I never see his face. It is as though the entire population of the earth were moving past him in review at his command.
David! I had to, Dad.
Well, never mind now. Here. Help me with Trot. His name.
No, David, don't let him touch me. Don't let him touch me.
It's all right now.
Here. Here's a glass of water. Well, what's the matter? You're trembling all over.
I can't.
What are you looking at me that way for? You look frightened half to death.
Dad.
Well, what happened here anyway? I came in and found you on the floor with your hands around your own throat. If it hadn't been for me, what? Why's your luggage all packed?
I was going to leave.
Leave? In the middle of the night? Why?
Because
The fuse box. It's been opened. It was you, Trot. You were going to shut off the current. You were going to kill that brain.
Patrick, you tried to strangle me.
What?
It's true, Dad. That's why I had to slap you.
But that's absurd. I came in here and I found Trot with his hands around his own throat. He was strangling himself.
Dad, please think a minute. Nobody can strangle himself.
Look at these marks on my throat. You think I could have done that?
No, It's not possible, and yet...
It's true, Patrick, true, that I tried to shut off the current. I was afraid for you. But as I opened the fuse box, I heard the delta waves in the laboratory suddenly become stronger and louder than they'd ever been before. And then...
And then I...
Yes.
Then the brain...
You even spoke in Donovan's voice, Patrick.
His voice?
Yes, that recurring phrase of his, sure, in his very tones, his very accent. You've created a monster, Patrick.
It has the power to make me commit murder.
Patrick, what about Janice?
Trot, you don't think I couldn't have done a thing like that?
You couldn't have done what you did tonight if you'd been yourself?
No. Even a hypnotist can't force a man to...
Don't worry about it now, Patrick. It's probably all right. We'll try to find it tomorrow. We'll do everything we can, but first...
Dad, don't you see? Dr. Schrott was right. You've got to destroy...
Well, maybe then I can remember it, yes. The brain must die.
Pull the switch in the fuse box. It will only be a matter of seconds then.
Yes.
But you've got to, Patrick. Schrott! David! Help me, I can't move. Come to me. Pull the switch. Hurry, Schrott! David, go on! You too. It's paralyzed us, Patrick. The brain won't let itself be killed.
Then it has the power to live on, to command us as long as we live. To make us do anything it wants. To kill, murder.
Dad, what are we going to do?
Listen.
The brain. It's laughing. February 2nd. Schrott has left. He had to, of course, for his own protection, if nothing else. Before he left, I swore him to eternal secrecy. And he's going to try to find Janice. The very thought that any harm might have come to her through me is enough to drive me almost mad. As for David, he's strong enough to prevent any untoward accidents. And he's volunteered to stay with me. He'll sleep at night behind locked doors. We must devote every faculty we possess, together and independently, to finding a way of destroying the brain. Perhaps while it sleeps, although it seems to have developed tremendous powers of the subconscious which operate even in sleep. Recurring dream. The now oppressive sense of some further task to be performed continues. Oh, if Janice were only here. Even her presence, I know, would help immeasurably to combat this fearful thing. A terrible thought crosses my mind. Could Schrott have left if the brain had not, for some reasons of its own, actually wanted him to leave? February 6th. My thoughts are less and less my own. The dream of the young giant bestriding the earth, the figure without a face, pursues me now, even in my waking hours. Increasingly, I seem to live in a world of evil fantasy, peopled and controlled with the mind of William Donovan. And worst of all is the obsession that there is some fateful role not yet revealed to me, but I have been assigned to play in it. But I've not given up hope. I must destroy the brain. The possibility has occurred to me. I must give it more thought. If Janice were only here.
Sure. There is not much time, but time enough.
Hello? Who is it? Janice!
Hello, Patrick.
Oh, Janice, my darling.
How are you, Patrick?
Why, well enough. But Janice, where have you been?
Where have I been?
Yes, well, you had no idea. I've been half crazy worrying about you. Did Schrott finally find you?
Uh-huh. Schrott found me.
Oh, Janice, why did you leave me that day? Why didn't you at least tell me? Where did you go?
I was with friends.
Did Schrott tell you anything?
No. Nothing special.
Janice, I know I haven't been a very good husband these last months. I haven't been very kind or considerate or even civilized. I haven't been myself, Janice.
I know. Patrick, my poor darling.
But if you'd only known how I missed you after you left, how I needed you, I need your help, Janice.
I know, Patrick. I came back to help you. But
what?
Where's David?
Only asleep in the next room ever since. That is, lately he's tried to make it a point to sleep only when I did and try to keep an eye on things.
Patrick, I'm going to help you. All I can. Any way I can. I'm going to. But first, I want to take David away.
David?
Because I don't think it's good for him to be here. I don't think that you...
Then Schrott did tell you?
Yes, Patrick, he did.
Oh, Janice.
Oh.
I don't know what to do. My mind is only half my own. Lately, I don't even know what I myself, or whether I'm someone else. It's like some frightful nightmare, only I don't wake up. I'm afraid I'll never wake up.
My poor dear...
Janice, you do love me still.
Yes, Patrick.
It's the only thing I am left, Janice. It's what I've counted on and clung to. And that somehow, out of your love, you'd find a way to help. No one else can.
I know. Poor old Schrott didn't even dare to come back.
Yes, well, I can't blame him.
Patrick, I don't want to torment you. It's only that perhaps we can find a way if we know all the facts.
What, Janice?
Don't you really know where I was?
No, how could I?
Don't you remember where you took me?
Where I took you?
You took me to a psychiatric clinic, Patrick. You had me committed.
Oh, Janice.
No, Patrick. Not you. Donovan. It was because I tried to make you stop the experiment. Kill the brain. As you left me there, you even spoke in Donovan's voice. Sure, you said. I thought they were the last words I would ever hear you speak.
Oh, Janice, forgive me.
I couldn't persuade anyone I was sane. After what you told them, everything I said only made them think I was mad. I'm not mad. Am I, Patrick? I'm not mad.
Janice will be gone for some 3 hours. I have sent her into town for Dr. Zanger, the psychiatrist. Maybe he can help. But now I'm overcome with the thought of the humiliation I shall have to suffer when other medical men become aware of the position I'm in. It will be the end of my career, my reputation, all my hopes. It's folly to think that Zanger would keep it to himself. Indeed, he would have no right to. I can bear it if I must. But another way, a possibility came to me yesterday, and I've been thinking it over. There's no harm in trying it in any event. I must try. I have 3 hours. David?
Yes, Dad?
David, what's your blood type, do you know?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I don't think I do. Why?
Well, no matter. We can easily find out. David, I think at last I know a way.
To kill the brain?
Yes, it's simple. Perfectly natural, and yet 9 chances out of 10 it's something Donovan would never have known about. I do it myself, but unfortunately my blood type is the same as his.
Oh, a transfusion?
Of course. I have to replenish the blood substance periodically anyhow. It's about time to do it again. I've always used my own because it was the same type as his, but if yours is a different type, the right type.
You mean the wrong type?
Yes. Given the wrong type, the brain will die.
Yes. It sounds possible.
I'm sure of it. I know it.
Oh, but suppose the brain knows. It knows other things.
I thought of that. It's a chance we'll have to take. If you're willing.
Oh, of course I am, Dad.
Then we'll take a blood sample now. Come to the laboratory.
If only I have the right type. Or rather, the wrong type.
If you haven't, we'll find someone who has. Maybe Schrott. Now, just lie down there on the table. You want to turn it up.
On your arm.
There.
I'll put it on.
The small syringe will do it. Now.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
David, don't watch me. It'll be easier if you don't for me.
Well, that's a funny one. Coming from you.
Well, doctors are never quite as steady with members of their own family, you know. Ready?
Sure.
There we are. You all right?
Yeah. I'm all right.
Be through in just a second.
You getting it all right?
Yes, just a second now.
Dad, I'm sleepy.
We'll be over it in a moment.
But what's the matter? Why am I so sleepy?
You'll be all right.
Sleepy. So sleepy.
Sure. That is what anesthetic is for, to make you sleep.
I was somewhat surprised to find the instrument sterilized and already lying out. But I worked more rapidly and skillfully than ever before in my life. I made an incision just below the hairline, laying back the scalp as far as the base of the skull. I trepanned the cranium at 2-centimeter intervals, working back and downwards to the upper edge of the occipital bone. With the GD saw, I cut through the connecting bone structure and removed the entire top of the cranium, placing it in saline solution to preserve it. I made a semicircular incision in dura mater, laying it to one side, exposing the brain. As I dissected out the facial, auditory, and pneumogastric nerves to free the medulla oblongata, I became conscious of an insistent clamoring, something like a mounting hysteria in the distant reaches of my mind, almost as strong as the irresistible compulsion that drove me on. But my hand did not falter. With a sure stroke, I severed the spinal cord just below the first cervical nerve. As I make this last entry, with that awful guilt upon my soul, even now I cannot fully comprehend how it has been possible for any man, by mortal or immortal means, to be driven to such a crime. Even the divinity himself did not demand of Abraham that final sacrifice of expiation, when he, with his only begotten son, ascended the Mount of Olives. Perhaps Schrott is right. Perhaps there is indeed in man some spark of the divine that will elude our test tubes and our laboratories until the end of time. Perhaps that is the one thing that even Donovan did not foresee. I only know that at the instant my son died under my own hand, I was set free. At that instant, I saw and understood for the first time that monstrous plan born in the brain of William Donovan, of which I was to be the instrument. It was the plan I had glimpsed but never grasped in the recurring dream. Donovan did aspire to the domination of the world. And with those tremendous mental faculties that I myself had given him, it was literally within his power to become the absolute ruler of all mankind. Only one thing was lacking: a body. A young, strong body into which those ever-growing brain cells could graft and affix themselves and live on, perhaps, for centuries. He chose the body of my son. And now, at last, too late, I'm free to destroy this foul thing of my creation. I know it as surely as I know that my own life must be the forfeit. The brain also knows. I can hear the disturbed, erratic oscillations of the delta waves coming through the laboratory door. But there's no room left in me now for fear. I shall take the 6 steps from the desk where I am writing across to the laboratory door. How often I have taken them in happier times. I shall open the door, close it behind me for the last time, and write finis to the mortal life of Patrick Arthur Corey and the brain of William Horace Donovan. May others learn from the record I leave here the lesson I have learned so bitterly, and profit by them. And for the things I have done, may God have mercy on my soul.
The bodies of Dr. Patrick Arthur Corey and his son David were found in Dr. Corey's own laboratory early today. Young Corey had apparently died on the operating table as a result of a delicate brain operation performed by his father. In the case of Dr. Corey, there was nothing to indicate the cause of death. But medical authorities who viewed the body, including the famous Dr. Gustav Zanger, gave as their opinions that he might have died of a shock as the result of the unsuccessful operation on his son. A curious feature of the case was the fact that numerous pieces of tissue, identified as being from a human brain, were found scattered about the laboratory floor, while a larger section of brain was found in the midst of an elaborate apparatus, evidently part of a scientific experiment. Medical authorities stated, however, that they were unable to explain the nature of the apparatus and that the brain itself was in such a state of decomposition as to indicate that it had been dead and slowly decaying for at least 2 months. Dr. Corey is survived by his wife, Janice. She was committed to the county asylum for the insane late this afternoon. Burial of Dr. Corey and his son will be at the Mount of Olives Cemetery. For a superb performance as Dr. Corey, our appreciation and thanks to John McIntyre. Tell me something. If you were going to make a room in your home available for renting, would you accept this man? He's personable in manner and appearance, and he pays well. He's alone, no wife, no children, no pets. He owns a Bible, reads it, and quotes from it freely. He asks only to live undisturbed in a quiet room. There, I think that's about all. No, there is one thing more. He has one abiding dislike. He can't stand sin. Well, how about it? Would you rent him a room? I suggest you wait to answer. Yes, I strongly suggest you wait until next week, when I appear at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Bunting as the lodger from the famous novel by Mary Belloc Lowndes.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. John McIntyre may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production Northside 777. Donovan's Brain by Kurt Siodmak was adapted for Suspense by Robert L. Richards and was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Robert Montgomery as the lodger on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.